Manish is typing. I'm watching him type. I'm not really sure what he's typing, but I got what I wanted. Now he's making it more elegant, because that's what you do as a coder. Have you done something already? Well, I've got news for you. Why don't you spend all your time making it a little bit better? Coding with my niche. We're coding with my niche. Coding with my niche. Coding with my niche. I'm on the Zoom call with them.
I'm watching Big Brother.
What season is it in now?
I don't know, but I'm watching season 19.
Oh my God. It's been going on for that long? Wow.
Survivor's on season 44.
Shut up. They still do that? Good for them.
I really like trash television. It keeps me one with the regular people.
I think my trash television is TikTok.
I think your trash television is Manish typing.
Yeah, can you imagine? People arguing about startups.
Hey, have I thanked you yet for everything that you've done for me and others?
Oh, I know. I appreciate it. I really do. Mm.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
As
hear
soon
it.
as I said that, I hit the X button. Like, I really
Yeah.
didn't mean to. Sorry.
Yeah,
Have I told you thanks yet? No? Okay, bye.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I really do appreciate it. I think
Well, like, because I can't talk about it on the recorded space, but at some point I'll talk to you about progress on a non-recorded space.
is it
It's
happening?
happening.
Are things are moving forward? You're getting closer to rather than further from.
Yeah, like leaps and bounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I talked to him today. And not only that, but like someone connected to the person that's doing the work, kind of
Mm-hmm.
advising a little bit as well. And she's
Mm.
bad fucking ass. So
Oh, the partnership they have. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. She's fucking no nonsense. You know what I mean?
yeah, 100%,
And
100%.
which is great because she's like, I don't want to talk more than I have to.
No,
I have
exactly,
other
exactly.
things I want to do. So tell me exactly why I need to be here again. No, no, no. Exactly. Okay.
So you've met
I'm
her.
leaving this conversation now. I'm leaving. No, that's.
Too many words. Too many words.
Yeah. Oh man, it's so fun. It's so fun. What a dynamic, eh?
Yeah, they are a good duo, though.
What a dynamic. I have so much fun talking to them at the same time. I'm glad. Um,
And they're real cute too because they don't talk to each other about the project. So he'll be like, "Oh, she agreed to do that? Really?" Like, yeah.
That's my favorite. They're a TV show.
Oh my gosh, that would be a really fun show to watch. I would watch that for 22 seasons. I don't think she would agree to do 22 seasons though. That might be too much.
I see it as like just like another form of Survivor.
Like, but you and Allie are also a good TV show, by the way.
Yeah.
Allie, I love you because you love algae too.
Aww.
What's that?
Algae?
Algae?
Oh, algae. Oh, I thought it was like some sort of like anime.
Oh.
I never know what people are talking about.
No.
Is this Battlestar Galactica?
You're so you make me so mad sometimes.
Do you also watch Battlestar Galactica, you itch?
Never seen it.
Oh, okay. Everyone else likes
I'm
it
too
except
busy watching Big Brother.
Excellent. I love mindless television.
That's a better way to say it than what I said, which was trash TV.
Well, sometimes you just need something to like just have your brain shut off and just, entertain me.
Agreed. I need to figure out a way to unmic and mic with my phone screen off. Is there an API for that?
Google, hey Google, turn off mic. Let's see if this works. Hey Google. No. What if I go to my home screen? Hey Google. Hey Google. Hey Google. No, I guess it's not working. Hey. No. Manish is typing. Manish is typing. Manish is typing. He's typing.
I can't hear it.
What? Oh, you can't hear him typing? He's on the Zoom. I have him in my earphone. Manish, E-Rich is vicariously listening to you type through me. She just has to trust me on it.
That's the scariest thing.
Manish is typing. Manish is typing. Yes. All right. There you go. So we added another tutorial. Scraping the web. How does this code work? How does this code work? How does this code work? I don't know. I was gonna paste back the code into ChatGPT. I'm like, explain this to me like a recipe.
That's not a bad idea.
Right?
The worst it can say is like, no, right?
Yeah.
No.
It's usually pretty submissive.
So I was going to take a nap, and I took a Benadryl to assist with that, but I have not fallen asleep yet.
Have you ever thought of mixing it with Sprite?
No, but I've done it with like a ginger ale.
Sprite. That's scissor. That's Lil Wayne's favorite drink.
Whose favorite drink?
Lil Wayne.
Why do you know that?
You ever heard of scissor?
No.
SIZZURP is the name of what happens when they mix codeine with Sprite. It's a drink that they drink to get high.
Are you making fun of me right
I
now?
know, I swear to God. If you look up SIZZURP, yeah. Sipping on, there's rap songs about it. Sipping on a scissor, sipping on a scissor. You can't make this stuff up.
Actually, you can make this stuff up.
Ooh. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Can you imagine that's actually a real thing? Codeine and Sprite.
I trust you because you're smarter than me.
Dan can tell you all about it. He's been to the South.
Dan was trying to talk like a Southerner earlier, and it was just bad. It was so bad.
He's right, they call it syrup, or they call it drank or something, but like it was made popular.
Yeah.
Hi,
They call it lean. Yeah.
They call it lean, that's it. They call it lean.
cough syrup, soda, and hard candy.
Yeah,
Yeah, they put like Jolly Ranchers and shit.
yeah.
Yep.
So
6
Little
Jolly
Wayne made it
Ranchers
popular,
and a
didn't
little
he?
bit of Mountain Dew and add your toadies.
Okay, can you guys tell me how to do drugs one at a time, please? Because I can't understand it if you tell me all at the same time.
Little Wayne made it popular.
That's what So You said.
Yeah, he made it popular with his lean, sipping on lean. And it's a certain type of cough syrup, though, isn't it?
In my day, it was gin and juice.
Gin and juice.
Yeah,
I know
that's
my
Snoop Dogg.
money and my money on my mind.
I want to hear the
Why is
E-Rich
that so funny?
because it's a Caucasian
Johnny
rap. So
Rich.
I need to hear a whole album of E-Rich covers hip hop classics.
I can do Eminem really well.
God, I want to hear
Yeah,
it.
but you know when you do Dr. Dre and Snoop, it's kind of like Black Voice, right? If it's Eminem, it's like you know what I mean.
What the fuck? Mate, that's just, I don't know.
You've been
man.
arrested for Black
Fuck it,
Voice.
mate. Black voice. What the fuck?
It's never gonna happen.
But I'll tell you one thing. You know, like when the first time I ever heard Eminem, so I heard Eminem before I even knew, like before I saw Eminem, and I thought Eminem was black. And I was,
Dead silence in the room.
No, because I think Black Voice is very popular, right?
Black voice. Are you taking the piss?
Yeah, yo, what's going on, dog? What are you saying? You want to catch a death fuzz, yo? Like,
No, but that's Toronto, man.
but you know how many?
That sounds
Like,
a little bit more Mexican or something. Like a little bit more.
well, I am brown,
Good day,
right?
my young friend. I'm using Superior White. Why, hello there.
Can you please change the name of the Syndicate chat, please? Or I'm gonna have to leave.
I know that is just that is too
Black
much,
Voice?
mate. What the fuck? Can't be doing that. Gonna get us all suspended.
What about that?
Well, so you won't get suspended.
Is it okay?
Oh, come on.
Okay, it's all right. All right.
Is it really 3 p.m.? I love that about right now. Wait, Aces, what time is it where you are?
How old am I?
And how old are you?
It's 8:49 right now.
And how old are you?
Old enough to go on any to go on any ride. I'm in my 30s.
Because, I mean, your figure like of a 12-year-old.
I was more like 9 or 8, but yeah. By the way, I had to change that I lost a bet.
Who is that?
Oh, it's me. That's me.
Is that really?
I swear down, yeah. I lost a bet on Christmas Day. So, you know what? That was me getting off lightly. They wanted me to put like, bro, they wanted me to put some savage picture up. So I settled for this.
When did Elon Musk put that his pronouns are prosecute Fauci?
He did that back in the day, didn't he?
Yeah, like 3 years ago in Twitter time.
But he was right. That guy chats some. Do you like that guy? I don't know. Like, I can't stand him, to be honest. Like, when I listen to him talk.
Fauci or Musk?
Fauci.
I really don't care either way about either of them that much.
No, Fauci is just like, it's just, I don't know, the tone of him is just like, when I listen to him speak, and he'll just, I don't know, he'll just be like, it's the science. Like, just listen to me, it's the science. It's the science. That's it. It's like, fuck everyone else. It's the science, I'm telling you. I know what's right. You guys don't know the science. I am Mr. fucking Science.
But why is this coming up again? Like, it's been 2 years. Get over it.
No, but maybe because it can. Maybe because it can now. Maybe because now people can freely talk about it. Or maybe now people feel like they can freely talk about it. Because I'm sure I'll just like...
Are you a truther, Aces?
Say that again?
Are you a truther?
Am I a truther? I don't even know what that is. I can't be because I don't even know what that is. Am I a truther? Fuck knows, mate. I don't know. Are you a truther, you Rich? I'll be a truther if you're a truther.
I'm
Fuck
not
it.
a truther.
You're not a truther. What are you, a liar? Oh, you're a lawyer.
I'm a liar.
Oh, you're a lawyer. You know what? I'm a road man. What do you call it? How's your project going?
So I can't talk too much about it, but going really, really well.
Oh, glad to hear it. So when can you talk more about it?
Probably after January 15th.
Oh, that's really specific, isn't it? Something's going
Yeah.
down on the 15th.
We'll see.
Okay, sounds exciting. So what else is going on? You enjoying your holiday?
We received a generous cash donation, so that was awesome.
Oh, did you? Like, what kind of figures are we talking here?
5. No, yeah, 5.
Nice. So what do I need to do to get that, like, to get 5 on it? Do I need to show a little bit of leggy, Rich? What does man need to do?
Wait, what do you what?
What do I need to do to get 5 on it? What do I need to do to get my hands on, like, some donations?
You'd have to talk to my parents.
Just imagine.
Because that's where the donation came from.
You might think I'm here for E-Rich's hand in marriage. No, I'm here for the 5 figures. Please.
Ooh, Septima.
Oh,
We are being
easy now,
honored.
Septima.
So you've hit the big time now. Septima's here. She may not stay, but she's here. That's a big deal.
She's a big deal.
Barack Obama follows her.
Does he? Is that real?
Yeah, and Britney Spears.
Britney Spears? Do you know Britney Spears, Septima? Septima, ask Britney Spears if she still remembers my cousin. Ask Britney Spears if she still remembers my cousin back in 2000 and... Oh, fuck. I think it was 2007, 2008. They hooked up. He was paparazzi.
Nuh-uh.
I swear down, they hooked up. You can think of my cousin's name is Adnan Ghalib. You can Google him. You'll see it. It'll come up. But apparently, yeah, you know, like at that time, Britney Spears' entourage, they didn't like that whole thing, so they kind of like they stopped it. That's what I heard, anyway.
Did he get a generous donation?
Oh, he got a load of stuff from her, by the way. She bought him a car. She bought him a motorbike. She bought him some boys' toys, you know. I don't know if she took them back.
Hold on now, Septima. You have some things in common. You both are, well, how do you say, students of relationships. So you like to take matches and place them in children's hands and then let them play with those matches.
Oh, I can relate to that, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that's what you like to do.
Yes, that's about as accurate as I've heard anyone describe it, actually.
And you're both Canadian, so discuss.
Yeah, I mean, that's our move, right? We get other people to fight, and we're like, guys, what are you doing? Yes. Who? Us? What could we have possibly done?
Septima used to have
by
a
elite.
relationship podcast with her ex, by the way.
Say again?
Septima used to have a relationship podcast with her
Oh,
ex.
what? That's amazing. I would love to see that.
Hear
I
that?
took it off of Spotify and
What?
iTunes because my ex didn't want it to live on there forever.
I mean,
But
because that's just like due diligence for Tinder dates, I guess.
I guess so. I don't know. We actually had a relationship, so after we broke up, we did a podcast called Sex with Your Ex for about a year, to hash out the details of like why our relationship didn't work, and then we talked to a bunch of other people about their relationships and had a bunch of experts and stuff. It was actually it was like an interesting twist on relationships.
Sounds like a great show.
It was really interesting twist. Like you don't usually get to hash out things with your ex that way, and we just did it publicly, and it was actually like very therapeutic.
Man, I bet there's some amazing highlights in that show.
Yeah, I felt bad for any girl who was dating him while we were having that show because he would constantly talk about how good I was at certain things, and I was like, "Oh my God, if the girls you're dating are listening to this, I feel terrible for them because you're ranking me really high for a lot of things." And I'm like, if I was your girlfriend, I would break up with you.
So at least you didn't run it to the blockchain.
This is true. Where in Canada do you live? Where are you from?
I grew up in Toronto and Scarborough, but now I'm out in Hamilton.
Ah, very nice. Very nice. I was born in Saskatchewan, but I grew up in Vancouver.
Oh, get up.
Mm-hmm.
That's where CZ went to school. From Binance.
CZ went to school in Vancouver?
Yeah, can you imagine?
Where did he go?
Isn't that wild?
Did he go to, what, in Saskatchewan or Vancouver?
Vancouver.
Oh, did he go to UBC?
I'm not sure, but Steve Ehrlich from Voyager, I think he was born in Saskatchewan.
Oh, I mean, actually, you know, the what do you call them? The Sutherlands are from Saskatchewan too. Kiefer and Donald Sutherland are from Saskatchewan.
What?
Yep. Why are we getting the thumbs down about Saskatchewan? What's wrong with Saskatchewan? I mean, everything's wrong with Saskatchewan. Nobody actually wants to live there.
Oh,
I
that's
get
right.
it.
Saskatchewan is well, no, it's Alberta that's fighting with the government over hunting rifles right now, right? Oh, that got a thumbs up, huh? Okay.
Oh, probably Alberta is the Texas of Canada.
You're right. Yeah.
It's been a minute, Septima. Have you been off Twitter?
I have been. I've just been having like a nice quiet Christmas time. It's actually kind of eerie. So New York is like got no people anywhere. And then I was just kind of being really irresponsible and just wandering around a lot for Christmas. Even though
Nah, we don't buy it, Septima.
No,
What's
okay,
his name? What's
so
his name, Septima?
no. Okay, so I spent actually most of Christmas with my friend Kate because she went home to Arkansas for Thanksgiving, so she decided to stay in New York for Christmas. So we've just been going out for like early dinners and calling it a night by like 7 or 8 o'clock every night, but nothing's open, and it's so weird because normally like the city is open and there's like fun dive bars and stuff to go to, but everything was closed this Christmas. And it was really eerie because it felt a little bit dangerous walking around, even in the safe neighborhoods. And then we read in the New York Times like yesterday that there was a bunch of stabbings that happened in the areas I was hanging out in. And I'm like, maybe I should have like listened to that whole stranger danger feeling I was having.
So wait, your friend lives in Arkansas?
One of my really good friends that lives in New York now is originally from Arkansas.
And her name's not me?
Her name's not you, but you're my friend from Arkansas too. No, her name is
Not me.
Arkansas is a really
Chinese
small
girl.
town.
I know a Chinese girl called Not Me.
No, her name is
Jesus.
Kate, and she works at the L'Oreal head office. So she's not the same person as you, but
That is
she is
true. It's not
originally
me.
from Arkansas.
We we are the nicest people, I think.
I think so too. She has like a very nice southern charm.
So what was I gonna say? I guess Dot didn't do his homework, and that is why we're getting all the thumbs down. Do you think I'm right here? Does that make sense?
Um. Oh no, you know the guy who responds to the bad Toronto rapper accent guy about Omar. He wants to come up and talk, but he didn't do his homework yet, so we can't.
Oh,
Right?
that's fair.
I mean, you know how we laughed off his homework, and we're like, I know it's nice to laugh, but the homework is due. And since he didn't do his homework, he just doesn't get to get attention from people that don't like him, which is the only people that he's attracted to.
Oh, he's one of those.
He's one of those.
He doesn't
Septima
know how to go good.
Allie is who you hear from that account. That's Mike's wife. She's amazing, amazing, amazing.
Oh, thank you. Much love, everyone.
Nice to meet you, Allie.
Yeah, Septima is the one with the podcast of the ex.
That podcast sounds amazing. And to be able to have the emotional bandwidth and strength to do something like that, I think that's amazing. My hat is tipped to you.
Maybe
You see
I'll
what
dig
it's
up
like
some
to
old
have a
episodes.
regular conversation, everyone? Do you see how that works? Where like one person talks and then another person talks? Why is that so hard for people?
Because if I'm not talking all the time, then you can't hear what I'm saying. Then maybe you can really like me if I say a lot of things. And maybe if I say enough things, you'll find something that you like, and you can latch onto about me. But so if I just dominate the space and nobody else can get in there, then all you can hear is me. No?
That's a good explanation, actually. Now that you explain it like that.
Oh, yeah. That's my job. Explanations.
So now that we've heard that explanation, Septima, I apologize.
No need to apologize.
So what I was really wanting to talk
wait.
about was whenever she was talking about earlier about the rednecks.
No one was talking about rednecks.
Yes, she was.
I wasn't talking about rednecks.
You said they remind you of Southern.
I just said Southern charm. I didn't say anything about rednecks. I said my friend from
saying that
Arkansas
rednecks
has
don't have Southern charm.
Wow.
I didn't say the word redneck at all. I said my friend Kate is from Arkansas and has that Southern charm about her.
My favorite is Southern charm because they can just say like the nicest things, but they mean the opposite. Like bless your heart. You're like I know what you mean.
Can a redneck not have the Southern charm?
I never said that. I say I love the Southern charm.
Okay.
We've never once used the word redneck in this conversation. We did use Southern, but we used it to say Southern charm. That's it.
And we were specifically speaking of Arkansas, and that I was saying it's a small city, like the whole state is a small town, really.
So you all know the Clintons?
I do. I met Bill a couple of times, and I went to dance with Chelsea when I was growing up.
So it really is a small town. That's cool.
Like they wouldn't know my name now, I don't think. Actually, Bill has this crazy memory, so he might. But like,
oh, you call him Bill
or Daddy?
Okay, Dot. Okay, enough.
He was on the list. That's all I'm saying.
Zach's here, and I'm scared of Zach, so I'm gonna go down to listener before he makes me do a pitch with numbers.
You have to pitch your product. Can I pitch it instead?
Yeah, you can pitch it instead.
Stay up here.
Are you driving while being a minority? Chances are, if you get pulled over, you might get pulled in to a jail cell. And that's why we created Dispatch Justice. That's right, Dispatch Justice. Don't get caught driving while a minority without legal protection as a service. Simply press the bat signal when you get pulled over, and you won't have to use your slang, which has no
Okay,
you
okay,
in
let
the
me take over.
no,
Let
that's too
let me
far.
take
Okay,
over.
sorry. Okay.
You're killing me. But not really. So with Dispatch Justice, with the push of a button or a voice command, you too can have an attorney video chat and guide you through the stop. It's your legal backup.
Amazing. I think we make a good team.
I'm glad I cut you off when I did. I don't know
Yeah,
where you were going.
It's good. You have
y'all
the call to action down.
been fucking with Dispatch Justice for years, and they ain't never steered me wrong.
Fuck boys were casual on the East. Early on, we weren't sure just how to treat them. We thought using safe words and common symbols, or even asking, well, the Almighty. God
Dude,
was
what?
common in these parts, but the dot persisted. It was an annoying piece of shit for as long as it could be. We look forward to hearing that dot.
Elizabeth, can you pitch the whole thing?
No, I can't because I took Benadryl.
Let's hear it.
Perfect.
I like the Benadryl pitch. This will be
Yeah, I
great. This will
want to
get
hear. Wait,
finally the honest pitch.
I would just like to say that if I was an investor and I asked you to pitch, are you going to use that as an excuse or?
No.
I agree with Zach.
But I will tell you this: we had a really good. There were some really good developments today. So that's I can do a status update. So I have some. I'll have news on January 15th about product stuff, and I'm very excited.
It's happening.
She did her homework.
Oh, yeah, good job.
Yeah, I was
Now,
able to
now
get
go
out
ahead,
of
now
pitching.
go ahead and
No,
pitch
that
it.
was me. That was me getting out of pitching.
Not getting out of it. You still. I need a 1 minute pitch, not the 30-second one. The full 1 minute. Let's hear it.
Can I do it in an unrecorded space, please? Thank you.
Fine. Why?
And
Why?
also, hi,
Oh,
Why
okay,
Septimania.
let
don't?
me take
Wait.
off the
Why
Everybody
don't you
else
I'll
want
recording.
to
do it.
do it in a recorded
I'll
space?
do it.
Let me take off the recording. Beep-bop-boop-beep-dop-boop-doop. All right, the recording is off.
I
Female
know that trick.
privilege, yet again.
Okay, Dispatch Justice is legal technology to protect your rights. With Dispatch Justice, Dispatch Justice provides access to an attorney live on demand during traffic stops to help be preventative and proactive in protecting against civil rights violations. Also helps mitigate harm during traffic stops. For $55 a year or $5 a month, you can have your own legal backup. I don't know what the other 30 seconds should be, Zach, but we are currently blah, blah, blah,
So,
blah, blah.
so it should be at least you should talk about the TAM, the wait list,
Oh,
or any very big potential partners, and then the ask, right? And in these spaces, just ask for what you really need, because you never know. Someone listening in could be like, "Oh shit, that sounds awesome! Like, I want to get in on this."
Okay,
So,
that's a,
You also
fair point.
you
All right.
also do you also talk about your revenue model?
I was going to ask about that TAM number. So, do you have any numbers around
yeah. So there's
the civil
61.5.
rights?
There's 61.5 million interactions with law enforcement in 2018, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics. Of those 61.5 million, 9 million were with people that are considered minorities, which is
Wow.
our key demographic. We think we can
Wow.
excuse me, not recruit, but at least acquire 2% of that market, which would put us at just over like a million users.
well, you got to think. You got to think about this. Is don't when you're talking this, don't restrict your TAM to just who has traffic stops, right? Because it's a monthly subscription model and or annual model.
Well,
So,
so we plan to partner with large organizations such as the ACLU as well as CASA, which is the Center for it's like an advocacy center because for domestic violence users, so that they can provide it free to their people. Sorry, I'm using words for the first time, as well as major corporations, including the largest employer in the nation, to help reduce the amount of time people spend at traffic stops as opposed to at the office. So
This is great. I think I can take the data just from what's being said, and you have something really powerful. If you're talking about like 1.5 to 2 million people getting pulled over, and let's say 1% of those people you can turn from a night in jail into, an explainable event that maybe involves a fine, that's a lot. People get scarred for life when they go to jail for a day.
yep. You're hired to say that part instead of you.
I think I think you're getting better every time you do pitch, um, which you should give yourself a pat on the back, because it seems more and more natural every time, which is also why I make you do it at like the most unannounced times. Um, and I think the second part is like each person that you talk with, every person to hear in your pitch, whether it be a 2-minute pitch, a 1-minute pitch, a 5-minute pitch, right? Like some people really big TAMs, and if it's not a really big TAM, then they want to see, you to at least have, a long wait list, or right, like, so.
Right. So we got 95 people on our wait list right now, and that's with just word of mouth
So
in Arkansas.
yeah, but you have, right, when I say how many do you have on your wait list, right, your 95 people in Arkansas doesn't account for the giant number of people that are like from these partnerships that you could have if the technology was up and
Yeah,
running.
I need to get those. I need to get my MOUs nailed down. That's what I like. Part of my goal for next week.
There you go. Yeah, because and I think that understanding and just having those in like a Rolodex in your mind, because if you're starting a conversation with like someone and you kind of get a sense that they're into like how big the market could be, or they're into how much that you already have revenue, you can then go in that Rolodex and plug and play those pieces in that second 30 seconds. Does that make sense?
It does. So why did you co-host Septima? She hasn't done anything wrong.
You tried co-hosting me first.
Yeah, but you've done things wrong. That tracks. Septima, sometimes he saves the co-host for the troll.
That makes for an interesting space, I'm sure.
I think that you will really enjoy. Fuck.
The co-hosting is a great way to sort of see if they're truly a troll. We don't know if Zach is truly a troll or not. I want to give him the benefit. Oh, we're talking about the new
Who is
person.
this
Sorry.
guy?
I didn't know what we're talking about there for a second. Good to be here, everybody. Welcome to the Syndicate.
Dan's also very interesting. I don't know if you've met him before, but this is a good group. So, welcome.
Hi, I'm Dan. I didn't come with an instruction manual, but over time you'll learn what it is.
Because I'll tell it to you in detail with lots of different soliloquies. Is it soliloquy if it's... I'm sorry, that Benadryl's kicking in.
Do you have the daily stat? Like every day, blah 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 gets pulled
I
over.
don't, and there isn't any good information that I would feel comfortable.
Okay.
So that's part of the problem, is that it's so disjointed, and I'm a lawyer still, right? So I want everything that I say, like I can't exaggerate. Like
I
I
wonder if
can't.
there are crime stats Python libraries that you can pull from the web. You know what I mean? Be like, there must be something like that.
I mean, if you didn't find a way to pull this back to Python, it wouldn't be.
Uh-huh.
I think the
It wouldn't be a day ending in Y.
state police are required to keep that sort of information.
You would think so, right?
No, they are, but it's still so disjointed because of the different
Right.
counties. So it's like that's why I'm quoting in 2018, which is, that's 4 years ago. I'm quoting a 2018 Bureau of Justice Statistics survey.
I wonder if
And
they
that's
have
reporting.
pullover API .text or something.
They might have something like you could go through the police blotter, but I don't think that's going to be 100%. You're not going to get the state police that way, and that would be an ordeal to go through each town that had a police, still has a police blotter somewhere.
Right. Well, and it's police, sheriffs, it's, constables. There's the whole thing is a shit show. I mean, you understand, Sandra.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, I don't, maybe I'm making a bad assumption here, but I would assume that the NAACP has some sort of,
The ACLU has some good
yeah,
information, and the NAACP has good information, but the best statistics I've found have been from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. So that's why I've gone with
I would
BJS.
also say that in your pitch, you should mention that you are a lawyer because it adds to your founder market fit ability, right? Which people want to know about.
Are there really people that get pulled over that much that they'd subscribe to something like this? Like, that's actually a genuine question because I live in New York,
Well,
and so I know I don't
It's
drive,
not much
so I
about being pulled over a lot. It's more about the one time you do get pulled over. It could be all it takes.
right, and we've interviewed over 100 potential consumers as well as another set of stakeholders, like officers, public defenders, the director of the Public Defenders Commission of Arkansas, and then different community partners such as the ACLU, and then Cupid's for CASA. Well, not Cupid's for CASA, but CASA directives. And the issue isn't just that it's people getting pulled over. The issue is that the police, when they show up, don't know how to interact with humans. They're tactically trained, right? And then citizens aren't tactically trained to respond. Does that make sense? And so the
Tactically
outcomes are
trained
not ideal.
very poorly, I would like to add.
Well,
So,
I don't want to
what?
make judgment, right? But we've talked to the people, and there is a use for it. There's a use case, and if we keep the price low enough, which we are doing, and hopefully we'll be able to provide it free to through several large organizations, such as a Fortune 100 company who has a lot of employees and has had interest in them getting to work in a more timely fashion. We can make an argument that it's worth it for them to provide that.
I found the Bureau of Justice API. Put it to the top.
You did not.
Justice.gov/developer. I swear to God. I was like, if you're getting it from the Bureau, I wonder if they have an API. Oh, look, they do. And they talk about rates of recidivism. And so I'm not sure how much data they have available. Maybe we can get some stats from that.
They've got some great data tables and great papers on it, but yeah. And I would say yeah, well, it is.
I mean,
I just would like to be able to say every day there are XYZ people who are pulled over. You know what I mean? ABC of those people are visible minorities, and a subset of ABC get unduly incarcerated, right? If I can break it down into a day, I'm not saying we can, but
I think you'll have trouble breaking it down into a day, but I would love to challenge you to try.
I mean, I'm sure you've thought of this, but don't you think that the most lucrative path to take with this type of software or this stuff would be to get government contracts? Because
Yep.
it would be in the government's best interest to make citizens feel like they're protected against police brutality, especially after everything that's happened the last few years.
So the argument that we make for the law enforcement argument that we make is that it reduces the amount of time that your officers have to stop. And that's basically if you talk to just a street cop and you ask them what they want to do with the stop is they want to get it over as quickly as possible. They want to write the ticket and go about their day without any problems. So that's the argument you make from that perspective. My uncle was chief of police of Pasadena for 13 years and just resigned or just stepped down as the interim chief of Santa Barbara. So when I started the project, I started by talking to him about how he would handle it. He recommended I read Talking to Humans, which dealt with Malcolm Gladwell. You may know the book. It talks about the Sandra Bland incident where she ended up in custody after failing to signal, I believe, and being arrested from an escalating traffic stop. So I don't know why I'm still talking. Sorry.
I think that the only issue with trying to get it in government contracts is that the police union would be, I mean, they're so against body cams. I think adding this with an actual lawyer there to police them, um, they feel like that kind of handcuffs their ability to do what they need to. Because unfortunately, we've created a hero complex with the way we uh, interact with officers, and so there's this there's this psychological piece to it where officers feel like they have to find something because they're doing a much bigger piece of policing than they actually are. It's the same thing with like the why a lot of police officers, departments don't like hiring prior uh, military police, because military police don't make good regular police officers. Regular army does, regular soldiers do, but military police do not, which is an interesting dynamic. But yeah, I think that there's the unions would have a huge fit if this was like put into contractual use.
Well, I think actually, so the bigger case for it is not for the traffic stops; it's for the interrogations and interviews, and like having a kiosk basically at each sheriff's department where someone who's been arrested or detained or is being questioned has the opportunity to contact their dispatch justice attorney, and that's a tier 2 service that we provide as part of what we're doing. It isn't really part of what we talk about like in the mainframe. We're just trying to get the traffic stops done right now. But so we've talked with the Arkansas Public Defenders Commission about providing that, and there are city grants that can help. City grants, sorry, within Pulaski County, where I live, that may be interested in piloting that program. So,
Elizabeth, you just you need to have that as like a thing, because it shows that you as a founder are looking more forward than just this one little piece,
well,
right? Like,
wait till you hear tier 3.
oh my god. But you see, like, we have talked about dispatch justice for how many months, and I didn't know there was a tier 2 or tier 3, right? So like, are you mentioning that when you're trying to talk to people who are potentially going to give you money?
Yes.
Okay. Because that's a thing, right? You don't want to push that, because then you seem disjointed, like you can't decide which way you want to go. But understanding our entire focus right now is on traffic stops, but we have these two ideas of how we can expand our services long term. Like, that's an important distinction to make.
I think I've mentioned that to you at some point before. I'm sure I have.
Never have.
Oh,
I have a steel trap mind, and never have. This is the first time hearing about it, and I'm gonna go whoa.
sorry.
Don't apologize.
Septima hates it when I apologize. Also, by the way, she tells me every time.
Yeah, you have nothing to apologize for. You didn't do anything wrong.
It's the Canadian apology I'm rubbing off on you guys.
Oh my god, freaking Canadians!
Yeah,
All
just
right,
start
well,
apologizing for random things.
I
It's
am
to cover the other things.
I'm still on the road. We left Biloxi and we're heading to Austin. And then I think we're gonna spend the night in Austin and go to like the Children's Museum and do some other fun stuff.
Hold on, are you going to wear your Patagonia vest when you're in Austin?
He doesn't have the vest. He got the full arms like
I
me.
have the full sleeves.
Oh, what is that called?
It's just a Patagonia jacket, but
Oh, okay,
the
jacket.
more money you make as a startup or a founder or a VC, the less cloth material you need. It's like
At
the
what
same
point do you
thing.
buy the Rolex?
Wet.
The Rolex is gifted
Yeah.
to you. No one actually buys a Rolex. Everybody knows that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mazal.
Yeah. Tudor is made with all the same parts, and it's made way better. So Tudors are the new Rolexes.
Our Finlit superhero just joined the chat.
Oh, here we go. Financial literacy. Oh, God.
We're trying to
Oh
make it sexy
boy.
by calling it Finlit.
What a
Oh
scammer.
my god.
Oh,
You
man.
guys want
And
to talk
can
about debt ratios?
you imagine he combined two scams in one? Financial literacy and NFTs?
Oh, hold on. Septima, you weren't here, but KC got called out for being a scam PFP project, and JD, our own Josh, came in and cleared his name.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Rug Radar investigated.
Yeah, and the findings were that how could he be a scammer when he's lost so much money in the market? That's my favorite. That's
I mean, he knows everything that people fall for because he fell for it himself.
oh, are you saying he's in the perfect position to scam people?
If you think I haven't been making the long play on you guys, oof.
Oh, we lost Septima.
Dun dun dun.
She heard Josh was
Oh,
involved
When
and she just kicked.
no,
when
I
I
think
was
you heard
when I
about
got
it was
moved
about
up to
financial
co-host,
literacy.
when I got moved up to co-host, I couldn't like speak. Every time I hit unmute, it would mute me again, unless that was Mike in the background just fucking with me.
No, I would never do that, sir. Casey, how you doing on your homework?
I got stalled out on tech. So I'm at like 40% for the day. Not a great day of productivity.
So, do you have a hard deadline on those projects?
No, just my own desire to do them as fast as possible.
Sounds like you may need an accountability partner.
I need a
Let
nanny.
me tell you,
Do you have a solution?
I do. Let me pitch you my scam.
Ooh, yeah, I'm
Do
ready.
you need someone to look at your watch and tell you what time it is in a directing tone? A tone that gets your attention, a tone that makes you do what you committed to yourself. You're not good at making commitments to yourself. You're you're actually terrible at it. That doesn't mean you shouldn't get what you want in life. It just means you need to outsource your conscience.
Where do I sign up for that?
Outsourcing my conscience? Oh, you are a dark son of a bitch. Dude.
Yeah, if Casey was a client, my entire conversation with him would be like, "Are you sure this isn't a scam? Are you sure? You positive?"
Ah, I'm waiting. Zach, let's hear your pitch first. Come on, show me your pitch. Let's
Oh,
hear it.
no, I mean, Mike said it best. Like, do you need someone to tell you how to be an adult? Like, do you need someone to sit here and go, "Hey, if you don't have a time frame of when the goals are supposed to be due, then you're just going to take your time and never get them done." If you have all day to clean your room, it's going to take you all day. But if you have 2 hours to clean your room, guess what? It's going to get done way quicker. And then you can move on to other things. Sometimes that's all people need to be told.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, I like the anti-pitch. The
Kelsey
pitch.
Breeze, you like the thing that goes against the grain. Kelsey Breeze. That's French for what a surprise.
Oh, Kel Surprise. Yes. Okay, got it. Quelle surprise. Yes.
Je parle français un peu. Et toi?
Un peu. Je parle français comme un anglophone. I think because if they're not paying attention,
Presque.
You're not saying anything, right? And so it's like, what happens in the first, like, I do this with videos where I'll like, even with Dan's video, I was like, all right, what do you think about the first 15 seconds? Okay, we're good with the first 15. That's good. Okay. If the start is good, then I'll have their. I just, because in marketing, it's like everyone stops listening so quickly. I'm always like neurotic about the first second.
I'm
Like,
sorry,
what am
what
I
did you
telling
say?
you? Like, because like the marketing
That was
statistics show that
that was a
people
joke.
drop off so quickly, it's like you have to repeat it again, right? And that's why people repeat themselves. And so it's like the commercials like jazz, copy and paste.
So I'm hoping to. Oh shit, Carrie's here. Uh, hey Carrie. Um, one of the things that I got stuck on was the Google Docs and the share drive. Can
Mm-hmm.
I can I like WhatsApp you or email you the
The zip
audio
file.
clips?
Yeah, yeah.
Is
Put it
that
into a
cool?
zip. Can you
If you
can
don't,
you
I
put
know it's
it in,
kind of a.
can you put it in a zip file?
I think so.
Yeah, because I'm trying to reduce. If we
I know
want
it's
to
a lot of
automate it,
clutter.
no, you understand. I'm
Yeah,
want to be hyper aware of like if I can make this cookie cutter by setting the input parameters, then either I can teach you how to do it, or we can teach someone else how to do it, or at least delegate it on Fiverr if we ever want to do it again.
sounds
Because
good.
I can take an Adobe project, an entire Adobe project, and export all of the files associated with it. So I could say to someone, hey, you have Adobe, I have Adobe. I'm sending you this project. The project has files named 1 through N, and it has these files named 1 through N. I want you to put 1 through N on top of 1 through N, like this one. Okay, I'll talk to you in 72 hours.
Yeah, so you just use a Google Drive for those folders, and then you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could, I mean, you could use a Dropbox too. You don't have to be Google Drive unless you're using Google APIs to pull from. You know, unless you're doing connection to Drive via over
Dude,
the
you know
phone.
what's crazy? That's like really arcane that only a few people know is programming with Adobe Premiere. There are scripting tools for Adobe Premiere that allow you to create the whole fucking film through code.
Yeah, well, they used to do Flash. I mean, that was their language way back in the day.
And imagine being able to sequence. Imagine, okay, so import audio files, import video files, put this on this. You know what I mean? Like,
It's going that way, man. I mean, a lot of the other, like, there was another editor I found that is crazy. It's got pixels kind of like built in. So like while you're editing, you just have a bar right there, and you're looking for a clip, and then clicking and dropping it right into the timeline.
so this is what I found after doing the commercial yesterday. I was like, okay, so what is my real workflow here? I'm taking the audio, and we need the audio because the audio is not just the audio is the text. And the text, then the audio tells you what B reel you want to display. Because all B reel is visualizations that are visualizing that which is vocalized in text. And so what I found with Adobe Premiere is I could listen to the text and place a marker every time I wanted the image to change. So I could place a marker, but mark, 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 right? And then I can say, okay, based on this folder, I want you to input wherever there's a marker, this footage in this order. I was like, oh, I can automate that step. So imagine the next time I do the video, I'm just going to import your audio, transcribe it, watch it, mark it, and then go to the folder with all the assets in the right order and say, hey, import them in. And the footage will just slip into where I marked it. So we could turn a 4-hour operation to potentially. It's interesting because it requires, it's not that it saves time, it requires more work
It's the prep
to
work.
plan. It's the prep work.
prep work for the file organization and the labeling.
Exactly. But imagine I could do like the same thing with yours, right? Which is I can mark. Remember how we were talking about doing like 25 chapters, right? And putting it into a book. So what if I just put a marker at all of the different points, right? And say, okay, just put the audio here from this folder, and the audio, all of the 25 audio wave files just automatically snap in to the fucking grid.
Oh, dude, that'd be so man.
So yeah,
that's
so they have
oof.
Adobe Premiere Automation. How do you automate the process of fucking filmmaking?
Yeah.
It's dangerous. It's really dangerous.
Mm. So it seems like OpenSea video limits at like just over a minute,
Okay. Okay.
and so there's quite a bit of wiggle room. It looks good.
So we're at the stage where you're sending me the files. And again, the files are going to be two sets of files which overlap in a sequence on a
Do you think
timeline.
should we redo the first chapter?
Um, I'm a fan of getting something out. If you're not embarrassed by your NFT, it's probably not, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
this is not going to be the last thing you do. This is
Oh
just
yeah.
the first of a new kind of thing. So
Mhm.
I have a bias towards getting it out there versus waiting for some magical moment to happen
Mhm.
where you,
What's that?
yeah.
I'll tell you what. How about that? I want to continue doing the second chapter, but I want your help with the collab with AM. That's the one that
Uh,
I'm. That's the one that I really got the.
when you
I
say
got.
collab, what do you mean?
So AM and I are doing the combined photography animated AI animated.
I don't know what that means.
So she's so she's got her
When
photography.
you're saying the collab,
Sorry.
I,
Oh, not like Google collab. No, sorry.
no.
No. We're doing a collaboration project where
Okay.
we're turning her photography into animated photography, then turning that into an AI regeneration, which is also animated.
And so what do you know how to do and what's the missing link?
So this is the music underlay. I got stuck on not having the music available to bridge from the still picture to the animated picture. And I just needed, and it's one of like the real basic ambient background corporate, I think is what the title of the music is, but it's a pretty basic music track. And I just need it in the gaps for the still pictures. Because the audio is part of because it's part of the video that drives the animation. I can't separate it on the video that I have currently.
I'm pretty sure I can help. I still have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh
Can you give me
no!
can you give me an example? Like, okay, so
Okay, so
Anna Mariah has an art. What's the first step?
so she has an art, and
Mm-hmm.
I load it into Clipchamp, so you just see the art,
Mm-hmm.
and then it transitions to her art, but animated.
Using what? Clipchamps,
I no,
internal features?
I'm using Motion Leap,
Okay, good.
and then exporting that and loading it up to Clipchamp.
Gotcha.
You know, you would have been better off if you asked, what is the output file you're sending me? And then worked from there.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying Michael's line of questioning to try to understand required far too many attempts. It was my opinion. It's not a diminishing value on Michael.
It had nothing to do with the source.
How dare you?
Okay, all right. So
how dare you? I just want to say.
So it goes from Motion Leap exported to Clipchamp, and then it goes to another still which is an upgrade of the same image, and that's where we're talking about the translucent overlay instead of doing whereas my transitions are kind of limited.
I take that back. I'm so confused.
Dude, come on, you showed me all this shit. Come on, the transitions, really.
I need a diagram.
Oh, all right, let's get on Zoom.
Oh, I'm on Zoom with Manish right now. He's
Oh, God
showing
damn
me how
it.
to do web.
You son of a bitch.
I'm just on mute. I was like, hold on, you can use Python to web scrape? Show me this shit. And so the thing with Manish is like, whenever he gets a solution, he's like, oh, well, how can I make it generalizable for every use case known to man? And so now he's downloading the Chromium extension on my machine and the Selenium tester. And he's on with Web3 and they're hacking some monster together.
Dude, those two together is like scary a
Watch
little
out.
bit.
Watch
Dude,
out
little on the
for
scary.
those two guys.
Oof. Oof.
Talk about paired programming. You know what I mean? Because what's funny is that he answered my question like 2 hours ago. Like, what I wanted was I want to be able to download every recording of every Twitter space we've done. And I want to do it as quickly as humanly possible without individually clicking on links. And he's like, okay, this is how you do it in a Google Colab notebook. And I got the list. And I took the list and I copied it and I used another program that turns whatever you copy into downloadable files. So if you copy like a text pad with 100 links, it'll turn those 100 links into downloads for you.
So have you
So
actually started downloading, or did you already download?
I've loaded them up to download, but before I could press play on the downloads, Manish was like, "How do we make this take over the world?" I'm like, "All right, Manish, go for it." We get to the tutorial anyways. So him in Web3, I don't know what they're doing anymore. Do you think I can read this code? I'm like, shit, I could hardly read the initial code, you know? But I was thinking about taking the code to ChatGPT and saying, "Hey, can you explain this code to me like a recipe?"
Ooh. Oof.
So
That's man.
welcome to the Syndicate. All right, fine. Yeah. So okay. So going back, I think we can do this because we have white voices. We should be able to find the right words, right? um, so, um, where do you think I can help, and what files are we going to start with?
I'm gonna send you an example video of how it's bad, and then
Okay.
send you the separate components. There's only like 4 or 5. It's not that much. It's very short.
So what the challenge is? How do we take disparate elements and combine them together
Yeah.
to
Or just
achieve the vision we're looking for?
yep.
That
It'll
I understand.
yeah, and it'll certainly make sense when you see the example video where the music like cuts in and out.
I think you got a call. I got to say, it was kind of fun not understanding what Casey was saying. Really enjoyed that. There we go. By the way, for anyone interested, I posted a video of people playing darts and having a good time. Did you know that you can use Python to scrape data from the web in a Google Colab notebook? That I didn't see coming. That I didn't see coming. Do you need a Manish? You might not think you need a Manish, but you probably need a Manish. Who is Manish? What is Manish? What can he do? He can do all the things that you can't do. That's who Manish is. Manish and Web 3 is still working. Hey.
Okay, Dan, are you still here?
Roger that.
Dan, this is important.
Roger that. Copy that, Victor Bravo. The original Dan here, not the Guyanese. How you guys doing? Hey,
Okay,
I'm
well,
me.
enough. This is
Guy
important.
drugs or
Enough of
anything? I
that.
got
Oh,
the
you
fentanyl.
guys.
All right, what do you need?
Do you remember when I was talking about Versace earlier? I
Yes.
just saw an ad. The first time I've ever seen an ad for Versace. It's also the first time I've ever said Versace in a space. They're listening, you guys.
They're listening, man. Alaska She and Web3, they were right. And Ruckus, that pacifist who's still into anal, we're going to get him on charges one day. What, you missed it?
Yeah,
Ruckus
athlete. Don't read me in. Don't read me in.
No, I mean, Ruckus is... It's different down there in Cincinnati. It's You know, it's a
how many of
sideways
you
thing.
guys are in Ohio?
I think there's like 9 of us. No, I think there's like 2 so far.
Wait,
Can
is
you imagine
Ruckus
we
in
were all
Ohio?
lying anyway? Imagine we were all lying. We're all actually in Ohio.
Wait, is it?
I'm within 500 miles of Michael, I figure, so that's pretty good.
Isn't KC
Mhm.
in Ohio?
No, he's in Canada, man. He's like Ohio, but
KC's
much
not in
larger.
Canada.
Yeah, Michael's in Canada.
KC, not Michael.
Oh,
KC.
Casey's in Chicago, I thought. I don't know where Casey is. I thought he was in
New
Chicago.
Hampshire.
Well, he's in New Hampshire? Oh my
Are
god,
you
that
sure he's not in
explains it.
Chicago, in Ohio? I think he's in Ohio.
Are
In
you in
spirit.
trouble? Do you even need a hand? It's time to dispatch justice. No, not with that AK-47 in the passenger seat.
Okay,
No,
okay.
and not
I'm
with the
going down this snare.
AR-15. It's for you to do the right thing and call a lawyer. Because you're
Is
still
your
going to go to
name
jail
T.I.?
regardless.
Yeah. You don't want to end up like T.I., okay? So just for $5 a month, you won't end up like T.I. How about that?
For a measly $5 a month, we make sure the cops that pull you over by our call. I mean, the cops that will pull you over. I mean, because of your felony shit. I'm
You know
sorry.
what?
Look,
Why
it's only
don't you
$5.
why don't you just not drive anymore? How about that? That's probably safer.
From the makers of Dispatch Justice, give you Team America Justice. That's right. Take him. Shoot him down first. It's Team America style.
I'd like to add that it's also good for people who have like mental health issues and like can't communicate
Mhm.
well with others.
I like it. I like it for rich kids, rich curly kids,
For rich what?
right? Like rich parents who have kids
The-
who've been given too much too
No,
early
no,
in
they
life,
already have
and
it
they
in
get
their
in
back
trouble.
pocket. That's the thing. All of
Oh,
their
that's
parents
true.
are attorneys or they have an attorney within.
That's true. The Sam Bankman-Fried effect. Yes.
Exactly. So, but like, and then the other one is like immigration is a big one. And then what else? Domestic violence situations. You'd be surprised how often officers are asked to interpret orders from the court and they get it wrong.
It's kind of like you're Batman, but an attorney. It really is
Yeah.
because it's like, you know what I mean? Like
It's
somebody's
the
getting
at
attacked in an
signal.
alleyway.
It's the at signal.
Yeah,
ATTY.
I like it. So, would you like project the scales of justice into the
Hell
sky? Is that
yes,
how it
we
works?
would.
Okay, I like it. And then you can have the soundtrack from the animated series from the '90s,
Have you ever been to
right?
our
With the
website?
orchestra. No, I'm just imagining da 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 da, right? And then you see the attorney with like the eyes,
Can
you know, the
you
Batman
just
eyes.
look in your DMs right now, please?
Okay.
How have you not seen our website? I'm terrible at this.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm obsessed with this idea that like there's the corporate. I see this when we do like e-learning, where people naturally want corporate looking things, but sometimes like really fun things can break through the noise.
Hold on, now check your DMs again for my website.
Mm. I'm seeing it. Yeah. I just like the idea of like it being like
Do you like those
dispatch.
scales?
Yeah. I like the idea of like I wonder if I can find the bat signal and then project the scales of
stop sign.
the logo of Dispatch Justice on it.
I love it, but
Let me try.
no pressure.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if I can do it on my phone. If I can look up bat signal.
All right, I think I should take my nap now. And I really thought that Casey was in Ohio. I think that's why I came up here. Oh, and Septima wanted you to know that she rugged.
Oh, no worries. Check this out. I found it. So
Of course you did.
we have. What's cool is that I can change the Batman using the playground AI to something else. So, all right. So there you go. The bat signal empty, waiting to be populated.
I need a fire emoji.
Yeah, we could do like a whole like animated spoof on Batman, unofficial kind of thing.
I actually did a Batman take that said "Holy Justice League."
Yeah. Holy, wrong place at the wrong time, Batman.
Because that's actually one thing. I don't know who said it, but somebody mentioned it's got a dark feel. It needs to be lightened up because all of our materials, like even that website, were made like within like a year of George Floyd. And so they did have a much darker tone. And now, it's been 2 years and just trying to I mean, justice for all, right? Like we all deserve to have a bad apple detector in our back pockets. And yeah.
It's just like anyone. The challenge in doing stuff in 30 seconds is that you have to leave stuff out, and it forces you to take a perspective, right? So I've always thought about like having multiple trailers for any one thing. Okay, so what I have right now, can I go to Pexels and find the guy? Well, hold on. Maybe I can take this image into Playground. Okay, hold on. Oops. And I can add the image, and all I'm going to do. That would be funny. Let's see what it does.
Dan, how was your pizza?
It was fine. Although the kids did eat the pizza that I got for myself. But that's just how kids work.
Tell Mike what pizza you ordered.
I got a ham, bacon, and almonds. That's right, almonds,
Ooh.
shaved almonds, on a flat crust pizza from Donato's, and it was tasty, delicious. And it almost smelled like cinnamon, like it came out like a little, it came out kind of nice. And then pepperoni pizza. And I didn't think the kids would necessarily want to eat that crazy pizza, but of course they wanted to eat it. So, I just had to grin and bear it. I had to keep going on. It'll only be a matter of time until
How did you prevent
all
yourself from
what?
tearing the slices out of their hands?
Yeah, it felt. Did I feel wronged? Did I feel like,
Mm-hmm.
I was,
I feel wronged.
yeah. I definitely feel like I was denied, like something, but I'm over it now, and I've been taking a lot of the medication that the ball's been taking, sort of three to four times a day. I don't really want to do the thing with my head, but I'll try punching the wall. It sort of helps sometimes.
Gotta say, I really like this. There's this one filter in Playground, and it's called Poly Mode, and it's what I use to create the Tulsi Gabbard looking thing. And I got you saw I got Blender to work yesterday.
Oh, also, cool news was that our competitor raised $1 million last month.
Oh wow, it's happening. I put so I ran the image through the Playground AI, and I put the two images at the top. I like it. Turns it into like a little plush foam kind of Pixar kind of thing. Seems like you're hitting stride at the perfect moment.
Yeah, and I found that out from a guy at the office chair with the team, and he was like, "Have you met Jazz? Jazz is the name of him. He's a really, really cool guy." Also, if you're in Minnesota, California, or Georgia, I recommend you get Turn Signal. That's the competitor. And now I've had a lot of Benadryl, so I'm gonna go to bed and stop talking.
Sipping on some scissor. Sipping on some scissor.
What is dessert again? I have ginger
It's
ale.
when you mix Sprite with codeine and you melt hard candy inside.
Yeah, get some lean, baby. Good.
But there's no codeine. It's all really over the counter OTC situation.
It is for them too.
Well,
I think they just might
codeine
be
is
using
not
different.
OTC.
It's fine. I didn't know they had a scissor in Arkansas. That's fantastic.
They
It's
don't
it's
have scissor in Arkansas. Well, they
it's
probably do.
yeah. It's you know what? It's all about the spreading of cultures. It's like the melting pot. You know,
I don't
progressive.
know.
It's progress, right?
My dad brought a bunch of Sprite over here last week when I wasn't feeling well. So every time you say that, I look around and I see that I haven't taken my recycling out. And there's a bunch of Sprite in the recycling. And I'm like, maybe we do have scissor.
Well, it's just you have to know your client, right? That's the rule. It's empathy studies.
Did you say Applebee's?
Empathy. Like you know how they make cops get tasered before they can have a taser, kind of thing.
I don't think they really do that.
No. Maybe they need to do that on a regular basis.
Yeah, because your memory, it's Pete Davidson. He's followed me here.
They should do it actually.
Oh yeah.
Because they should know what it feels like. You know what I mean? And better yet, they should recognize people they probably shouldn't tase because of heart issues or failures or whatever else. But then again, I'm sure it'd be nice if cops would just shoot people in the leg instead of the heart every time. But hey, whatever.
So what if their dispatch justice profile let the officer know when it approached the vehicle by scanning the QR code that members of the car could have heart issues?
Well, what if they could wear like a magnet around a place in their body where it'd be just a flesh wound when they get shot? So this saves their life by magnetism?
There we go. There we go. Really thinking outside the box.
Yeah, Ellie, how you doing?
Hi, Sandra.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm putting on my CPAP to take a nap because I'm super sexy like that.
Oh, CPAPs are good things. They help.
Only CPAP.
Well, they help with oxygenating people when they take a nap and sleep, right?
Yeah, so I don't die. You're welcome, guys.
Yeah, breathing is kind of like, necessary.
Dispatch oxygen.
Exactly. All right, I am dropping down to listener this time for real.
Mm.
Have a nice sleep. So I fired your friend. I'm sorry.
Oh, which one?
Christian, unfortunately, he just can't seem to get his act together.
Yep. He's tied up.
Well, aren't we all? I mean, he canceled. I mean, it's not a matter of cancellations. I'm super flexible. It's just that, like, he's supposed to talk to me earlier today, and then it got pushed again and again and again and again. And then he's telling me he's got to go to his friend's grandmother's funeral, and I'm like, all right, well, that's fine. And then he said, well, in spite of that, I can meet afterwards tonight. And I'm like, all right, fine. In the meantime, we're trying to get David scheduled to get Reaper. And then I'm dealing with him. And he's like, well, I don't know. We should wait till after, Christian. I'm like, well, Christian told me you guys have worked together before. What's the problem? Just, you know, you want to do the settings for this, or do you just want me to watch YouTube and, figure it out? And, so I didn't know whether that ended up being scheduled or not. In the meantime, I get another text from Christian saying, "Well, we'll meet tomorrow. We'll have to circle back and meet tomorrow." I'm like, "All right, fine." Then he sends another text saying, "You know what? Let's just take a big old break and we'll start next year." I'm like, and this has just been going on for a while now, and I can't. I have a job that I wanted to apply for, and oh, look, music. I have a job that I want to apply for that may not be around anymore if I wait that long. Because the whole preface is like, hey, don't apply for anything unless, I do the mix for it. And I don't even have a contract with the guy to be my agent or anything. I don't even know what that's about. But fine. So I've been waiting for like a week and a half. Well, not a week and a half, but like I've been waiting to just get things started, and things just getting put off. And the last time I met with him, it's like, well, oh, we're just going to listen to demos. I'm like, well, I mean, that's nice, but like, can I do that like on my own? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like you know
I mean,
maybe
the last 2 weeks have been like the holidays, though, right?
oh yeah, with the Jewish holiday.
I can
But
I can understand it.
it's just a bad vibe, man. I mean, this has been going on and off since it began, and my mental health is not doing exactly very well either. And he keeps telling me like, well, so many people go away and then they come back, and it's like, well, why is that? Like, what that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why is it that people like flee and then they come back later? What's the reason for that? And then I'm hearing things from people like, yeah, it's like a roller. This life is like a roller coaster. It's up and down and up and down, and you'll get hurt again and again and again and again. And then there'll be rewards beyond your dreams. I'm like, I don't want rewards beyond my dreams. I just want to have a nice, peaceful life. And I don't want it to be, there are ways to navigate life where it doesn't have to be. I've never had so much melodrama since I moved to Florida. I'm a very calm, collected, mild mannered person. And the circumstances around me have like just turned everything in my life completely upside. It's been not a good experience for me. And then people keep sending me a bunch of cliches about keep trying, life will get better. And it just keeps getting worse. And quite frankly, I'm getting so paranoid that now I'm worried that people are just waiting for me to run out of money so that they can further take advantage of me or something. I don't, I got in at Bitcoin at 37 with my inheritance, and now it's down to like shit. And that's fine. That was my choice. But, it was, I've made a lot of bad decisions lately, and I'm afraid that if I don't make choices to fix my life soon, if I keep trusting the same people who have just basically been very abusive towards me in terms of, maybe I had plans for today, like, oh, well, I mean, I'm tired of waiting around and trying to be ready for people who just don't, um, really have my best interests at heart. Where, while, I've had their best interest at heart. And, I mean, a few days ago, I said, hey, maybe I should just leave Twitter entirely. Maybe that's what I should do. I'm afraid, Mike, and I don't scare easily. However, I thought things were lining up for me, and then people just start playing games again like they're children. I have a car dealer with my car in its service center right now, where the gaslighting with that was so absurd. I mean, it's like I can't. It sounds crazy if I explain it to anybody else, so I'm not going to bother. But it's like somebody wants to stack the deck against me and watch me squirm, like taking, there's picking wings off every butterfly that I release, and I don't deserve to be treated like that. I didn't do anything to anybody. I'm not jealous of anybody. I don't treat anybody badly. I try my best to be a good person, and I don't go out, I don't drink, I don't spend money, I don't do anything. And yet people just crawl out of the gutters, and if I leave my apartment, boom, they're in my apartment switching out my vegan burgers. I mean, who does that? Like, weird shit. And it's like maybe they mean well, but they're playing a lot of pranks and jokes on me, and it's gotten very abusive, and it's colored the way that I see the world in a very negative light. And this whole thing this today, after 3 days of being relentlessly gaslit by literally everybody, I'm just like, I'm tired of. I have to start stamping out the types of people who think they can continually get away with this behavior. So after the nonsense today, with that, I'm like, you know what? I can't, maybe when people, he's a professional. Handle things professionally. I'm not interested in your personal life. You can either meet with me at a given time or you can't. And I don't care about your other students. You either work with me or you don't. And I had to put my foot down, Michael. I'm sorry. I can't work with people who want to just change meeting with me 4 or 5 times in one day. And this isn't the first time. I mean, I've been put off multiple times by him. Oh, Sandra, I can't really do 10. How about 11? Yeah, fine. You know what? Let's make it 1 o'clock. All right, let's make it 1 o'clock. And I mean, it's just on and on and on and on. And it's like this, like 75% of the time with him. I can't do it anymore. It's not fair. What ends up happening is I put off doing things that I need to do just to barely scratch by. Like I don't post things, and I don't. It's very. I don't know what to do. I mean, I need. I mean, do I sound like an idiot, or do you think that, like, if someone canceled with you habitually 3 or 4 times before they finally met with you, how would you handle that?
I mean, I can talk to him about setting aside specific time. At the same time, these past 2 weeks aren't like, a regular 2 weeks in the year. It's
Yeah,
Christmas
yeah,
time.
I understand that.
right?
Like,
Maybe it would have been better not to schedule things,
well,
during like in hindsight,
well, I didn't schedule it. He
trying
did.
to schedule things like a day after, 2 days after
I
Christmas.
didn't schedule anything. He was the one that scheduled all this. And what happened was like he couldn't do it, and he's like, "Well, how about we do this time?" I'm like, "All right, fine." I mean, it's just like it has been in the past. I mean, the other thing is I'm the client. Like if you can't, as a lawyer, if a client says, "Hey, I have an emergency," that's one thing. But if it's something that's not an emergency, I'll be like, "Hey, I'm not scheduling anything till next year." But that's not what happened here.
Hmm.
I was scheduled with, like I can go through the text and show. I mean, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I don't either way, whether I try to schedule something or whether he schedules something, let's try to you know, and he scheduled with, I mean, I'm in a group of like 4 other people he wants me to work with. It was simply a matter of the tech stuff. Um, so I don't know. I mean, it was just, okay, tech today, and then tomorrow we'll I don't even know what he wanted to go over, but I mean, even a few lessons I've had with him before this, like, okay, let's listen to demos. Okay. Let's I just I would like to have a more effective, productive meeting. And I have a job opportunity which probably is non-existent anyway, but it would have been nice to feel prepared for it and feel like I had a chance. And every time I see something that looks promising, it's just a rug. It's just I shouldn't even I shouldn't bother doing anything.
You're actually at the final step. I know there's been some scheduling
I
difficulties,
want to jump off
but
a
if you're,
I want to jump off a
if
fucking
you-
building. I am not kidding you. Do you understand me? I want to find a very high fucking building and jump the fuck off it.
let's put this into this perspective. We're talking about voice acting. It's nothing to
No, you guys have been
you.
fucking around
You
with my
are in
life, and
touch.
you know what I'm talking about.
You're in touch with David Whalen. David Whalen is the audio engineer to the stars. If you're on the phone or a Zoom with him, you are in the best hands in North America. I know if there's scheduling problems, that's okay. But to have the caliber of people that you have, if it takes a bit of scheduling woes, that's kind of what it is. Hollywood isn't a regular
And
place. I've had things put up with Christian for a lot, but I bear it with my teeth gritting because I know that if he's busy, he's working, making connections with the industry. And I'm okay with that because the people who can adhere to a schedule, they don't have much going on in their lives. So I know it's a bit of a push and pull with Christian, but if you're on the phone with Dave Whalen installing Reaper, you have one of the best voice actors, directors on the planet.
no, I want you
Dave
to
has
do it.
done stuff for
I
everyone.
want you to do it because I trust you. I don't trust these. I don't know that guy. I trust you. And
No, I'm not an audio engineer. I haven't dedicated my life since the age of 14 to audio. That's David Whalen. If you look him up on LinkedIn, that's one of the most accomplished audio engineers on the planet. That's the only person that is going to take the next step. He's the guy with the magic sauce. He takes your voice and he makes it TV quality. That's Dave's job. You're at the right stage. I understand there's scheduling difficulties that we can
no,
address,
but
but I
it's not
wouldn't let
that.
scheduling.
I'm pay- look. If it was legit, I'd be like, all right, fine. It's gaslighting. It's being done on purpose. Okay. No one cancels like this unless it's gaslighting. And I've been gaslit all goddamn week by people. He's not the only one. I think it's a bunch of bored rich people who have, for some reason, decided to pluck me out of my situation, which was complete shit. All right. And they have actually like really made me even more upset. I am never like this. And they have turned me into a raging, screaming banana boat of crazy. And I am not a crazy person. I don't scare easily. But these people gaslight me and they stab me in the back. The neighbors tell me, "Oh yeah, I saw this person tampering with your car." Sorry, hey, and they do, and that's not the first time. That person does that to everybody who's ever stayed there. I mean, I feel like these people are know each other, they're rich, they're bored, they're working together, they want to make fun of me for some reason. Like I did something terrible just by existing. I don't get treated like everybody else in the syndicate or anywhere else dealing with Twitter. I get treated like I'm shit. And I keep going. I keep trying to be optimistic, even though I'm like, this sucks. And I'm losing all my money because some people are suppressing my listings on purpose so that they can't be seen. I've been selling on eBay for 20 fucking years. I know exactly what sells when. And I'm having a problem with my finances making money because there are people out there suppressing listings. They don't want me to sell because they want me to use things for different things. It's insane. It's fucking bananas. And I'm like, all right, well, you know what? I'll cross list on Etsy. There's got to be a platform they can't necessarily mess up for me. And that's what I'm down to now. I shouldn't have to live like this. I've never done anything mean to anybody. And now I'm becoming a bitter, upset person who is struggling with things that I've never had to struggle with before. And I feel like I'm being treated in a very dishonorable way. And I've already told people, I'm like, you know what? You want to mess with me? Meet me on 51st Street. Come on down here, 25 Northwest 51st Street. You fucking meet me on the street. I will street fight you. At least be honorable. At least have some honor and decency. But these people rather stab me in the back. They rather hide behind a screen. They can't even fight me like men. I'm going to go out there and fight like a man. They can't even come out there and meet me there. Fucking cowards. They shame their family names. So you tell those fuckers that if they want to fight, come meet me on the street. Don't stab me in the back. Don't mess with my car. Don't mess with my things. Come on out and you meet me on the street and you hit me in the face. Because then life gets a lot fucking different, doesn't it? Because I'm going to get right up like a White Walker and beat the fuck out of them. Every last one. So I'm telling you, I'll give Christian another chance. And you know what? He needs to work me harder than he does. I don't want to sit there and sip tea with him. I want him to make me a goddamn good voice actor. And I want the best job he can get me with his fucking contacts that he claims he has. Let's see what he can do. I'll give him another chance, but I am his fucking number one priority. I am tired of this bullshit. I deserve better than this. And for once, I'm going to demand it. My father did not raise me to go down like this.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm back. Sorry, I heard everything you said.
I know.
Can you?
Fine.
It sounds like the refund is being processed.
Okay. I'll find someone else.
Yeah, maybe you guys don't mix. That's okay.
I have to stop having problems with people in Miami, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I hope you do that for me, Michael. I don't deserve this. You know, I came down here for one reason, and I haven't met a single other guy. I haven't gone out and even tried to make friends. You know, I don't want things to get overly complicated. I just want to have a decent life. And I feel like there's external sources coming in and just harassing me for no reason. But I'm trying. I'm trying, and I'm being thrown in with people who are impossible. And I've dealt with a lot of difficult people over the years. And, you know, I used to represent the CEO of Thomas Jefferson Hospital. Um, and he was an extremely difficult person because he could be. You know, most people who are very, very well off, they are what they are, and that's fine. But these people that are harassing me are instructed to just be difficult for the art of being difficult, no other reason. And that's fine. That's fine. I guess they can do, but when I'm dealing with people who I know are just being difficult and have zero intent of fulfilling anything, you know, like telling me, oh, things will be great. I take that to mean things will be awful because green means stop in that world, you know? And I'm, it's a Kobayashi Maru. So that leaves me with, you know, breaking the game. You know what that is, right? You should if you don't. But do you? The Kobayashi Maru with Captain Kirk and Spock?
It's actually a great thing. I love the Kobayashi Maru. But why are you talking about it?
Because
What are we
that's
talking
where I
about?
am. Because I feel like someone has constructed a story crafted some sort of game around me. Oh, fuck you. Oh, well, oh, Web, I love you. Look at what you got. Or what are you? You're like a dandelion fluff or something? I don't know. All right. I feel like there has been some ridiculous story crafted around a lot of events, and I am not conceited enough to think it's around me. But I do think I'm somehow sucked into it, and it's been a very odd, like, I don't even know if I want to bore you with the details of how insane things have been around me. And I'm not an insane person. And I very much hate whatever this is that's being done. It is affecting my ability to deal with life constructively. It's affecting my personality. I'm told not to worry, which to me means worry more. And sure enough, someone tampers with my car and is seen by a resident in the area with a younger person who also observes it. I mean, the people doing things aren't doing things to me aren't even smart enough to like give a shit that maybe they don't care because they're so well off that they can just circumvent the law entirely. But they were seen. And I was told after the event, I mean, I was pretty upset about my car because I could have been killed. And I still insist that this all gets handled. But then look at what happened today. I have a professional person, purportedly, who puts off, meeting, 4 or 5 times, and then says, you know what, let's cancel to next year. And I'm like, no, I have a a resume I need to send in for this wish job from LinkedIn. I hear nothing. I need to get something like ready and lined up because you told me that anything I apply for, I have to basically have your permission or you'll stop it. And you want a cut of that. And fine, whatever. But if you're going to make that assertion and demand, a percentage, someone has to be there if I need them. And the week between Christmas and New Year's is, it's a work week. It's not a federal holiday. People are around. I don't expect people to be there every second of the day. But if you're going to cancel on me, don't tell me you'll see me next year when you already know that I have something pending that I would like to do. And that's what I felt. It was done intentionally. I felt like the whole day was handled intentionally and it was designed to just make me burn time. What I would love to know is why that is. Why are these people trying to burn away my time? I think they want to drain all my money out of me. I think they want to force me to spend all my Bitcoin. That's what I think. They know that I'm on a very limited income. And I think that there are children masquerading as men who don't even have the don't even have the class to meet me on the field of battle face to face. Like Zach, back in, face me on the field of battle. Let me see you. Let me see the fucking bomb coming for me. Let me try to figure out where it's coming from and who it is. They don't even do that. They attack me in undercover behind their computer screens or through phone calls. And they know what they're doing. But they don't have the balls to meet me on the street, Rocky Balboa style, and fight me. You know why? Because I kicked their ass. No honor. Anyone that attacks a woman who's been through what I've been through for the last fucking 30 years. No fucking honor. Because I rather, like I keep saying to them, I'd rather get hit in the face. Let me see it coming. Don't do things like this. It's dishonorable. Be real men. Did the samurais fucking do that? No, of course not. These people are worms and they have a boss. And I want to talk to that boss. Let's see if he's got balls. I don't think the big boss has any idea what's going on below. I don't think that person would like it. So I'm done talking to those people. Show me a guy with honor. That's the man I want to talk to. But these fucking little shenanigans, harassing some poor old woman. My fucking God. You gotta be kidding me. So I say, hey, fine, you know what? I'll pretend I'm not a woman. Come out on the street. I'll fight you like a man. I have no takers. They can't even do that. You know why? Because they're pussies and they rather hide behind their computers and their phones and harass me that way. That's not a man. I don't know what that is. They're not soldiers, they're not men, they're not nothing. But they won't leave me alone. So my only alternative is to either find the guy in charge and say, hey, your monkeys are monkeying around. Or, I go through a different process, which I rather not, even though I'm a lawyer, I rather not handle it that way. Because in reality, if you go that route, that's like a failure. That things can get handled at a community or family level much more effectively. And I don't want to do it that way. And I am intimidated. And do I sound like I'm enjoying this experience? I feel like it's all interrelated. That's what I believe. So all I'm asking for is for it to be handled. It's not fair to take things out on me and then go, oh, you didn't handle this the way that we would have handled it. Well, that's easy. If that's easy for you to say, because whoever's doing all this knows what's going on. I don't know a damn thing. So they don't have the right to sit in judgment over me. They don't know. They know because they know. But if they went through it the way I did, I bet I'm handling this a lot better than some people do. I'm trying to handle this like an adult who knows the legal system inside and out. And I don't want to go through that legal system for these people. I don't think they do very well. They probably have priors. They will probably suffer greatly. I don't want them to suffer greatly. I just want them to stop. I want to handle it. And I want whatever good things are supposed to be coming my way to not be affected. Neither good nor bad. Just let me live my life.
Yeah, I got off the phone with Christian. He's processing the refund,
Good.
so you can move forward.
That's all you got for me, huh, Michael?
Yeah, that's it.
Really? You're not going to say who you are finally?
My name is Michael Jagdeo.
Okay. All right. All right. Carry on, everyone.
Dude, are you Satoshi, man? Because if you're Satoshi, I want to
Can
know.
you imagine? I was Satoshi the whole time. Yeah.
I know who Satoshi. I know who Satoshi is, and you guys do too.
Yeah, it's Craig Wright.
The man in the high castle. I'm assuming that we think Michael is not a Guyanese black guy in Toronto with a wife who is a cosplayer and a teacher, correct? Who do you think he
You're a
is exactly?
cosplayer?
No, Allie is.
What?
Are you a cosplayer, Allie?
I cosplay.
She
Yeah, she
cosplays.
cosplays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's good at it. No, I didn't. I'm not saying.
Well, who do you think he is, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Other than that,
I don't really know. I just don't think he's exactly who he says he is. Neither
I love the vagueness of
neither are
that.
you, right?
What?
And neither are you.
No, I'm Dan Rockwell. What did you need?
Mm.
I'm not Dan. Well, this is a good thing. I like this. This is a better question. If I'm not Dan, then who am I?
I have a couple of theories.
All right, let's go. Go through them.
I'm not going to do that in recorded space.
Why not? You recorded everything else.
Well,
I mean, you laid the whole fucking foundation all over Michael.
I didn't say
And
anything.
that's not exactly all his fault, by the way. But,
I didn't say it was, and I wasn't accusing him or yelling at him about anything. I'm saying that
I dare
everybody
to.
in this room knows what's
Luckily,
going
audio is
on.
out there and it's been heard and it can be interpreted as such. But who am I not? Or who am I? Who else am I? See, this is where you don't have anything to say.
I'm thinking about
and our people in Miami are working as planned. I don't know, Sandra.
Don't be such a little baby.
I probably am a baby. I'm entitled to that. What else? Get some original.
Why are you entitled to that?
Well, because you said that. You said that you're not who you say you are, so I think you should just elaborate on that. Because if you don't want to be considered crazy,
I'm going to
just
tell
say
you the
it's
same
crazy.
thing that I used to tell Max when he pulled that shit on me. I don't have to tell you shit.
I don't even know what Max is,
That's
by
my
the way.
ex.
I know. I found out after someone used to call their chat GTP Max and didn't know it was
I just
related
say
to you.
this, Dan. Max Kaiser is one of the smartest people in the fucking world. I'll say.
Don't fucking care. Get back to the
Um,
question. Who am I other than myself?
I don't know. Sometimes I think you're Max Kaiser.
I'm a what?
Sometimes I think you're Max Kaiser. Sometimes I think you're someone else. Like you
Max
played.
Kaiser.
Sometimes, but
Who the fuck is Max Kaiser?
you don't know who he is?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I said sometimes though, not all the time.
Yeah. All right. Great job. E-Rich, go ahead.
I am whoever they say I say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am?
I don't know. Ask your
He is I and I am
ask your
him.
GitHub. Your GitHub has a your GitHub is very remarkable for a lawyer who doesn't know a lot about coding. It's pretty.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have a
Yeah,
GitHub.
you do.
No, I don't. I don't even know what GitHub is.
Okay.
I got a refreshing on the audience. I put it to the top. We got the CPP investments. I think that's Canadian Pension Plan. Good job, everyone. They're listening.
I don't understand.
I mean,
So,
let's talk about this.
I'm thoroughly lost. Keep going.
Well, we know.
So
You're slow.
at the top of the space, I put the people who are
okay.
visiting my LinkedIn from
Nice.
the Twitter Spaces. So we have the Canadian Pension Plan. Congratulations,
good.
everyone.
You mean new?
They lost 75 million on FTX, I think.
Probably.
I think
Oh, that's sad.
I have a couple of theories about how all this came about if you'd be interested. Because see, here's the thing. Every time I go into
I'm
a
not
different
really interested. But...
well, fuck you. Anytime I go into a
Oh,
different
I didn't say that. I just said I wasn't very
well, you
interested.
keep telling me
You weren't
how
very interested
boring
in
your wife
answering my
is. Dan.
question, so I guess I got to tell you to fuck off. But I didn't tell
I
you to
didn't
fuck
say
off.
fuck off.
Yeah, you did. You just told me to fuck off.
Oh, yeah. Well, all right, fuck off. So anyway, I notice how when I go to different spaces that it just seems to all be the same people, but under different, fake people. It's amazing. I wonder how
The
it
only
happens.
so
Anyway.
Ruben, by the way, guys, Ruben has an alt account and it's called I'm gonna out him right now.
Good, go ahead.
But Ruben
There's like 40
Ruben's
more, 50 more.
Sandra, hold on, let me finish.
Uh-huh.
His voice was so distinctive that the second he started talking, I was like, I know that voice. So I hopped up on stage. I was like, don't even try to not be that damn Kiwi. That is Ruben. And so he was outed pretty quickly. But I don't know of anybody like except for Web3. Web3's got some alt accounts. I've got my Dispatch Justice account, but that's it.
Well, there's voice mod. There's a lot of voice modification programs out there.
Yeah, but you have to care enough to modify your voice for that shit.
Well, if I could sit down and draw a very extensive map on who is who at this point, because people think that I don't observe or I'm stupid, but I actually pay very, very close attention.
Sandra, I think we're all think that you're very smart, actually.
Oh, good, because I'm the only real person here. I play myself, which is stupid because that's how I got into this mess to begin with. But I'm the actually only real person.
So I got to be honest, I worry about you.
I'm sure you
Like
do.
when you start to talk about
I mean,
like
if
this. And
I pretended to be a lawyer and I'm not, I'd probably be a little worried too. Did you know that practicing law when you're not a lawyer is a crime in a lot of states?
yeah,
Sure.
yeah, I do. It's called unauthorized practice of law.
Yep.
I'm very aware.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that I'm not a lawyer?
I don't know. We'll find out.
2018 or 2014-084. That's my bar number. Feel free to look me up.
Okay,
For
so
real.
that makes two.
I'm
So
not
that
on
makes two
GitHub.
of us. That makes two of us. But under your other alt IDs, how does that work out?
I don't have all their alt IDs, Sandra.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Okay, I wouldn't have enough time in the day.
So if I go to GitHub with Dispatch Justice and look around, I'm not going to find anything with you attached to it?
Not from me.
Mm-hmm.
You might from what's his face, my business partner John McCarley, but not from me. I've never used GitHub before.
Because I noticed it was taken down, behind the scenes in the Syndicate chat. There were quite a bit of, things that were posted by you that I went in and I looked through because it's just out of curiosity since you posted them. And,
I haven't posted
mm,
anything in
well,
the syndicate chat about dispatch justice.
somebody took them down, but they were there. Maybe my
Okay.
Always a keen eye to study.
Here's the thing. When it comes to me personally, if you want to attack me personally, that's
I'm not
completely
attacking
fine.
you. I'm
But
doing
don't
that.
attack my business
I'm
because
not.
that means a
I would
lot to
never
me.
do that. No, I would never do
You're doing that right now, whether you realize it or not.
Okay.
You are in a recorded space attacking like what feels like
All right,
an
I
attack
won't
on
bring
my
it.
business.
It's irrelevant,
So
really. But so I won't bring it up again, and I apologize for that. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I don't. I don't want people to think that in general. I would never do something.
Maybe she was gaslighting you. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I keep my word. My word means something. And if I tell her that I will do my best to not say things in a way that she feels like I'm attacking her livelihood, then I won't do that. I believe that she is who she says she is because she's right. If you have a bar license attached to your real name, that's what you got. So that's fine. I accept that. What I don't accept is a lot of the other things, which is, clearly people are voice acting various accounts. And by the way, you people probably know Spicky and Gigi and a lot of the other people that I talked to over the years, Lucid Hurricane, all those people. I didn't give a lot of thought as to them being all kinds of different accounts. Fucked up Mike. I'm friends again with Shem Horn and Kafefe, who does a lot of memes, and she's outside of Philly or in Philly, I think. But I probably have talked to these people directly or indirectly for years and not even been aware. And I don't know what sort of hazing people go through or what, but I don't feel like I'm being treated fairly. And I'm one of the honest people you'll ever meet in your life. You could give me $1 million, and even if I'm on my last penny, I'm never going to spend a dime of that. Never. I'm truly an honest person. I don't even steal discounts, and I've been given plenty of opportunities, even before I came to Florida, to do that. So I don't appreciate the way I'm being treated by people. I don't know what they think is. I don't know what they get out of it. I'm so unused to seeing this level of silliness that I'm getting to the point where, since I'm nobody's mother, obviously, and I can't deal with it because I have no authority, I'm helpless to stop these people. And they exploit me. They come into my apartment when I'm not here and they let me know by moving things around. I mean, the burger thing was just probably, was one thing. But then they broke the electric lock on my apartment so that I couldn't get back into my apartment. And I was going right down the road to get something. So I didn't have my phone or anything. And they busted the electric key fob to my car. So I wouldn't get into my car one day when they extremely upset me. I mean, these people have been gaslighting me since I moved to Florida. And it's enough is enough. I want it handled. And Christian, maybe he didn't mean to gaslight me, but it came off that way. And in light of the fact that, my car is being passed around the service center fiat like it's a fucking prostitute, and I can't even get a simple part, like I dare not even call the dealership about my car. I called twice yesterday. They were ready to toss it out into the street. I mean, it's just craziness. And the kid who answered the phone's like, oh well, I put you on mute so you couldn't hear me but I could hear you. So I say to the kid, so in other words, you knew that you were going to say something outrageous and you wanted to know my reaction. Like no one does, like, you know what I mean? Like no one does that unless they're told to do something in advance. and record the result so that someone could enjoy it. And when I said that to the kid, he was like, like I busted, like, why would you put me on, like, why do you care? You're dealing with me like I'm another customer, right? No, I mean, it's like, it's just shenanigans. Like, who does this? It's, I don't even know how. I'm to the point now where I'm ready to throw up my hands, and I expect trouble. Like, I call it the falling pianos from the sky. Like, I mean, it's like, I'm I've entered like a candid camera series, and no one else is really involved in that directly but me. I'd love to know how many cameras are in my apartment. That's what I would like to know. I know they're 360, but I don't know how many. I guess there's two. I mean, it's a small apartment. I don't. I've been told there's none in the bathroom, but I don't know. I believe that. I'm pretending there is none because that'd be pretty degrading. It's bad enough to be treated this way, but I mean, this is bananas. I mean, if you're billionaires, like if you're super rich and you struggle to date people, and this is how you like make sure they're not like going to hurt you. This is like, no wonder you have such a hard time. It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, look, I'm sorry you're mad at me. I'm sorry that you don't like, you're busted. I know Dan's voice. He's like, let's see. So Dan plays, all right. See, all of you are so good. See, here's the thing. You could be one person. And the sick part is that person is, get this, drum roll, I rent my apartment from this person. But I don't think I think it's three people plus a woman so far. I mean, that's who I have gotten from it, this core group. And so that leaves Dan. So Dan plays, let me think here for a second. I don't know who Mike plays because he uses something else over his voice that others don't use. So I'm not entirely sure. I think Mike can play everybody, but I don't think he's Todd, which is I think that's my landlord's name. I'm going to use his real name. I'm not really sure that's his real name, but I think that's his name. I'm not sure.
So is the current line of thinking that people here on Spaces are also connected to the landlord and the car dealership people? Is that right?
I think they're friends with him, and I think that he plays Zach.
Yeah.
And a couple other. Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously? I'm right. Stop, just stop.
I don't know anything. I really don't know anything.
I'm sure you don't.
No, I don't know anything, Sandra. You got it all.
Please, you spend more time trying to get into my pants than just about anybody on the planet.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. You're turned on, right? You'd fuck me right now if you were in my apartment. I don't doubt it for a second.
No.
No, I don't believe that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm not so
But
sure.
I'll contact the others and let them go with phase 5.
Yes, and do the spaceship vibes, woo. Although they're probably listening. You want to pull the Swan Bitcoin people into this? You want to talk about them?
Those
Corey
Bitcoiners,
and,
those goddamn Bitcoiners on the planet.
I don't know why I'm in trouble. I'm not the one doing this to other people. I'm not the one treating somebody so fucking badly that they have to come in here and bleat like a sheep on a fucking space. I know I'll get a
I don't
raise.
know what you're fucking talking
Get a
about.
raise
Everybody
anyway.
here doesn't know what you're fucking talking about, which is
You're
great.
so full of shit. Go fuck yourself.
No, see there, you told me again. You told me twice now to go fuck myself. You told me you did.
You should, because you're full of crap.
Well, how am
Dude,
I full of crap? What am I full of
you're
crap
just
on
blatantly
exactly?
lying. You've been totally cold busted. And
Yeah, but
way.
I don't know. I've been busted basically trying to get you to be more clear about what the hell's going on in your life, but it's just back
You're
to
gaslighting me.
the
Is what
psyche. This is
is what it is. And the fact that you act like you're angry when really you should be
I'm
ashamed of
not.
yourself
I'm just trying to figure out what's
for
going
taking
on with you.
advantage of someone who had such a hard life before she got here.
No, I didn't say I had a hard life before I
You
got
should
here.
be ashamed of yourself. No,
I
I'm
should
telling you the
for what?
reason. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. I
Okay, well,
don't.
maybe you should leave the stage then.
No, I don't want to leave the stage.
Why? Why not? If you think I'm
I'm
crazy,
a speaker on
just
here. I wanted to, come up and
be
ask for another
vindictive.
fuck you or something.
See,
Whatever would
I
make you
told
feel
you what
good,
about me.
You need to get to a state where you feel better somehow. I just don't know how you get
Well,
there.
you guys gonna give me some money to do that because you pretty much have been taking
Oh,
my.
oh, can't do that. But you're free
Yeah.
to go after Mandy at gigs now, so that's good. So
What?
that'll work out. Well, now you don't have the Christian thing, so you can go after the Mandy gigs and get some work. That'd be good.
Oh, that's never gonna happen, and you know that.
Why
Uh,
wouldn't that happen? You're a pretty good voice actor.
because you guys own Mandy, and you're mad at me.
What? We don't own Mandy. See,
Mandy
that's
was
that's
wild.
like straight up fucking crazy. So you should go and dig for gigs and apply for them. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's crazy. So now you can do that. I agree with you on the whole why Christian like held you back there. That was kind of odd. But then again, it's Christmas and shit's going on. He's at a funeral and he fucked up on timing. Creatives fuck up, and now you get your money back. So you're free to go after Mandy. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
believe me,
you're all
that
free to
money's
go
already
after Mandy.
spent. They'll make sure that I never see that money.
No, that's just you going fear. Don't go fear. Go after Mandy. Find
Now,
gigs.
these
Close the
people
gap.
are vindictive. They're
Oh,
like
see, it's
spiteful.
always somebody else. It's always on somebody else. That's the problem. It's always somebody else.
I'm just telling you the way I know. It.
It's always somebody else. It can't be like that. Like, you can go after Mandy. I agree with you on that point. Christian will now know in the future that, people who are charting out want to get work. They should go after work. I mean, that's just kind of crazy. I wanted to. I told him I did. Yeah. So I get that. I mean, I get that point from you. You know what I mean? That's me saying I understand you. All
So
the
is
other
he,
shit, I have no idea where it's coming from. But on that one piece, I get it.
so is he asking you that if you get a job, you're going to have to give him like 10%?
No,
See, that's because you're a man.
I don't know
And
if that's a man. That might because either A, he already saw that I was searching and trying to do stuff, or B, I mean, I wasn't actually committed into his program yet. I wasn't really, I was just doing that first piece. I don't know. And at the same time, I didn't have the actual time or environment to really commit during the holidays because I know the last 2 weeks of holiday year is always a cluster. So
I
I
agree.
backed out. But doesn't mean I'm not going to engage. I'm going to re-engage in January. But, that's all. Look, it sucks that he had to reschedule a bunch of shit. I don't see him as an evil person for doing it. But at the same time, if people can't mix, like you said, I mean, sometimes it doesn't connect. It doesn't connect. You
Yeah.
know?
I just don't understand why schedule in the first place if you know you're just going to cancel literally 5 times in one day.
I don't know. I don't know the conditions. All I know is he's a creative, and creative people reschedule all the time. And that's all I know. But and in the end, I don't know if it's
If
scheduling
he
is the
did
only
that,
reason why you terminated him. There's probably other reasons in there. I
no,
don't know.
if he did that to you, you would fire him in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm frustrated with this program. I definitely want him to change things in his program. I'm going to try out aspects of his program, and then I'll give him feedback on what I'd like to see. I'd even potentially propose a product in there, but that's just me. I'm always coming up with products. But yeah, I wish it was smoother. I wish there was more, things made attention to. However, like, I'm there being an apprentice to him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm there because I don't know anything about fucking blacksmithing, right? And so I'm willing to basically be the apprentice and learn, or basically unlearn the shit that I used to do, and basically learn his method because he's the one on fucking Nickelodeon and shit. He's the one that's got voice work. You know what I mean? And so you know I want in on that world, but those are choices I made, right? So it's just kind of goes down to that, I guess. I don't know. I don't think people in here are trying to hurt you. I wish you'd stop sort of suggesting that all the time. But then again,
I don't
you
know.
know,
You can ask Zach. Zach's my landlord. Hey, Zach, how you doing down there?
I
Landlord.
can't imagine he's your looking landlord, but that
Well,
could
Mike
be.
told me he was.
I don't know. Really?
Told me
Zach's
he
your
was.
landlord? Come on.
No, he's probably gonna deny it, but he did.
But
You didn't know that, did you? Uh-oh. You gotta catch up.
I didn't know that because I don't. One, I wasn't curious about that. Didn't need to know that. Two, you called him out and claimed that. Three,
I
I
just
have
Mike
my
confirmed.
version of Zach that I can talk to and find that. I don't know if that's true, but I don't need to because I don't need to get into that. You know what I'm saying? You're
Yeah, because
pressing that upon
there's
us.
so like I said, there's 3 friends plus a girl.
Wait, there's three what?
There's 3 of you plus a woman involved.
And these people are doing what to you?
The core group. I'm not saying they're doing together. They're doing things. I'm saying that.
Individually, they are gaslighting, controlling your rent,
I
fucking
didn't
with
say
your
that
car,
either.
and trying to kill you,
That's what I
right?
said. Well,
Which
I didn't.
none of that makes any fucking sense at all. But
Number
that's
one.
what you've alleged. Now we go back to recording and go
Go,
through it in detail. It's really rich in there in terms of the detail and the stuff you're talking about. So
you,
apparently, the three of us and a woman are
Dan.
independently or also time at a group
Mhm.
potentially doing nefarious things, but we can't actually
Didn't
say,
say
and we already know, so we don't need to say anything.
how many words do you want to add that were never said? You want to keep going? Yeah.
As many as that you'd like. Please go ahead.
Well, I'm not gonna. You're right. It's already been discussed, and I'm not gonna repeat myself. But like I said, I already have 2 witnesses that saw tampering with my car by this person.
But they saw
They observed,
potentially myself, Michael,
not
the
you.
unknown person,
No.
and a woman potentially at your car. Or that could have been a TaskRabbit person. I had a party to go
So
to. I could
tired.
have called the TaskRabbit guy down, maybe.
So
Give him the
tired.
license plate. But I didn't have that. But I could probably get it on Google View,
How
maybe.
tiresome do you want to be? Like seriously. You know that's not what I said. I said that the person that is the landlord
Doesn't
here,
matter what you said. That's just it.
right? Because
It's
you don't
at the
give a
point where it's like,
you just don't. Yeah, I'm meat to you. I'm like a or a meat puppet of some sort. Like I'm not even a human being to you. I'm just one more girl that you want to get pictures from. You know.
yeah, that's how it is, right? Me and Monster hanging out together.
I don't know. Well, you could be the same person. I don't know. No, I'm not sure about that. But you play a lot of people. You're good. I sure as fuck hope you're not my landlord. That would
I
be very
mean, I
disappointing.
definitely like to play different voices and I play different characters. Pretty
Yeah.
sure I'm in though. I don't think I've been acting like anybody else. But if I have, let me know.
Well then, congrats on the accent.
Yeah, you're welcome. What else?
I like it when you're a little aggressive. I like the assertiveness.
Yeah, I know. That's what Dr. Carey said too. But I think Casey had a more assertive voice. He was more of like, get in there and you open up that tool shed. You put those boots on, I'm going to come over there and we're going to repair that dishwasher together. You want to get on your knees and just get that dishwasher down. You know what I mean? He was definitely more direct. I think my voice is. I mean, this is like agitated, which you definitely have done that. So let's hands applause for that. But
I
I
love.
think that's because you kind of came at Michael pretty hard. I felt like, but then again,
No, I'm serious.
and you wanted him like to do the whole fucking world. I mean,
I
God
confirmed I'm
save that you like even found Michael in the first place. You wouldn't even have that fucking opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, I get you're pissed about the stuff with Kristen. That could have been dealt with, but now you're like out. You know what I mean? And that's too bad.
I'm just, you know what? Look. I'm not rich like you, Dan. All I know from years of experience is when you shine a light on bad behavior, things happen. It evaporates. It gets exposed. Things change
So
for the.
now you're like shining the light on the conspiracy within the syndicate that fucked you over. Is that correct?
No one fucked me over per se.
Oh.
And I don't know whether everybody's involved or not. I do know that 1 or 2 people have done shitty things to me, and it needs to stop.
Well, all I know is next year Syndicate's going different. We're gonna have dues. We're gonna have homework. It's just a lot of shit, a lot more structure coming in, so we can be more accountable on those supposedly not being who they say they are, so we can
Good. And I hope
have
that
these issues. You know?
like why is it that Elizabeth doesn't get as much help as Zach does? You
Why
guys
is it what?
are misogynistic, you know. You're very pro men, and you don't help the women the way you ought to.
Wait a second. Um, you saying the syndicate's very pro man or me?
All of the syndicate. You guys don't help the women of the syndicate as much as the men.
Is that true? I don't know.
I think, yeah, right. You don't know. I'm saying it is true.
Well, I don't know. I think we should probably do a poll with the women of the
Yeah,
syndicate.
let's
We have
put
any
Yeah, let's
women in
do
the
a poll.
syndicate?
Let's
Oh, I
find
guess we
out.
do. We have a couple gals. All right.
put the minority in front of the majority. Good
Yeah.
idea.
Well, I'll have to send out a survey. That's what we'll do. I used to do research. I'll send out a survey and we'll find out, and it'll be anonymous, so we don't have to, do that whole thing. We're like, why did you answer that way? But we can find out if we're not helping. But then at the same time, we're not obligated to help. I mean, this kind of projects kind of snowball. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody knows like bros will do bros thing, right? Like Web3 and I, we could like go to the auto shop together and look at a muffler in the aisle for like probably like in 20 minutes. We could probably talk about that muffler in different ways, or we'd probably get distracted and talk about the oil. Is it 10W30 or 10W40, or do you need a W45? I always get confused in the auto store. So yeah, guys are like that, but girls are like that too. You and Lauren and the light and all those people with Kit and Bit and whatever guys all get together and want to have your own girl shows, And guys, we get pushed out of that. We get pushed out of those culture sessions, and that's not fair.
Well, you're right. I don't think that's fair. You can come by if we're doing that.
I wasn't interested in going at all, but I'm just saying, you know, I don't think it's completely terribly divided. Although, if you said the Syndicate, is it a boys' club? Most nerd places are. But I mean, that's why we have Allie. I mean, Allie keeps us on the side of girls and stuff. She's like got that high pitched girl kind of friend voice, you know what I mean? And then you got the mean girls and everything. So I think it equals out in the end. But you're right. We need to make sure that the dance is equal for both sides.
Finally, we agree on something. How about that?
Yeah, give it a minute. I'll change my mind in a second.
One potato? Or is it Mississippi? Have you changed your mind yet? Well, anyway, I am sorry about Christian. I've just been having a shit week with a shitload of gaslighting, and I wish him well. I'm sure he'll be a roaring success, and I know, Mike, that you never planned on doing sound work, but if you ever change your mind, I'd love for you to help me out with that stuff.
Let's take some time together alone,
Naturally.
Can y'all hear me?
Copy.
So Sandra said something interesting. I don't know if there was a GitHub account for Dispatch Justice, but if there was, I kind of need that info so I can send it to my developer because I bet that could help him as he tries to navigate putting our web app to get back together. So were you being serious when you saw Dispatch Justice GitHub stuff, Sandra? Okay, well, I'll tell him, I'll send him an email though to tell him to go look there. So thank you for that, actually.
Do you think the syndicate has helped you or hurt you, Rich?
I want to say this since I got called out. I have allowed the syndicate, I think, to help me as much as I've needed help for the things that I could be helped with, because I didn't have full control of my company until the end of October. So there were certain things in the background on my end that I wasn't able to do. So, and I don't talk about them openly, especially in recorded spaces, because as Sandra, you know, litigation can, like, this could be used as evidence in the court of law should I end up suing my business partner, which may still have to happen. So, so although you may or may not have heard me or seen help, I definitely feel like I am in a better position today than I was 6 months ago, and I'm in a much, like, extremely different position today than I was a month and a half ago, like night and day. And whether it just be Zach forcing me to pitch when I don't want to, or like Web3 and Dan just chatting with me when I'm having a bad day, or even Pete staying up late with me while I fall asleep as a host of the thing, all of those things have helped me move forward with my business. So Web3, I don't know if you know this, your mic's open, but I don't think that there's...
Yeah, I was going to tell you, I just sent you the link on the DM.
Oh, cool. Great. Thank you. I didn't know if it was like a hot mic, but I just to say, I say that to say that, like, whether or not I've seen direct impacts on dispatch justice, I think is neither here nor there. I've seen direct positive impacts in my life, and I'm very grateful for the connections that I've made. Business wise, and I think a little bit friendship wise for sure, but at the very least business wise. And I worry about some of the things that I'm hearing, Sandra, and the way that you're saying them, because I think that you are a good person, but I'm hearing things that are troubling. And so I've reached out to you about this before, but if you ever need to talk to somebody off of the internet, like on a phone call, just let me know. I just dropped macaroni on my bed. This sucks. Did that answer your question, Dan?
I have a question. Can you mix soups? Like, can you mix chicken noodle soup with cream of chicken?
So I was just looking at my cream of celery and my cream of chicken, and I don't know the answer to your question, but Peter seems to say yes.
Like a soup portmanteau?
I've definitely done it before. Yeah, I think you could do that because you're within the chicken family.
Yeah,
But you
right.
can't go gumbo to say like mushroom soup.
Wait a minute. You don't like interracial soups?
Yeah, you
Mary?
can do interracial soup, but you can definitely do sort of soup on soup of the same family, like not full on incest, but like minded cousins.
Oh my God.
Interracial soup. Wow. That sounds very progressive.
No, Web3, that's not us, but thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I missed that whole thing because the car people called. So, sorry.
Oh,
Oh, so good.
we can play the recording. It's
All
fine.
right. All right. Start again, you Rich.
No, just
Pretend.
play the
You can
recording.
give the summary, maybe a summary, very short, or not. That's fine, either way.
I have found the syndicate helpful in personal and professional ways. You may or may not have seen or heard about them because until the end of October, I didn't own the business 100%. There were still I was still 40% owned by my business partner, and I was trying to work that out. So I didn't talk about it very much until I had 100% ownership. And as you know, with litigation stuff, like, there are certain things I can't talk about. That doesn't mean stuff wasn't going on in the background. And in the last month and a half, like, we have exponentially done a lot more. And with help from connections I've made through the syndicate. So I've been even if it weren't, yes, to answer your question, I've been helped.
Good. I'm glad. I mean, what you're doing deserves it, and very helpful to the world at large, and especially people here in the States. So it's a good thing, and I'm very glad. People find it easy to claim that people are jealous of other people, and I'm not like that at all, and I'm glad that you got the help and it's doing well.
Yes, very nice. I also learned not mix up GPUs too much together.
Also, a solid point. Hi, Richard.
Hello, I had a good day today. I will tell you I am blasted right now. So just giving you guys.
I just can't anymore. I have a shorter attention span, to be honest with you. I don't mind if you're drunk or high, but at least say a joke, sing a song, do something with that lift. You know what I mean? Use, you know, don't use. You should use drugs, not let the drugs use you. You know what I mean? Like, entertain me at least. Go ahead, Rich.
I told you not to let me up here because I had taken a Benadryl and a
Oh,
half. And what did you do? You let me up here.
Oh my God, so quickly. Yeah, it's good
And
times though.
I don't do drugs and I don't drink. And so, like, this is me as loopy as you'll get me.
Well, I think you'll understand now why it's so surreal sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, why is this? Oh, that's why. Never mind. And that's why I don't think I take it as personally anymore. What are you gonna do?
Not drink. How are you, Peter?
I'm trying to convince myself not to drink today. But, you know,
Should go to the beach.
it's time for it yet. What was that?
Should go to the beach.
Was that your
Yeah, I should.
Australian accent?
That was my Australian accent.
That was right horrible.
Right? No? It wasn't good? Let's go to the beach. That's not. How would you say it?
Throw
You
another
Let's
steak
sound
go
on
to
the
like
the
barbie.
beach.
I would say throw another steak on the barbie for me. That
Michael. It's.
was mine better than Mike's.
I'd say yes, but only because Michael
No,
sounds like he's
not
doing the
really.
pitbull face thing.
Web
I
3!
am. Okay, so say it.
Me?
Go to the beach.
Go to the beach.
Go to the beach.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Go to the
Yours
beach.
just sounds more like an Eastern Australian,
Oh, I'm killing
like a
it.
Melbourner.
Canada is closer to Australia than America is, I think.
Not geographically.
But like in
But if you go in the
Commonwealth.
right direction,
Oh, good point.
So we used to say God save the Queen. Now what do we say?
God save the
Peter?
king.
Oh yeah? Who's the king?
Charles.
Charles is the king?
Charles.
Oh, okay, cool.
I
Oh,
don't know.
that's
I
right.
live
He
in
was signing those
America.
papers when he was sitting down and getting angry because there was something in the way. I remember now. Okay. It's all
Wait, he
coming back.
signed papers?
There's this picture of Prince Charles signing the king papers and he gets upset at something on the table. It's really funny.
I wonder where Zach is on the road to Austin.
I like the name Biloxi. It sounds like they have good like bar food, you know?
They've got good diners in Biloxi.
Yeah, right? It sounds like a great diner hotspot, like a cottage of diner
Cottage is
enthusiasts.
the wrong term. Cottage is the wrong term. Shack
Well,
is
before
correct.
Hurricane Camille, they had some really great places, and then
Yeah,
Hurricane
right?
Katrina took out some great places. Yeah, because I lived in Pascagoula.
Yeah, Web3 would know because you're from Mississippi, right?
Yeah, South
And
Mississippi.
Biloxi's in Mississippi.
That's correct. It's middle of the. It's in the middle of the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
Well, Wisconsin has some good old barbecue also.
Freeze dried?
You gotta come during the summer, my friend.
You guys remember the Twitter yo-yo?
Oh, don't be nice.
You're saying you don't enjoy the Twitter yo-yo?
I'm saying I think the only person that enjoys the Twitter yo-yo is the host.
I wonder if that's. I mean,
Actually, no. There's others that do.
yeah.
Web3 seems like he could be good at spectator sporting almost anything, though.
Yes.
I
Hey,
want us to have another fight.
how was your food, Web3? When you grilled out.
Oh, it was great.
You sound kind of like a laid-back Tony the Tiger. It's great.
I'm trying to pack up and leave work.
Oh no.
You guys have Frosted Flakes in Australia?
And what now?
Do you have Frosted Flakes in Australia with Tony the
Don't think
Tiger?
so.
No, okay, I figured. You'd think he would have Tony the Tiger. It seems like a very Australian mascot.
No, they got Jack the kangaroo.
Yeah, then we got the Cocoa Puffs. And... Do you know about Cocoa Puffs?
Can you imagine every country has their own spin on cereals based on what their culture is? Like we have a Cheerios, but they have a Cheery Kangaroos because it's Australia. Like it's think globally, act locally with the shapes of your cereal kind of thing.
How did you get there?
You don't think about these things?
No.
Sometimes.
Guys,
I do too.
You're enjoying the Twitter yo-yo. Twitter yo-yo is when people bother me, and I choose to waste their time too because they were trying to waste mine. And so the only logical response is to waste theirs. I have a friend that has a whole YouTube channel, and he passed 1 million views this year, where he wastes Indian scammers' time and kind of pretends that he's getting them their money, and I think he like spends it. You know, he pretends not to know what he's doing, and he spends the Google
He wasn't
card
the
that he
one that
bought.
did the. He wasn't the one that did the $1 million and made him think they sent $1 million to him and all that.
It might not have been him, but like his channel blew up. You know, just by being on the phone. He's actually in Saskatchewan too, Guatemalan actually. Yeah, can you imagine? Richard, what's going on? Welcome to
What's going
the.
on, guys? Sorry.
He keeps dropping
This
you.
is crazy. I keep going up and down, up and down.
What the hell? I'm trying to have you lead the space. I wanted you to preside over the minions, and now it keeps disconnecting or something. I don't know
Something's weird.
what's happening.
Something weird.
Right?
Something weird is going on. I don't know. It's something with Twitter.
Crazy, right? It's really messed up.
Hey,
They should really
Android
look
or
into that.
iPhone? Android or iPhone?
Oh, hold on. Sorry, you got dropped down a listener. I don't know what happened there. We try to invite him to co-host.
I think I'm gonna have to go in a minute. I gotta go check on all of my properties and figure out which ones I'm gonna raise rent on.
Got a white cisgender male. Everybody now, white cisgender male. We got a white cisgender male.
Hey.
Okay, so that was funny, Zach, but I think it was too subtle. Also, did you hear what he said? I keep going up and down, and I'm sorry, but that's what a yo-yo does.
Yeah. I also think it's funny that everyone's like, I don't know what's going on, and everyone else knows that it's just Mike being an asshole. It's like
It's just me being an asshole.
It's the least Canadian thing Mike can do.
I'm getting influenced by you Americans. It's like seeping upward.
I think it's pretty mean, but don't drop me down because I said that. Oh shit! I
invite you to co-host. You better be careful.
Well, he is one of the four.
One of the four.
One of the four. Jeez. One of the four.
One of the four. And someone saw you doing that thing down there at that place.
Can we get T-shirts made? I'm one of the 4.
And you could have like 1 out of 4. I'm 3 out of 4, right?
Like thing 1, thing 2, thing 3,
Then we could
thing 4.
yeah, then we can take a group photo.
I would say though, if the distributed, what do we call that? If the non-obligated distributed help system, if the non-obligated distributed help system is favoring men over the women, we need to probably correct that. So I don't know if that's true. We should find out a
What
poll
did I
internally.
miss while I was connecting? We were talking about yo-yos, and then we just started talking about
Yeah.
medical system and the inequality.
No, we're
we're
talking about the 4.
The 4.
That's the 4. There's 4
Oh.
Cylons within us.
You're not a part of it, so
Yeah, you're not a part of it. So
the
you don't
first
have to worry
rule
about
of the 4 is you don't talk about the
No,
4.
hold on. We
Well,
need
we don't
Rich.
talk about it until we're identified. We've been identified as the 4, so we might as well start talking about it.
Like, I'm not sure if we're supposed to talk about this off camera, but we need Rich because she's the only one who can attest that we do something for at least one woman.
Well, wait, and
That's true.
She's also our lawyer, so
That's a conflict of interest, but all right.
I mean, that's it. Conflict of interest is just a really, really, really good motivation.
I'll decide
That's
what a
true.
conflict of interest is because that's how we do things.
Such a lawyer. I just want to get paid, so I don't see any issues here. Problems here.
I'll let you know when it's
Okay, so you're everyone's lawyer? Yes, that's correct. Go on.
Okay, hold on. Just since this is recorded, I'm not anyone here is attorney.
I see no issues with being all of their lawyers.
Well, so I could be a lawyer for the group, but not for the individuals within the group.
It's fractionalized chief counsel as a service.
Exactly. Fractionalized chief counsel as a service. I need to stop.
But I don't know if the 4 need. Do we need legal? I don't know. I mean, we're just coming out as a 4. It's hard enough going from the unknown to the 4, for God's sake.
Who are the 4?
I don't know, but
that's just it. The 4 know who they are. Come on.
Ask. We know who we
With
are.
the logic.
Anybody that looks Cuban?
No.
It's the 4 cisgender males of the apocalypse.
No.
One of them is definitely Canadian.
Pete, are you part of the 4?
Or
is Web 3
No, the 4 can't talk about
I cannot
it.
say.
That's the problem with the 4. But we know the 4 in general.
The 4 is with you. Hey, Richard, you're back. Good.
I have an NDA. I can't say.
Oh,
May the 4 be with you.
May the 4 be with you.
Well, Sandra seems to think that the 4 are with her, and that's still just disturbing.
I just want to know how I all of a sudden acquired property. I feel like
in
Miami. I feel like I missed a turn in Monopoly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're handling the rent down there. Congrats.
I mean,
exactly.
I feel like it's just like a bad coincidence that I just like took a vacation down there, and now it's like, oh, jeez.
Oh, wait, you were in Miami?
Yeah, that's where the cruise left from.
You went on a cruise?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Where have you
How
been?
was it? What
Everything
cruise line?
It was
Zach. They got Zach on camera when you were on your cruise. Zach, you're on camera. Oh no, we messed up.
Wait, what cruise line?
Royal Caribbean.
Ooh, nice.
Oasis of the Seas.
Oasis of the Seas, yeah. Classic ship. Yeah.
Yeah. I got to spend a lot of time with my kid, but then I realized that they have no changing tables in any of the men's bathrooms. So I wrote a nasty tweet at Royal Caribbean. If anyone wants to, you can find that tweet, retweet it, and make it go viral, because I think it's an atrocity that they have no
I hope
changing
you get a
tables.
free cruise out of that. That's a good idea.
I don't care.
It's more
about a free cruise. I just want them to put changing tables in so that single dads or dads that want to take care of their kids so their wife can like hang out by the pool don't have to change their kid on a towel on the floor of a public bathroom.
The thing is, like, in the Caribbean culture, there are no single dads. You understand?
Yeah,
It's a different culture.
but this is the Royal Caribbean.
Yes, but
This
the
is a
Royal
bunch of cis white gender males.
no, because the Royal Caribbean is not an American company, and very like that's the only reason they can hire the way they hire and treat their employees as badly as they do.
Well, I'm super confused. What is the Royal Caribbean? What do they want with Sandra? Like, what's going on?
Oh my god.
Hey! Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to, Dan.
Damn, it adds a whole nother fucking dimension to the thing. Jesus. I gotta update the map.
Exactly. I'd like a royal reach around.
Oh, amazing. Richard, you're back.
Richard, why would you start with that?
Yeah, that was fun.
As your
What
lawyer, I suggest you start with a different racial slur.
What's very
think it's the-
interesting is that when the cruise was done, I went to the car and the car was dead because I left one of the lights on in the back seat. So I had to call a guy to come and work on my car and get it all jumped in the parking lot. So
All starting to make sense to me.
you know,
Shit. They did say it was some sort of white male.
All coming together.
Yep.
Wait, didn't Sandra have car issues too?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
In the same
Did you
fucking
already say
city.
that? Sorry.
Did
my
she
dog
get
is
hit
barking.
by a truck?
Did any of y'all black
I don't
out
think
for
so.
extended periods or anything like that? You know, like
is Dr. Carey one of the four?
I
She
thought
may
we
have.
weren't disclosing
Depends
that.
on her ability to gaslight. If her
Pick a
gaslighting
lane,
ability
guys.
is high, yes.
I feel like we're playing the game where you lay down the faces like when you were a kid and you're like, is your person wearing a hat? Guess who? Yeah. I feel like we're playing that game right now. Is like, is the person blonde? Nope.
TBH, Dr.
Click.
Carey's PFP does look like a Guess Who swear.
I am a Guess Who square.
Yeah, and she's
I'm
from
such
like
a
Boston.
basic bitch. I belong in like a Guess Who game.
Dr.
She
Gary,
got-
did your daughter take over the business yet? We gotta take
No,
this into
she's
the
not
stratosphere.
here. I'm getting us ready. Okay, so my neck is killing me, but I just threw away 29 bags of things.
That's what she said.
Isn't that insane?
Congratulations.
I feel a lot better, but the
You
sad
make
part
it.
is I still have way more to go. But like this stuff wasn't out when Bloom visited, just so you know. Like
But
this
think
was
about
in
it.
storage.
You can
He
now do that.
visited?
Ooh. You
What'd
can
you-
now do that video of being positive, me like, I'm really cleaning out my space to let in room for abundance, you know? You could do that
That's
post.
what I really am doing, but
Did you?
like that's
did you
what
hug?
I'm not joking,
Did
Michael.
you hug
I
every
know.
item
I
and
know.
say, did you hug every item and see if it makes you feel something?
No, but I'm getting down to the like I don't know. It's so crazy. It's like I don't know how I just have like, 19 and like to 25 black dresses that don't fit me. Like I'm like, what the heck is going on here? So no, I haven't hugged anything yet. I think the books are the hardest part. So don't worry, Michael. I'm cleaning out storage so that I can just keep those and sell them. I think this is everything for me, and then it's just gonna all line up next year. So I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But can we talk about his tweets later?
Oh no, can we talk about it now?
I don't know. I guess we can, but like,
Whose
aren't they
tweets?
really sad,
Someone's
right?
throwing shade at Dr. Carey.
Wait, is he throwing shade at me?
That's what it's I think that's what the kids call it, right? Throwing shade.
Who is
Well,
it?
a couple of them are like they're definitely like. Did you see one of them about dating?
Explain to Dr. Carey, explain to Zach the who's throwing shade and why, maybe.
Well, I mean, Bloom and I are going through some things. I don't really want to get into it, but I think he's like subtweeting me. So that's where it's coming from. But some of the tweets are just like weird, but I guess maybe I shouldn't think about them too much. But I'm glad that Michael looks at them because anyone else would be like, what the fuck are you doing? At first he was like mirroring me And now he's oh my God, and I'm recorded, but whatever, I don't give a shit.
Well, one of the four is like that.
But I was really talking about they're getting like sad, and I'm like, do we intervene? They're like, why don't you follow me? Please follow me. Like, have you seen those? Maybe I shouldn't talk about this. Michael's like, oh my God.
No, I haven't seen the recent ones. Hold on.
Now he's gonna go look.
I know I'm taking you guys down a rabbit hole. It's not important,
No,
but
that's good. We were just down a different rabbit hole, and now we needed to dive into another one before our identities
We needed
are
some
divulged.
sunshine.
one of them is about dating that's weird. Something about supply versus demand. I think that's the one that Michael probably saw. I was like, fuck that shit. Yeah, there's only one of me. I'm fucking in demand, motherfuckers.
Hope this helps someone. You are 100% allowed to change your mind when new information changes the story.
When was that? When was that?
Six
Dun,
hours ago.
dun, dun.
Oh no, I don't even see these.
It's the tweets are kind of like rap. This isn't a rap battle.
What's the new information?
Yeah, exactly. That I have a lot of shit. No, probably that he's obsessed with me, obviously.
He messaged me and was like, "I need you to call this guy. He's a blind, deaf veteran. Give him a call." And I was just like, and that was like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And I was like, yeah. When I like get through this like month and I get some things lined up, like I have a list of people that I got to like call, just for different like partnerships and knowing and like networking and stuff. And so I added the guy to the list, and then all of a sudden, like I get a text message, "Hey, I really need you to call this guy." I was like, "Oh, well, okay, I'll call him. So now I have to go and call some random veteran that I didn't even get like an introduction to.
Well, first of all, you don't have to do anything, Zach. I mean, I'm not trying to interfere. And Richard has his hand up, and he's a co-host, so I should shut up.
Hey,
But,
Richard, what's going on? What happened?
Hey, Richard. It's time to talk.
Hi, Richard.
Things are going really weird. Which I keep getting jumped up, jumped down, jumped up, jumped down. Mostly the rabbit hole. Which part? I actually have a sticker that is between me and the head engineer that has the rabbit hole starts here. It's the sticker that goes between me and him. Just saying.
Hold on, you found the rabbit hole?
I put a sticker that says.
Oh, I think he's rugging.
Yeah, welcome to Twitter ping pong, everyone.
Oh.
Michael, I don't see the tweet you're talking about changing your mind. I don't believe it exists. Or maybe
No,
I'm.
I'm looking at it
He
right
must have blocked you
now.
from it.
He can
Uh-oh.
block me from a certain comment?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Look, we can't really trust Rich because she lied about the GitHub. She had one and she knew it the whole time.
Look, there's another good one. Some of you need to learn more about supply versus demand for investments, spending, and dating. Just saying, no offense, Matt.
That's the one I wanted your input on. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yo, why you throwing shade, yo?
Is that throwing shade? I don't get it. Like, I don't really get it. Like, sometimes I
That's
don't understand his
That's
English.
100% shit.
What is it? What is he saying? I don't understand.
Zach knows about it.
Is he saying that like there's plenty of women out there? I don't even give a fuck.
I would need more context of what's going on. Where you're
Yeah,
like
no,
going
like
through
I'm the
things.
fucking best. I'm the fucking best. I understand supply versus demand, but I just thought that was
Look,
weird.
nobody in this channel is real. I know that.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
need to understand that we're all the same person, all simultaneously using a voice modulator, talking over each other at the same time.
This is a giant experiment, yes.
This
And
is
I
like the prison experiment at Stanford, but in Twitter Spaces.
How did
Okay,
we get on
Richard,
video
hold
all
on.
together
Hold
then?
Hold
on.
on.
Dr. Carey, Zach, so Richard, it's not the tech.
I just wonder how we all got on video together and how I was able to be in the same frame as Mike as if we're the same person.
It was really impressive deep fake is what it was, Allie.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I have actually other skills. I love it. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
All of those coaching sessions you did with me, you were just doing them with Mike. This is Fight Club in one person's head right now.
Yeah, oh shit. I never considered the Fight Club's theory of the universe.
Throwing my brain into like some weird shit. Because imagine it was you just on the phone with me.
Yeah. And then when you wake up, I just take the headset off and you're like, oh, it's typing away.
That's a super
I
evil
love her
laugh.
laugh.
Holy
Allie
shit,
has.
you
I
are.
know, right?
You are two people.
My brain is like being blown apart right now because if I'm actually having all these coaching sessions with Mike, it's, well,
Could
Wow.
we wait? Could we? That would be a really, really cool plot for a movie. Is someone who's going to like a psychologist for like therapy or something, and then throughout the whole movie, everything that happens, it's themselves giving themselves therapy at the end of the movie, like the whole Fight
Shoot
Club.
it, Miami. Perfect.
Hold on. Peter has his hand up. That never happens. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, it's because I'm not rude enough to just cut people out. Oh, sorry. What's the word for it? There's a movie. I'm definitely rude enough, but I'm just tired. There's a movie like that, but it wasn't about seeing a psychologist. This guy has this relationship with like this girl next door, and it gets really fucking fucked up. Like, I mean, I can't even remember the name of the movie. I watched it
called
one
Fight
night.
Club.
Like, maybe it was Fight Club.
And then they
Fuck.
blow up a building.
That is so
And they make
funny. That is
No,
the
like I've
whole,
seen Fight Club. I know that for sure.
the
I
whole
love that
comment
movie.
was, yo, I saw this movie, and it was like, oh yeah, it's the same movie you're talking about.
Hey, Peter, are you on the shrooms again?
No comment.
Wait, babe.
I
Wait,
read a report.
are you on shrooms right now?
I read a report that like shrooms have replaced Web3 in terms of venture capital dollars, like microdosing mushrooms has like replaced Web3 in terms of the amount of
Yeah,
venture
baby,
capital
finally.
dollars invested.
NPR did a whole segment on it yesterday.
It's weird.
It's growing. It's following cannabis. It's gonna have the same route.
Yes, to answer your question, by the way. But
I
no, I could swear I was thinking
So
of a
if you
completely
are on
different movie,
cannabis,
man.
wait, if you are on psychedelics right now, sorry, Zach, didn't mean to jump in there. Can you tell us if the last 2 hours have made any sense on here, or has it been more of like therapeutic noise? Like, what are you experiencing? Are you experiencing the normal senses,
Look,
or are you experiencing something else?
I'm starting to think we're all the same person, living inside Sandra's head.
All right, well, that works. This is what Christians wanted the whole time. All right, thanks.
I just want everyone to know that the long-term play in like drug therapies is heroin dispensaries when they legalize that, right? Like as we go, it might be 100 years from now, but if you put in the investment now, it'll pay off big time down the road.
Well, if it takes 100 years, you'll never see your repayment.
The return on the
Valid
investment.
point. Really valid.
Wait, whoa! Don't you realize that with life-saving medicines in the next 100 years, you'll be living to 150, so you will see the ROI. All right?
I like the idea of a heroin dispensary being a place where you can get a lot of female superheroes.
Oh my god, I'm getting a huge
Okay, I'm done. I don't have time to decipher subtweets. I'm done.
Oh, but those were the two major ones.
Can I?
Can you pin them
Carrie,
to
we
the
should
top, Dr.
copy
Carey?
all.
Because I
Pin
don't
them
know.
to the top.
Copy all the tweets.
Me?
Copy them all. Put them into Chat GPT and ask Chat GPT to interpret them.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah, do that, Dr. Carey.
Hold on, that would be kind of fun, actually.
I feel like I would be
Say,
putting bad vibes into
say,
the universe.
given this series of tweets, would this be a scorned lover or a just come up with the prompt, Mike. I know that you're working on it already.
Yeah, describe the emotional state expressed in this tweet.
I would agree. A couple ass
If I
chats.
was
Hey,
in
Richard,
a
you're back.
relationship,
Richard,
if I was in a
God.
relationship with this person, should I be worried?
Richard, it's good. Every time you come up, it's
Yeah, I'm sorry. Which cause some things are going on. Got a little tickle in the balls. I don't know. Something's going on.
Drop him.
What did you just say?
Just drop him, so you.
I believe he
What?
said something
no. Richard
tickling
has
his
something to say
ball
about it.
sack.
I don't want to hear about his
Rich, the ball
balls.
sack is right in the middle of the man between the two legs. There is also
No,
an appendage called the Big Joey or Big Jack right there as well. Those are the words we can use for it.
damn it, Richard, we lost you.
I mean, I really don't want to hear about his balls.
Well,
that was
Can I ask,
sometimes you
who
don't
is
get
Crypto
to hear
Barbie
what you
and
want to hear sometimes, and you just have to deal. Maybe it's time.
Crypto Barbie's
No,
been in
maybe
here
it's
for a
time,
while.
Rich. You finally had to deal with things, okay? And maybe we are going to talk about balls for a change. And maybe
Dan, it's
you just have to
E-Rich.
deal with
It's
it, okay? No,
E-Rich,
no. You
not
don't
just
get a chance to
Rich.
derail me on this right now. No. It's my turn to talk. It's
Fuck
my
you.
turn. No. Okay, that was pretty good. And scene.
That was
And
pretty
thank
good.
you. That was great, Rich. I
That
really
was
appreciate
rough.
that. Thank you.
I felt that.
That's good practice, Dan, for the next time.
Yeah. Thanks, Zach.
I took more Benadryl. Hopefully, I finally will fall asleep. But this has been very entertaining.
Sipping on some scissor with Canada Dry, no less.
Actually, it is Canada Dry. How did you know?
Because Web3 drinks it. You're both in Arkansas.
Hell, they're probably part of the other four. Shit.
I just took the other half of that Benadryl.
I thought it was either going to be Canada Dry or Mountain Dew. I feel like that's what they drink instead of water.
I think you have to go farther south to get Mountain Dew. Connie, what's going on? Welcome to the madness.
Hi, everyone.
Connie, you have a very disturbing banner picture.
Oh, the guy in the straitjacket?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he's okay now. I don't know. I don't know where he is. I don't know who that is. I just found it on Google. But I hope he's all right wherever he is.
Connie, you're followed by Dr. Carey. Dr. Carey, why do you follow Connie?
I joined the crypto spaces Dr. Carey's in, so I see Dr. Carey in those a lot.
I follow
This
Connie.
is definitely not a crypto space.
I follow Connie because she has the straight jacket as her cover photo, and then she tweets things like, "Please stop posting weird things. I don't like it, and you are making me nervous." That's why I
That's a
follow
good
her.
tweet. That's a great tweet. Good job. I feel the same way.
Yeah, Connie, where did we meet? Which crypto space? I don't even know. But that's how everyone's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I don't know. I came in, I was loaded. Now I'm poor. So I'm just going to manifest things.
I'm in a lot of Suffy and Bruce's spaces, and I've seen you in those quite a bit.
Yeah.
Was Dr. Carey hosting?
They don't co-host me as much anymore. I'm like, fuck that shit. But they used to. But now it's just kind of a Bruce and Suffy thing, which is totally fine because they think the girls don't put enough effort in, which is probably what you think too. But it's hard to, when you're a mom, like you can't really co-host all day or host. Plus I get nervous when I host. But plus they both already have tons of money and I don't know what I'm doing yet. So I
I've
don't know
been
if I
trying
was
to get
hosting, honey.
I've been trying to get Richard to co-host all day. I don't know what's going on.
Well, he's co-hosting now.
Is he really?
Hey,
Yeah,
Rich.
I'm
That's
here.
crazy.
Hey,
Sorry,
Rich,
go
I
ahead.
just got your messages. I apologize that I haven't been I've been obsessively reading subtweets.
It's okay, Dr. Carey. I know you've been reading subtext of some tweets as well.
Plus, I'm getting like these DMs now. Like, I'm gonna send Bloom a message that I'm gonna buy his girl for 1 million lung. I'm like,
Also, you only missed my message by like 15 minutes, so it's not that big of a deal.
no, but you sent another one before
Oh, I
that.
just sent one.
No,
Oh,
there's another one.
it's from October. Yeah, that's a little bit.
I was busy. No, the Mary Dr. Kerry one.
Go ahead, Zach.
Anyway, we can talk later about that.
I was just wondering if anyone went into Mario's space exposing COVID with doctors and Elon Musk
It had
today.
Dr. What's his face?
Drew. I can't believe Mario was hosted with Dr. Drew. I thought that was cool. He's like, I bet he's actually kind of attractive. I'm on LinkedIn with him.
He's
I bet
hot.
he's gonna like host. He's gonna
He
get his
came,
own show.
he came to my school and he talked about drugs.
Oh, Dr. Drew. I'm talking about Mario, the guy that
Oh,
was co-hosting with him. But yeah, Dr. Drew, he's okay.
no, he's attractive.
I just love him on Teen Mom. Like, he's so funny the way he talks to them. Like it's interesting, that Teen Mom shit.
Hey,
Richard,
Richard.
yeah.
Richard, what the hell, dude?
I have no idea. I keep getting booted.
This is nuts. Welcome back, co-host.
I really like your perseverance.
I'm trying, my friend. I'm trying.
Have
I
you tried
appreciate
restarting your phone or maybe deleting the app and reinstalling? There could be an update. You know, Twitter's weird.
if you hit Control Alt Delete F10 Shift and then blink, it should fix it.
I can do a hopscotch dumb, skip to my Lua darling down my stairs,
That
and then
only
I
works
can.
on Tuesdays, Zach.
Oh, damn. All right. Well, then I'll do a spin, Doctor, and then Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back, Richard. It's good to have you. It's been a while.
All right. Thanks. Absolutely. Let's see if we can get this party started.
The party started already.
It sounds like the party's already been started for a while.
Oh yeah, my friend. My party was started way earlier
What are
today,
you
my friend.
celebrating?
I'm off work.
I love that for you, Richard. What do you do for work?
I'm an engineer.
Oh, like what type of engineer?
Mechanical engineer. I build
Please don't say planes. Please don't say planes. Please don't say planes.
No. Mechanical is in jaw crushing engineer work where the biggest engineering work we did was 1 million pounds.
Of what though?
Jaw crushing equipment, which actually a volcanic explosion way long time ago.
Yeah, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
Engineered a volcanic explosion?
No. Gotta listen. A volcanic explosion that happened millions of years ago.
Sorry, Richard. Can you speak a little louder? We can't hear you.
Oh, really?
He's fucking with you, Richard.
Hello?
I'm serious.
Exactly.
Can anyone
So,
hear him?
Crap, we lost.
Stop it. I want to hear about the volcano.
I was curious about the
Damn
jaw
it,
crushing
so
part.
you.
No, Richard, come back. We need to hear about the volcano.
Seriously, you guys.
It's like the modern Pompeii. Is it Mount Vesuvius?
I also
St.
like
Helens?
how everyone was laughing until all of a sudden it mattered, and now they're not laughing anymore. Ha ha.
Does it
Oh,
say
fuck.
24
The
listeners? Anybody else at the bottom of
Yeah,
their
I
screen?
see that. What is that about?
I think that's all of Sandra's personalities.
Guys, the cougher is back. There's a guy that coughs. He coughs, my neighbor, he coughs so much. And he's been gone for like 2 weeks. And now he's back. And I can hear him like
That's
coughing
Hillary
up a lung.
Clinton. That's Hillary Clinton.
It's so disgusting. He like hacks up a lung every day. And I feel bad for him. And I like want to know if he's dying, but I don't know what to do.
Just send him a coupon book for a free x-ray, chest x-ray.
I don't like that people could be listening to this and not, we wouldn't know that they're even listening.
But they're gone now. How did 24 people just drop off?
Well,
What's
I made
that
fun of
noise?
Sandra, and then they left. That's Zach's kid.
Zach, your daughter, she's so funny.
Hi,
Richard,
Earl.
welcome back.
So you can hear me?
We can hear you now. What happened, dude?
I don't know. Like I said, I keep
man
dropping in and out.
Because we're trying to hear the story about the who's a what's.
The who's the
volcano.
what? I didn't. Ooh, that would be a good token to launch. The who's the what token.
Which chain would you use?
Maybe.
Crap, I couldn't hear what the chain was. Oh, man. Hold on.
So you.
Hey,
I need a huge favor.
do you got me?
I want to hear about the volcanoes, so can you please?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, you asked him.
Richie,
I
maybe,
forgot. I called it the who's a what's. It was the volcanoes.
maybe you could make a breakout room with Richard. Maybe that's where that could work for everyone.
I don't wanna.
Hi, how are we, everyone?
Wouldn't it be cool to add sub rooms to a room? Wouldn't that be crazy? Like, if people want to check out of the fake conflict, they could just go in a room and get back on to Python developing.
It's like Zoom breakouts, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right? That'd be interesting.
Let's do it now. Richard, do you want to create a space and we can jump into it and hear your story?
Yeah, you could practice your interviewing, like Australian Tom Brokaw.
Actually, like the
No, you could be who's that old man with who bends over, who leans over? Fucking Larry King. Yeah, you could be Larry King.
Old man who leans over.
Inebriated, abbreviated.
Wait, how did you know that Richard was drunk, Curls? You weren't here when he said that.
Oh, I have a listener account. I was in here.
Well, hey.
You were the 24 people listening?
Hey.
Hey,
Yeah,
if you're on a listener account, can you see the other listeners? Like other listener accounts?
Yeah, there was like 11 others, I think.
Who else was in there?
Oh, they're gone now. Hang on, I'll go back and have a look for you, Zach. I'll see if it changes.
I want to see if you can see the other people that we can't see.
Yeah, okay. Well, Sandra was in here before.
Totally need that. Anybody?
What happened with Sandra? What did you guys do?
Yeah, Dan.
It's Dan's
Explain
fault.
yourself.
It's all Dan's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Look.
Wait, what if?
As
what
one
if
of the
she
four
just is
there,
continuously just
I've been outed as one of
listener
the four.
mode?
So
All dudes and all balls. What the hell?
All
Richard,
dudes and all balls.
volcanoes
About all balls.
only.
Let me change the topic. Hold on.
Go ahead, Rich. You want to hear about the volcanoes?
Thank you. So you. Richard, tell us about your engineering and volcanoes, please.
So the volcano actually pushes everything up, which is all diamonds, gems, and everything. And then you build a piece of equipment that actually excavates everything, whether it's diamonds, gems, and everything out of it, because it took millions of years for it to excavate. That
So you built
was
an excavator?
not build an excavator. The excavator was the volcano.
Right, but what did you build in relationship to this volcano?
We built the structure that
Wait,
crushes
what?
everything.
You built what?
I built, well, I engineered and helped build the actually structural engineered project that actually crushes everything that came out of the ground to get all the diamonds, gems, and everything out of the volcano eruption.
Do you get to keep the diamonds?
No, that's in Yellowknife.
Build a crusher.
Yellowknife, Canada.
Canada. So you're
Yeah,
from Canada.
I'm not from Canada. This is in Yellowknife, Canada. Yellowknife.
Thank you, Richard.
Gilmish. Nice.
So we have Yellowstone and Canada has Yellowknife.
No.
I think does the UK have yellow paper, and then we can just play rock paper scissors?
Oh, that's funny, Zach.
Oh, working on your dad jokes, man. Respect.
I am.
You made my day, Zach. You made my day. I was feeling like shit. I'm crook. And it was just like, oh, dad joke. Yeah. That made my day. Thank you. This is why I come to the Syndicate.
This is why.
Dan, what'd you do to Sandra?
Dr. Carey, we're still waiting.
I didn't do
find out
anything to
if
her, man.
ChatGPT
She exploded.
Yeah, I'm going to side with Dr. Carey. I was listening into this and there was no one siding with Sandra. So, yeah. What's going
Zach,
on?
what were you asking me?
I also want to know, Mike, did ChatGPT do a sentiment analysis on the tweets?
Oh, you know what? I think I have to log in under a different account. I should have done that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people are subtweeting me, but it's fine, whatever. I mean, I could bury people with my subtweet, but I choose to stay classy.
I mean, that sounds like a tweet storm for Cece, though.
What's a subtweet?
If you're talking about subtweeting someone, is that a subtweet?
Man, I met that CC girl. She's weird.
Are you talking about quote tweeting? Quote tweeting, or is it that different?
No, like subtweeting is like when you want to say something to somebody, but you don't put their name, and like it's about a fight or something about somebody, but you don't like write who it's about.
That sounds like
I'm not explaining.
gaslighting. Is that the same thing as gaslighting?
I don't know. It's kind of like if somebody does something shitty to you, and you're like, people do shitty things sometimes in life.
Imagine if I tweeted out. Imagine if I tweeted out, "Oh man, I can't wait to hear another speech about financial literacy." You know what I mean? Like you would all know what that's about, right?
Yeah, be like, I love hearing about cash flow. I've never heard about that.
Oh man, I've never. Yeah, they don't teach that on the first day of every course.
I love it when people hosting Twitter Spaces go on monologues with different characters. I love that.
Yes, exactly. That's the idea. That's throwing shade generally.
You know what I like though? Really,
That's a fire.
I'm a big fan of like the military people who got, just because they can shoot a gun, they can lead. I don't know. Those folks are a little different for me.
I'm sick to death of the US fucking the world up for the rest of us.
And what's worse, even though, is like
No,
the
see,
people that have the crazy deep accents that
I
act like
missed
they're
it.
like
I missed
connected
it.
to a higher power or some
Pearls,
shit
you
like
did
that.
it wrong. Is you
I
said the
did it
U.S.
wrong.
You weren't
Yeah.
supposed to say the U.S. I'm sick and tired of one
That's
country fucking it
so
up for the
funny.
rest of us.
Yeah.
The
Yeah. Mate,
Australian doesn't
did I
understand
do that on
subtext.
purpose? Did I do that on purpose?
This does feel like gaslighting. I've never gaslighted before, so I'm kind of rusty.
No,
I mean, I try to gaslight
gaslighting
Ruckus.
would be saying like,
Guy's a pacifist. He's into anal.
Dan, you said you were
Please
gonna. You
explain the
told me you
supply
were gonna.
But,
versus
but
demand tweet
Zach,
to me.
Zach, you missed the pun. It wasn't about the US. It was about COVID. Sick to death, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
God, that does
yeah.
work.
So yeah, that's a good. I don't know how to explain what that text means. What do you mean by that? Okay.
What, you talking about the supply versus demand?
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to understand that. Maybe Ruckus is.
Ask ChatGPT. Just say, if I was in a relationship with this person and they tweeted this, should I be concerned? And see what ChatGPT says.
Dude, we got a brother who's in Cincinnati and is supposedly some data engineer. Let him answer it. You know what I mean? I've met some of these brothers before. They know shit. A lot of them are coconuts on the inside. I mean, that means like they're white on the inside. Not like white like Ford, but more like Audi white.
Just tell me.
Oh, wait. You ask Ruckus. Ruckus will know.
Yeah, Ruckus has good office talk with women. Go ahead, Ruckus.
He's also the whitest guy here.
Yeah, he has good soft talk.
That's completely true. He is the whitest here.
What's the question? What are y'all talking about?
Dr. Carey, explain.
All right, let me find the tweet. Hang on one sec.
I love hearing Ruckus do office break room chat talk.
Ruckus, you got to use your the dating game voice because we're playing the dating game right now with Tweet.
Okay, Ruckus, looks like you got 20 minutes on the clock. Let's see if you can get an answer.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
All right, let's go ahead, Q.
Okay. Some of you need to learn more about supply versus demand for investments, spending, dating. Just saying, no offense meant.
And this is from a mail that Dr. Carey. I don't know. Explain that part, Dr. Carey.
I can't explain that. Maybe I should just not
You
talk
had a
anymore.
fantasy about him. No big deal. It's all right.
Is it up in the fridge? Or...
Say you were dating that and you didn't you weren't
They
dating as
did have
much
it in
anymore.
So supply versus demand for, I understand all of it except dating. And I guess it's like when there's more men than the ratio, I guess for 10 to 1. Is that what they're talking about? They're pretty cryptic in that part.
They're all like half like tweets, I feel like, or I don't know.
And is this someone you're interested in, or they're interested in you, or?
Everybody's interested in me, Ruckus.
Absolutely. Sorry. Did you read the tweet, or did they send it to you?
Nah, I feel like, all right, I won't talk about it anymore, but it's just, I think it's funny because I haven't had any gummies today, so I can't really lay it all on the line here. Maybe I should go take a gummy and then I'll come back and be like,
supply and demand.
I just find it funny because Michael is looking at somebody's tweets and so am I, and a couple other people are like sending me them. Like, what does this mean? You gotta love when your friends are like, when you're in your 40s and your friends are like
I was
sending
gonna
you
say,
tweets.
you're like
I love it.
16 again.
I actually think it's the most fun thing I've ever had to go through.
You think when you're older, you'd not be so cryptic. You just say what you mean what you say.
I'm with you on your latest tweet, by the way, Dr. Carey.
What, the writing down your dreams?
No, I know it's your pinned tweet, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Night, Charles.
Hey, Richard, what happened, dude?
Dr. Carey hates it when I crush the
I'm here.
manifesting tweets that she writes.
I know. I do.
It's wild, eh?
He's like, let's take a military perspective on this. Just work hard.
No, I never say just work hard. I just say that manifesting's a bad term that gives people unrealistic expectations.
Manifesting?
Yeah,
when you
like
hope for
there's
something to happen, so it happens.
Like meditating? Like wishing it? Like one one
No,
one.
But see, I
it's a
like the idea
festival
of
with
saying
men.
focusing on something. Manifesting makes it seem like it's just gonna happen if you just think about it. Like it's just gonna appear. But you still have to be willing to like take advantage of the opportunity or like go
Like
out
the
and put in the work.
like the name it and claim it. Like
Yeah, it's the same thing as like if you pray to God, you know, He will answer your prayers. Like that's the same
God's
fallacy.
some kind of cosmic bellhop.
I love that.
Cosmic
God's
bellhop.
my cosmic bellhop. I'm writing that down. Who said
Caracas,
that?
Caracas.
I did.
That was awesome. But no, I mean, there's so much more to it. Zach, actually, when I didn't know that much about it, I would get things all the time. That was so crazy. But yeah, no, you have to align with it. You have to be ready for like different cues from the universe by like raising your vibration. You've got to, look for opportunities to get in line with the thing you want. Like, yeah, Zach, it's just, I think, a nicer, less military way of saying, what you focus on expands. Did he fucking leave? He went to listener. Fuck you, Zach. I didn't manifest that shit.
Got a question. While
Fucking
he's coming,
started a conversation and actually left.
That's my favorite.
we need that. We need.
I wish I could do that.
We need the Matteo soundboard so that while he's dropping down to listen and coming back
Was
up.
it over? Okay, good. It's over.
Zach, you're a dick so much. Or a clit, whatever we call them now.
What if the best of me for somebody isn't what's the best for society, Dr.
Well, I think everybody at their best self is probably best for society.
Charles Manson thought the same thing.
Right.
Whoa.
Whoa, guys. Whoa. Whoa.
Well,
Whoa. Richard, welcome back.
Whoa. What's going on? Okay.
Whoa.
Hold on, can I make a motion?
Please.
Motion to change the title to anything but that.
Why? It's the most up-to-date topic that we're going to start talking about.
Well, it's balls.
Hey,
Yeah.
so
Everybody likes an old bag of balls.
yeah. I mean,
Wait, there's no way that he's going to listen to me on like the Syndicate, correct? Like he's not going to like play
I'm
it back.
sending him.
Definitely.
I've been clipping this, Dr. Carey. I've already sent it to him.
Well.
Oh my God, fuck. I don't even know how to do that, but that's not what's happening, right?
Right. Dr. Carey, don't worry.
Okay. Like
Who are
he
we
doesn't
talking
like
about?
me that much, right?
You should 100% worry because I am clipping it and sending it to him.
You can't clip it.
What?
You turned
Charles
clipping off.
Manson?
Whatever, Zach. Why don't you
I would
go
just, I would,
manifest?
yeah, I'd just do a photocopy of your sack and send that. I
Wait,
would
why don't
cut
you
it
just
off.
Whoa!
Gary, why don't you just manifest it and not happening?
You're right. I shouldn't be looking at his subtweets. I'm bringing, but it's so fun.
Whoever changed it to anything but that, I appreciate it.
No worries. Richard,
God
what
is
happened?
my cosmic
We need to know what the
bellhop.
but that is. Oh
Richard,
wait, Pearls is here. Pearls, were you able to see who the other listeners were when you went back to listener?
I went back in there and there wasn't anybody but one person. But by that, Mike had invited me to become speaker in that profile, so I don't know if that changes it because I got the request to become speaker.
Who was the one person?
Oh, I can't remember now. Some chick
Crypto
with
Barbie.
Yeah, some chick with a glass. Oh, she's still in the space.
Oh, I see her.
I can see her now. Yeah.
It said there was 11. When I saw it, it was like 11 listeners. And then as
Yeah,
soon as we noticed it, they all left.
yeah, yeah. I think that's what happened. They were in for a bit, though, weren't they, Richie?
That must be the
Yeah.
other 4.
A minute.
No, I was there though. Like I saw so when it says that at the bottom, typically what that means is that somebody's like copied and pasted the link to this chat into their private browser. I call it incognito listening. I do it to you guys all the time. And there's no way to see who those people are.
Right. And you can do that on like your PC, is that right?
Or your phone in the private browser screen. Because you don't
Oh,
have to be
nice.
logged into Twitter.
Does it?
I'm
I don't think it
next
shows
level.
you as a listener, even if
Yeah,
you're logged in on your laptop.
Well, if you're not logged in
They
though
might
and
have
you're
fixed it.
private.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying, even if you're logged in on your PC, I don't think it shows you in the actual listener thing. It says other listener, but I could be wrong.
You are wrong.
No, okay.
If you're logged in,
Someone get in on their
your
computer
PFP
and
shows
log
up.
in here. Mike, use the mic use the mic profile and try to log in and be listener and see if it shows up.
He can't.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm near a PC. I'll do it, Zach. Fuck, I have to get up. Crook.
See, we manifested Hurls to do work when he's crook.
Really tried to have a regular show today.
Are you saying you don't believe Richie? Because why don't we just take Richie for a word for it? Or you want? Oh, Zach wants to see if there's more people. Is that right? Trying to get myself out of this one.
I don't know. I don't not believe Liz. I just question whether or not I'm wrong, because I've been under that assumption for a while. So if I'm wrong, that's not good news.
But you're on drugs, so it's not like it might not matter right now. I mean, everything you're experiencing right now, I mean, for all I know, the walls are bleeding there, right? I mean, the walls always bleed. In the movies, they tell you the walls bleed. Are the walls bleeding there?
No.
I see you, Matt Mocha got it.
Dan?
Yeah, you need to take more.
It's Mint Mocha goodness. Interesting. I still see you.
I see you.
Man, we got Mint Mocha in the house. That's a rare occasion. That means there's 2 people in potentially the house of one of the 4 that are connected, and this could be one of the 4, but is actually in duality one of the 1 or 2 of 1. I can't figure it out. But
Over Christmas, my sister and I were in a space together in like separate bedrooms in the same house.
I wouldn't want it any other way, right?
just like old times.
Okay, guys.
That's what my daughter and I do. Like when she came in, because it echoes. You
Dan,
know?
did you give Dr. Kerry the survey?
Do we get her to do what?
Did you give Dr. Kerry the survey?
Oh, not yet. But I should ask her. Okay, Dr. Carey, we're trying to find out. There's been a claim that the Syndicate is a bit of an all boys club, and that the women
God.
don't get treated with equal shit or whatnot. Basically, don't get the same level of help that the men do. The non-obligated help that usually is professed. So, the question for you is: do you feel that's true? As one of the female members of the syndicate, the gal that's doing the old "here's Johnny" face. That's what we say. A lot of times we always kind of say that, like. Oh, Dr. Carey came in. I'm like, oh, you mean Johnny? You know, because your icon kind of looks like a "here's Johnny," you know, kind of thing. But anyways, do you feel like you don't have not gotten what you need out of the syndicate? Not that you needed anything. Do you feel like it's disappropriately more of like a club for Zach and his friends?
I feel like when I'm aligned, that like I can tap a lot of people here and they will support me in whatever I'm doing. So I definitely feel very supported, and then like even a little pushed, but then like people will pull back and then realize like I need to get my shit together, and then yeah. So I don't think I think you guys are one of the best. It's like some other spaces for women are like really bad.
But Dr. Carey, that's almost exactly what I said. Was like when I needed the help and was ready for it, it was here.
I'm
That's
a bit.
interesting.
Why did I feel uncomfortable when Dr. Carey proclaimed she could tap into people here or tap? I don't know. I
Yeah.
just felt a bit uncomfortable. Did
Did
anyone
you
else
feel
feel?
violated, Hurls?
You feel violated?
Mentally, I don't know. Yeah, it just felt weird. What's
Dr.
going on
Carey,
there?
you can tap into me anytime you need to.
Thank you.
Zach,
I
go
like to
ahead.
tap.
I think tap has different meaning for Australians than.
Oh,
Well,
like
there was
tap
a
that
claim
ass,
that
I
girl.
supposedly I really wanted to tap the hell out of somebody, and I don't think that's true. But all right.
I've said this before. I just want to reiterate every time the word's used. I don't have friends in here. Just wanted to make that known because that caused a huge uproar last time, and I loved it. So I'm just gonna say it again.
Yeah, nobody likes to either,
Okay,
Zach.
Zach.
So that's cool.
Perfect.
Wait, you
I just
don't have
wanted to make sure.
friends.
Military
So
shit.
if you don't have friends in here, Zach, what do you have in here? If
Clients.
it's not friends,
Acquaintances.
acquaintances. Okay, right.
Yeah.
And acquaintances cannot be friends.
No, this means that at the meetup we're not doing any trust falls with Zach. That's all it means because he's not gonna like
No,
catch
I
us.
can do all.
You
I
know
can
what I
do
mean?
all of that.
Huh.
Yeah, she knows that's messed up.
That
And remember,
changes.
the reason you're trust falling is because Michael made you fall in the first place. So just remember that.
That
No,
changes
Dan,
my
you
perception
are
of
in
you.
charge of the 4.
Can somebody let Mocha Goodness talk,
Oh,
please?
that's okay. I was waiting my turn. It's all good. And now that we're both in this space, does that mean that Mike and I are different people?
No, this is just Mike
Potentially.
doing different voices on different phones.
But there's only one girl, so all the girls are the same.
No,
I don't think we could ever do an Abby voice.
I think she confirmed that I was a real person. I don't want to talk about
Oh,
her
okay.
anymore.
Well,
About her here,
all I was
but
going to say was, to kind of echo the same things. When I've needed help, when I've needed things, when I was ready, I've gotten to places in my life that I never would have been able to reach because of the Syndicate. I'm super blessed because of all of you. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a great place. It's a great place.
I'm more
That was
curious
nice. That was good.
about that with regard to Sandra's perspective on things and how it can change, and like my concern for Sandra's well-being. That's all. That's why I asked for the survey too.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of ways, as a friend, we're here for the good times and the bad. So, who's to say if situations change and a person feels better? The question is, will you still sit down and have a conversation with them? Sure.
I told her she couldn't leave the group chat anymore.
No, yeah, I hate it when she does that.
Did she leave?
No.
That's the last time. No, I'm kidding. She can
Well,
leave.
it's a good telltale, isn't it? It's a kind of telltale.
I
Oh,
left
that
the
she didn't
chat.
leave?
No, when somebody leaves like that, like or something, it's a telltale. It means something's up. You know what I mean?
Sure.
he keeps leaving the group chat.
Who does?
Yeah.
Peter.
He does?
I'm
Fuck you, Peter.
requesting that the one of 4 chat be opened up to other syndicate members with regard to
No.
transparency.
Whoa. You know how
No.
hard it took to get into the 4 in the first
Yeah.
place?
And
Jesus
here's
Christ.
the second part.
God damn.
If you let in any more
Fucking
than
way are we
that,
going to do
we're
that?
What
gonna
about me?
we're gonna wake up to 100 messages again, like Peter and Alice Scotia and all these other people just messaging.
There
And
you
then
go.
the nice
Sandra
thing with
was
the 104
right.
Yeah.
chat,
Sandra
the
was
nice thing
right,
about it, hey,
and we know
the
at
other,
least who 2 are of the one of 4
hey,
because they immediately objected to it. And
at
we know that
least
somebody else has
we're
just
all
signed
in
a
the same
non-disclosure, so
time
that's
zone.
3 of the 4. So we've only got
I
one
was
space
part of the
to fill
original
everyone.
8, and it took me a long time to get out of
I'm gonna
that
say,
and get
I'm
found
gonna
by the
say
4
that
in the first place.
Sandra is part of the one of 4. I'm gonna say that.
No. If that's true, that's hell. When did it change? Look at the website.
I didn't
Hold
even
on.
know Dan was in the group chat.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Until
make my
today.
own one of 4. And Zach and Dan, you're not invited.
Not Dan
What's that?
Rockwell. Dan the
I'm
other
I'm
one.
I'm taking applications because
Oh my
yeah,
God, how fucked
Zach
up would it be if
has,
Hurls
is
made a
only an
chat that said
acquaintance.
the 1 of 4 chat and sent it to her?
Oh no, Hurls, I think that's perfect for you. The voice of the resistance. I say go for it. You know what I mean? I hope you find some funding, pal. I hope you really find it.
That's the whole thing, mate. I don't want funding. It's not about funding. It's about passion. It's about friendship. It's about everything the
Go
other one
valet
of
my
4
fucking
is
car.
not about. It's everything that you and your 1 of 4 is not, and that's why it's going to thrive.
Look, the 1 of the 4 has always been part of 1 of the 8. If you were part of the 7 in the first place, you would have known that, but you weren't included. And I apologize for that. I'll tell Kristen in the morning, and we'll try to fix it.
The apology is not accepted, and it's not needed. I don't need your apology.
Well, I need your apology for the survey results in order for me to actually write this off my taxes. So I need an immigrant, somebody here. Come on.
I don't give out apologies.
Apology accepted.
Oh,
Exactly.
Richard.
Apology accepted.
All right. Taking applications for 1 of 4. The other 1 of 4.
Oh, the other 1 of 4. By the way, we trademarked most of our shit, so good luck with your logo.
Peter, how did you feel as a woman in the space? Or do we treat you well?
I just feel like, you guys are plotting against me.
What could we possibly do that Australia hasn't already done?
I don't know. But I know you're up to something.
Oh shit! Didn't your car
Hurley?
break down the other day?
Did it?
Remember?
No.
Yeah.
Battery. Yeah.
Yes.
Had to
Oh
push the car.
shit! Has anyone else had car trouble?
I
Yes.
love Mike trying to make the. I think Dr. Carey's had the most car trouble.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
it seems like a lot of us have had car trouble.
Why do you keep saying it, Michael?
Because Sandra had car trouble and she thinks somebody's
Well,
like
don't say
messed with her
somebody.
car.
Doing
She
a
thought that
spell,
She doesn't
manifesting
think,
bad
she
stuff on
knows.
her.
apparently I took time off of my vacation to go and mess with her car, and I'm also her landlord.
Wait, Zach, could you? That's what she really thinks?
She said that today, yeah.
Did she give you a phone number to
Oh, she's
ring?
having trouble, guys.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know she's having trouble, and that's why we're still here regardless, but it's hard to go through that trouble sometimes, man.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, because I've never really had like a friend that was that had that like said that kind of stuff, and that's gotta. I feel like I got upset when she kept like seriously. I got upset when she kept leaving the chat. Like it bothered me. Like, it made me upset. I'm like, I think I have like attachment issues and abandonment issues, whatever, like my own trauma, but like I don't like I don't like feeling like someone is like doing stuff that really makes me feel uncomfortable. Like I can handle a whole lot of crazy. I'm from like, not the best places. Like I didn't grow up in like, I don't know, the best town. So I know crazy, but and I'm not calling her crazy, but I don't like the way it feels on the other end. So I don't know. It's okay. I think it's good to actually talk about it, Dan, because it is not easy to handle that behavior.
It's hard to talk about it with her, that's for sure. But
Has anyone been able to do it? Has anyone been able to talk about like when this all started, when this all happened? With Sandra?
I've never been able to get to a level of meaningful clarity. I know that she wanted, help with the car dealership, but like, I don't know. I didn't understand that. I've seen her more ruthless about Bitcoin. It was super confusing for me to understand the. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I know that. Look, I know this. All I know is that financial freedom is the number one goal for everyone,
in 2023, and Syndicate will help try to make that happen. We're trying to do things, and this is a non-obligated help sort of group, right? We're not obligated to do anything with you. We
You
choose
guys are fucking
to do
obligated
so.
to help me.
Yeah, but it's just. But no, seriously, I
Dr.
do think
Carey.
I'm just kidding.
I do think the
I'm
lack
kidding.
of clarity fucks people up.
Well, maybe
And
we should have more clarity.
yeah.
Well,
Here's
Michael
my
doesn't like that
guess.
either.
Okay, can you do another survey, Dan? Can you do it like another survey for Sandra? Get more clarity.
And then
Yeah,
can I
no,
just
that's
say
hard,
one
man.
thing too?
I'm not. I'm bailing in marketing right now. I'm handing it over. I'm giving it back to Dr. Carey. I can
Can
only
I
do it
just
for so
say
long.
one thing? My friend Midas is here and he knows a lot about AI. So I don't know if you want to tap him. Oh, I know you guys don't like that word tap from the
And the
Aussies
tap
and
is too
Aussies
close
anyway.
to
But
butt fuck.
I
That's
get
why
it
we
now.
don't like
I
it.
get it.
do you have any
Tap and butt
questions?
fuck are connected. It's the same thing with
Tap
coupling.
into.
Like if you
I mean,
talk to Ruckus about coupling, he knows it means sex. He said it because it meant sex. Ruckus
Tap
knows what he's doing.
I think we say tap into over here. We don't just say tap because just use
Well,
singly
in
tap.
Cincinnati, tap means you're coupling. Goddammit. Just remember that. Don't ever just go up to somebody and say, "Hey, can I tap you for help?" Because it secretly means you want to reach around in all the right places.
Hey, that's Richard that was
There
talking
he is
about the
again.
reach around.
That's my
Reach
TED talk. Tap into, but I say tap into. I never knew. I
Holy
guess
shit.
tap, like tap that ass. Yeah, I get it.
Hey, Rockus.
Yeah.
That's the perfect picture.
The one I have?
The one in the chat.
Oh,
My guess at who's in the top 4 is, of course, Michael.
It's not the top 4. It's just
Dan.
the 4, Dan.
It's the top 4. And then
Oh, ranking.
it'll
Isn't
be
it ranking?
Shit, we got more better.
Zach, because he was pretty defensive about it. And then I was thinking Raucous, but I'm unsure who the 4th is. But my money is on Raucous.
That sounds like something the fourth person would say.
For who's the female voice?
Who's the female? I thought it was Pete.
Where did that come from? I don't see a mocha. I don't see
She's
that
over here. I guess.
Yeah, I snuck into the same room as Mike, so now
She hung up on her phone because she was like,
"Oh
yeah, that's why I left."
No, she merges into Mike. She hangs up, and then her essence goes like space age instead.
That was really gross sounding, but also right on point.
Thank you.
Is Crypto Barbie Sandra?
It's definitely Sandra.
Shit.
No,
We're all fucked.
No.
Hi, Sandra, by the way.
Casey is here. Casey, maybe he's seen the light.
Hey, Casey.
Are you excited to see KC like that?
I'm
We should
always
ask
excited to
KC
see people.
if he's benefited from this. KC, have you benefited from being around us?
You scammer.
Well, should we preface so that he knows what's going on? Or do
Can you
just
preface?
to clear his throat.
The TLDR, Casey, I'm going to give you the TLDR. Are you ready?
The fact that you wanted to preface it just means that you're not part of the force. So thanks for outing yourself.
I never said I even wanted to be part of the four. It's too much responsibility.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm putting you with the 6 over here. You guys all love Luggins Run.
I'm going to give Casey... Dan, stop talking. I'm going to give Casey the TLDR. So right now, we're discussing Sandra, and that's all you need to know.
And she was right about the 4.
It's pretty good.
We've so far found 3 of the 4. We don't know who the 4th is. KC.
I think the 4th is an at-large position that could go like several people.
Did you notice how Casey only showed up when we got to who is the 4th?
Yeah, exactly.
Casey always gets asked to everything because he's a white man.
I'm dropping down to listener.
Well, that sounded like Meteos. Who was talking then?
I dropped down to listener.
Do you guys think that So You is really sad because he can't drop down to listener?
Probably. He does it all the time, though. He just kind of ignores us, and we're like, what the heck's going on?
What's going on?
Notice how Casey hasn't said anything yet?
Exactly what
He's
the 4th would do.
learned.
He's configuring his statement to deny the fourth, or is it the
Maybe.
He's,
third?
Well, I
he's
mean,
too
he
busy
can't talk
working
if
on
he's
his
the
new
other.
invention.
Yeah, but he can't talk if he's also the other three people at the same time.
I'm DMing Sandy to let her know she's right.
Well, there's definitely a line of duality
Don't
going
mess
on
with
here.
her. We need to have a coordinated narrative on this.
Oh my
I'm
God,
not
really?
gonna mess with her.
Kind of. I don't
I
know.
think that Dan was most upset when she accused him of wanting to bed her.
Bed
I
her?
loved how solid the response was. Just nope.
Bed her?
I
Yeah.
couldn't think of a better way to say it.
Like
Yeah.
to
No,
bang her?
Unintended.
Well, that's just
wanted
the
to
no,
fuck
common
her.
thing you get. You know what I
no,
mean?
no. I think it
That's
was
like a
pictures, wasn't it?
compliment, isn't it?
Wait, it was a compliment? Really?
Wait, was this all today? Like live? Did she say this
Yeah,
live?
recorded. So just go back and
Well,
listen.
everyone wants to
No.
bed me too. I don't go around saying it.
Oh, Dr. Kerry, please stop.
I'm just
Like, you could try
teasing
to
you guys.
screw one of the four. It doesn't get you up any higher. I've tried.
I don't even know
You
what this
can't
one of the
sleep.
four is.
You
Like,
can't
what is
sleep
that?
your way to the top of the syndicate.
I can't.
Well,
I already have,
You
Rich.
know,
It was very
Zach was in
easy.
Miami and screwed with a car, and then Michael, what did he do? Oh, well,
Oh, Zach messed with her car in Miami. He's also her landlord. So
right.
you is also Zach at the same time, and he's also Allie, and he's Dan. But Dan might actually be somebody named Max.
Yeah,
I just
no,
want to point
who
out. I just want to
knows who
point out
Max
for
is?
somebody who believes that this is happening within their reality, it's got to feel terrible, right? It's got to feel exhausting and shit. So I
But
feel
it's
for
It
you.
absolutely
Yeah,
does.
it's got to feel
it,
bad. Yeah, for sure.
it's intermittent though, because come tomorrow it'll be all like everything back to normal. So it's kind of like
Correct.
it'll be like one day it'll be just like accusing everyone of being in the phone, or maybe one person in particular being in the phone, doing some spying, what have you. And next day everything's back to normal.
Yeah, but
That
that's what I
Yeah,
think the problem is. Like, if
it is. It is until it isn't, Dan. Like,
It's true.
Yeah,
I
I think
think
she's
that
just dealing with some trauma, and just kind of got
well,
to accept her as she is.
yeah, but I also think that like everyone here cares about her enough to like if we didn't, we wouldn't still be here and like sitting and listening. Because I mean, if you were here for it and you can listen, it's recorded. I'm sure Mike will post this at some point and monetize it later. But like, if you heard it, like, I mean, Dan and Mike just sat there and they took it. And they took it and they took it and they took it. And so I don't think that if anybody here didn't care about her well being, they would put up with that. I mean, Mike would just yo yo her. And he
yeah.
did.
But that's
Correct.
the other thing. Like, isn't Syndicate known for calling people out on their shit as well?
Yeah, but now
Yeah, but
it's like it's a little different when it deals with somebody's mental health, like right? Like so this is definitely and I said this when she was doing it that I worry about her. She went in and she attacked my business and that's when I like stepped out because I'm not gonna listen to her attack something that I've been working on like as much. And like but it's hard and it's not okay. But at the same time, like what are you gonna do? Pete, I saw your hand. Go for it.
Have we tried having the discussion with her when she's not in that state, or at least when she's not presenting
I have
to
tried
be
to
in
talk
that
to her
state?
yes, I
offline
have
and
a little
mentioned
bit.
that. Yeah, Dr. Carey. I mean, like
Well, no,
it's
like I've joked around with her. Sorry, Rich. Just the only like I joked around with her about the leaving the chat thing. But
so
Elizabeth, you go ahead.
I've sent serious DMs to her when that first happened. When she first attacked me, or when I first felt attacked by her, it was just me and Pete in a room with her, and she came in and told me that I wasn't who I said I was, and that I knew what was going on, and that I knew who Mike was, and that what he was really doing, and it really threw me off. And Peter, you were there. I was really kind of shaken by the incident, and so I DM'd her after she attacked Casey and was like, listen, you've done this now twice, and I just want you to know that I'm here if you need to talk to somebody. And I mean, that's the extent of it, but it hasn't really gone anywhere after that. So I've tried.
Yeah. I tried to talk about it, and then it got denied as if it didn't happen, like as if she didn't realize that she did it. So,
yeah, I've tried to talk to her and help her as well. And it often is thanks and thrown back in your face. So, but at the same time,
I think I echo a lot of what Peter said. She'll might be back to goodness and go from there. Look, we all know that Sanders had financial issues. That's one of the number one issues that she's going through. And she's gotten kind of this raw deal of moving down there for one reason or another because of XYZ events and yada yada events. And when you don't have financial security and you think people are fucking with you and it just builds on top of things. And if you're going through hard times and being depressed, burned out, we've been there, we know that, it compounds. And if you don't have someone to lean on, like a partner or a significant other, it compounds even more. And we could just go off on Cinder. We actually have full right to do that, given what kind of went down today. However, I think taking it was the first thing to do. Trying to alleviate the pain, which we did. Got her a refund from Christian and that whole thing because that's what started
She
it.
got a refund from him? I thought she
Yeah.
was like super in it.
Kristen had to do some canceling of his schedule. He was going to a funeral. I'm not making excuses for the guy. I'm just saying he tried to change the schedule on her a couple times, and she didn't like that, and so that's what started. She said, "I fired your guy." That was the start of the conversation. Was Michael? I fired your friend, and then Michael obviously had to say, "Oh, really? What are you talking about?" And then she unloaded, and basically, there was a lot, and it cascaded. I mean, we went from that to 9/11 to you name it and back. I mean, we went all over the place. Not literally 9/11, but we
Okay,
went
I
through
was
the
gonna say
9/11
I
of her
missed
life.
something.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it was a lot of stuff.
Wait, Casey.
Casey, go ahead.
Casey, as the white cisgender male, please speak.
If
Cis, white, gender male.
cis
We got
white
a cis
gender
white
man,
gender
yeah.
male. Everybody now, cis white gender male. We got it.
All right.
It's
Cis
really
white
catchy.
gender
That's
male.
what's
That
really
is
bad
what's
about
really bad
that.
about that.
I think
Super
it's
catchy.
awesome. It's got to be a theme song for something.
So,
The Syndicate.
if you guys want to continue being in the same environment with her and affect change so that you're protecting yourself, you have to address the mental health, you have to address the medication impact, and talk with her about, like, okay, well, so you're on meds and that's okay. You have blood pressure meds that really fuck with you. Her and I had a conversation, and we came to a very firm, repetitive agreement that should it happen again with her and I will be asking her about her medication. I recommend each of you, in your own way, approach that with her and see if you can find a comfortable way to have that conversation if you choose to continue engaging. That's the formula that I'll be applying.
I think that's a good idea, Ruckus.
You think that's the issue?
Mm-hmm.
Casey? Yeah.
It's every...
So Ruckus attempted that
you didn't...
with another person with mixed results.
Well, so you tried that with Sandra or no?
Ruckus tried to approach a rather lively conversation with, I believe, Alaskoshi, who at the time saying a repeated line,
that's different.
"Shut the fuck up!
That's
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!"
that's
Which is something I heard over and over.
totally
And in
different.
fact, I did a video at home about it in an animated character that will probably end up being an NFT one day because it immortalizes the whole scene.
Nice.
I'm just saying I have a little PTSD from the last time somebody in the Syndicate chat asked about medications.
I don't think it's medication, by the way. I know medication can be part of it. I'm on the same blood pressure pills, and by the way, I'm on a whole cocktail of shit. But I think it's all the financial freedom aspect. I think the financial freedom is the big aspect. That's the biggest aspect, in my opinion.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Well, I mean,
Dan, is there a correlation between your monologuing and the medication you take?
Could
Because
be.
if so, I want some.
But I also smoke a little bit of weed.
All right, that's it. I'm taking a gummy.
I have to agree with Dan. It does like there's some stress there. So maybe approach the... I'm solutions oriented. So I was like trying to find a solution. I know it's not the best route, but for me, it's like, hey, let's figure out a solution, or a path to a solution. And maybe one thing is just to get the stress in order or in check or under control, and then get a path to a solution. You just can't stay in this perpetual state
These
of
are
stress.
rational thoughts to irrational situations. Is
What
the
about a Twitter-based intervention of some sort? I know that's probably super.
I'm kind of offended. I'm going to take some medication.
No, I think you have. I mean, it's definitely stress, right? Like she's in a stressful situation. Situations.
it's more
What about something nice?
it's more. You don't.
What about
Go ahead.
what about something nice? Like, like for me, if my friends are going through a situation like that, buy them some flowers or something like that. Or do a little poll saying who of the syndicate loves Sandra, and just 100% love Sandra type thing. Just saying we love you. We know you're going for shit times, but we're here and we love you type thing. I don't know, just something
Right now, I
nice.
should be offended by that.
Yeah, but
Weak.
also we love you, but like you're also, I feel like, and I'm not even the person that's getting the brunt of the abuse. It's many other people here that like she abuses you guys, and I feel like it's not okay
Right.
anymore. Like and I
Well,
don't
we're
want to be an
gaslighting
asshole.
her, apparently. Someone's always fucking with her and gaslighting her, which
I just don't
I
like
don't know what the
how
hell
it
that
makes
is.
you guys, like not just guys, but it upsets me because that behavior is really scary to me. And I feel very upset, and I don't know the right way to approach it either, but I just know that it makes us feel like we did something wrong, which is not true. And then the more you let it go and let it go, it'll never stop. And I don't know.
And isn't that
Yeah.
pretty much gaslighting? Like
I think
when
it is
someone's
I think it's
accusing
gaslighting.
you of
more,
doing
Yeah.
things or
more.
whatever,
I'm
Well,
sorry.
it's
that
it's
makes you
Excuse
more
feel
me.
like
Excuse
shit.
me. We got Dan with his hand up. Whoa, Dan, what you got, buddy?
enabling.
All right, you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
You're clear.
You're
Go
coming
ahead.
Yeah,
through loud and clear.
All right, good.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Edison.
Yeah, I was
come
just
on,
going to say,
Kiwi.
first of all, there's, you're talking about the blood pressure meds. There is a type of blood pressure medication. I think they're called ARBs for short, and they are associated with an increased risk of suicide. So you probably can't completely rule out the
Increase
medication
what,
having
Dan?
some
Did anyone else
increased
increase
risk
what
of
you break up?
suicide. So
Right. Okay.
you can't entirely rule out the medication having some impact. But I mean, it's kind of not acceptable to come into a space and accuse people of things that they haven't done. So you kind of got to shut that down when it happens. Say, yep, we do like you, you're a valuable person, all of that. But when you're going to be accusing someone of something they haven't done, I think the best way to she hasn't accused me of anything, but if she was saying to me, "Oh, you're in my phone," I'd say, "No, I'm not," and then I'd probably either leave the space or something because I don't want to be like even partake in that, and then I'd come back at a later time or whatever. Like you kind of got to shut it down, and then you can't keep denying it because they're just going to think that that's further proof that you are actually in their phone. So it's a bit of a tough one, but like if you allow a certain behavior, it's going to keep happening.
Yeah, so that's what I was sort of thinking. It's enabling in a sense, isn't it?
Yeah, you enable it.
Well, that was the whole thing with the chat. I was like, don't leave. You can't come back anymore. Like, it was kind of a joke, and it's not, I'm like not the freaking star of the show, so it's not my right to like decide, but I don't know. That's the one that bothers me the most is like
Wait,
being
Dr.
like, fuck
Carey,
you guys, we hate you. And then like, what?
you're not the star of the show?
Well, I
Wait,
mean, I
wait a
am, but
minute.
you guys aren't supposed to know that I know that.
Oh, I just want to say I've been crook as a dog, but thanks for making me feel a bit better.
But you know what though? Like, have you ever been in this has never happened to me in any other space. It has happened to me before, maybe in real life a little bit, but never in Twitter spaces. So it's very, very strange terrain. Casey, what do you,
Happened
have
to
I
me on
done anything? Oh, sorry.
happened to me on a train once.
But you didn't know the person, right? Casey, just go.
you have a choice to make. When you deal with somebody who is mentally unstable, either in general or in the moment, you have a choice. You can call them out in a righteous fashion and lambaste them for being such a horrible person. Or if you have the wherewithal and the sense to know that you're dealing with an actual mental health issue, you can take a different path. You can have discourse. You can have calm boundaries. You can set healthy boundaries, which is needed. But you have a choice. Mental health, as we're watching this particular scene unfold, this is not a character flaw of somebody that needs to be corrected in the way that they choose to live. This is a mental health issue. And I've been through a lot of spaces. I go through a lot of different communities, and there's a lot of mental health issues out there. In my job, there's a lot of mental health issues. You get to learn how to spot it. And this is a real mental health issue. I would advise direct discourse with healthy boundaries, an open conversation without the thought of high emotion and what's right or wrong, because it's not a rational situation. It is totally irrational. Just keep that in mind.
So therein lies the challenge, like, because often when the topic arises, emotion is already at play for a lot of people in the space. So I guess it's a matter of timing for that conversation to happen. And then the patience to say that emotion might arise and, okay, we'll come back and try that again later. Casey, is that, it sounds like you're speaking from a lot of
Yeah,
experience. And
yeah, and that's right. It takes a lot of tact and a lot of timing. And for me, I was just started a random space and she hopped in and it's just her and me for like 45 minutes chatting away. And we had an earnest conversation. And the timing was good, the tone was right, the feeling was right. So I brought it up and we had a very good conversation. And it's not easy, and it's easy to fuck up. So
and have things been different between you since? Does that happen recently,
it
right?
hasn't been altogether that long, so I'm hesitant to say yes, but it kind of feels like it. We'll see.
Casey, why the fuck do you like not? You just like go right into it with me.
I did with her. I mean, so
I'm kidding.
like, but I don't see you as having that level of mental health crisis, and like, let's just normalize it.
That's all I wanted to hear, which is so fucked up, Casey.
Well,
And I've got a question while you're being so open, Casey. Are you one of the four?
He's the 4 and the 1.
The silence
What?
tells it all, I think.
Casey, I
I
threw
just
out
want,
31 bags of things today. Are you happy?
I just want to know, because if Casey's not one of the four, then maybe he'll be one of the other four.
None of this
There's
would
two
Well,
happen.
groups
that's
of
true. He
four.
could join your four, your new group of four. But that really depends on them. I will say, Casey, I want to believe your theory, but I don't believe it 100%. And the reason is that there's typically a pattern on mental health people, as well as people who have an intent to sort of navigate a situation to the degree of which they want to navigate the situation, i.e., they either want to take on certain aspects that are affecting their lives head on and break through, or they're sort of are in a denial state, which you could say that's a mental issue as well. But I don't think it's all medicine related. I think a lot of it is financially related. Personally,
they're not separate, right? They're not separate of it.
so they're all part of the same
Yeah,
thing. to me, it's not the like I'm sure there's medication issues, but to me, there is a governing paranoia or hysteria that is over the current like life stance. Everything in life is connected to this like point of origin, and I don't know. I'd like I guess when I listen to you, there's a part of me that says, okay, just don't talk to her and say, I know you're on your medications. Actually, the line that Carrie said, which is like, that's what I totally love to hear, is hear you sort of psychoanalyze me. Fuck you, right? That's exactly what I would expect her to say, and I figured she would say that. I don't know. I just think that her brain is
So
intact.
it's not
She's not
that
taking on these
there's
things
like
that she should take on.
it's not that there's like a, hey,
Well,
it's just the drugs, man. It's just the meds, just whatever. Free. It's the no. It's like being aware that there's a medication cycle that triggers an acceleration to the paranoia.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget she is a lawyer, right? So she's a qualified, highly intelligent woman, right?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of like, well, okay, how do you deal with it? Because I'm thinking, well, there could be multiple causes. She's said it, she's talked about her traumatic relationship she's had with her um alleged abusive ex-partner, so that's probably a big contributor, I'm guessing. But I mean, it's like, well, how do you deal with it? And I'm thinking back, I remember reading some book, and I think it was about like schizophrenia and using cognitive behavioral therapy for that. And usually it's not that successful for that condition because, schizophrenia has a lot of it's biological as well, I think. And so it's not just all environmental. Yeah, you know what I mean. But what is it like? They said that in the book, it was like it's important to challenge those like paranoid beliefs because at the time, but they said at the time, the person is not going to believe it. Like they're just going to say, "Oh, of course, a person like you would say that," you know. And it's like, but later on, when they calm down, then they actually will sort of remember what you said. So when you sort of say, like, when she says, you're in my phone, it's like, well, how would that be possible? And what did I do? How would that even work? That stuff may not seem like it's having an effect, but later on, she may come to some realization that, you know, you weren't in the phone.
The other thing is like it may not be the whole and solely issue, but they're all stresses, right? And we all have those stresses in our lives that push us to a point. And I think you still have to have hope with regards to what I feel Dan was talking about. It may not become aware, and I'm not just talking about Sandra, like anyone in your life. They may not be able to come aware of it or bring attention to it or address it at that time, but later on they may be able to look back at that and go, okay, yep, that's a learning lesson. I could have listened more, or I could have been more attentive to things, and then that goes down to life experience.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think we could have done anything differently over the last 30 to 60 days, such that we would not be in the same position today?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
What's that?
But I don't know, but it definitely could be done
No,
differently.
no,
I'm
no.
not
But
saying
if you don't know,
I'll
that doesn't.
spitball.
Hold on.
I kind of know. I kind of have an idea.
Okay, tell me.
Like I feel like when she does when she does these things and like leaves the chat, like I feel like someone maybe should have a conversation with her like we love you, but and we can disagree and we can have fights, but like we also have boundaries or whoever it is, right? Like we have certain boundaries that like when you completely disengage or like say everybody's terrible because of one thing that happened, like maybe you can't come back or you can't like you know what I mean? We have to be more assertive with what kind of behavior we're willing to accept.
I'm saying it could be done differently, but I'm not saying it's anyone's fault either. So, I'm not saying
Yeah, no,
that.
I just want to know, like, now that we're here, if we could have rewound the clock, is there anything you would have done differently over the last 60 days?
There is, but it kind of goes against the syndicate. So the syndicate I kind of see as like an open forum where people can say whatever. But I mean, you could have like shut it down and dropped it down to listener whenever she made these accusations. But would that go against the grain of the
Well,
syndicate?
the last time I wanted to hear it is because it was something Bilal said. And Bilal said that if someone's telling us something, it means for them it's true.
Exactly. Yeah. That's right.
So that's where I was conflicted.
Yeah,
But
there's something it's called my
I don't agree with that just because they say something. A lawyer would not agree with that either.
but it's
The
something.
whole point
you're
of
probably
lying
right.
is
Well,
for one,
Bilal said
establish
it, so
your
it's true.
position and what you want to get across.
That's true. Bilal said it, so it's true.
What
No,
about
you're right.
So in this instance, so Dan, do you think that? Do you think it's just blind accusation type thing, or is it actually?
I think there's a lot of stuff going on. I think there's defense mechanism stuff. I think there's definitely a surrounding situation, and I know financial is a big part of it, and I know the rest is sort of a and however she got to Miami in the first place. There was some sort of agreement, something happened, and then she went there, and there was an obligation or some situation of XYZ. This is long before she ever got on Twitter, by the way. And then she gets on Twitter and, meets people and does the Bitcoin thing and whatnot. But yeah, all I know is I'm going to be your friend, right? That's what I'm going to know. So I know that piece. There's nothing I would have changed in 60 days. So I wouldn't change anything because I didn't know I was supposed to do anything because, you could say, well, Dan, you weren't as attentive. I should have gone through with things. One, you're forcing me to deal with it, right? That's one of the issues. This is meant to, we should assume a degree of hands off unless you were hands on. And those of you who are hands on know who you're hands on with because you're hands on with them. You're talking with them, and you're doing stuff. So yeah, I don't think it's a inclusion of projects type of thing. I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, she went further than anyone on the voice acting stuff, and I know that Christian is flaky. I see the same vibe, and she couldn't take it anymore, and so she wanted to cancel that and take the brunt of that out on Michael in a lot of ways for even suggesting that kind of thing. But I don't know. It's confusing for me to hear that story because I know she's a lawyer. She would have just had a direct conversation with Christian, but maybe she doesn't want to have a direct conversation with Christian for one reason or another. And so I don't know, man. But I I don't think it's all meds. I think a lot of the stuff she does on purpose. She arranges the conversation. She's a smart person, and I hope she gets better. And I'll be here if she needs me.
One good thing you guys could have done differently is not get in her phone. So that's something you could have done differently.
You're right. Yeah, see, things like that really hard, and that was, I mean, that was the start of it. That when Michael was presented as the mysterious man that got in his phone and was somehow also connected to Satoshi and a bunch of other stuff, I was like, yeah, okay, this has been a really great time. Good joke. Let's move on. But it's not. It's persistent. It's real, and it's hurtful. When she says this stuff, she's hurting you. She wants you to feel the pain because she's gone through the pain, and she wants people to feel that same pain in a lot of ways. And I don't know. I relate. I don't know. You could say, why are you friends with her? I don't know. Why am I friends with Dr. Carey? Why am I friends with the Hurls? Maybe it's like Zach. Zach says that we're all acquaintances. Maybe we're just all acquaintances with a small degree of love in there. In a lot of ways, that is the reality. However, a lot of us have helped each other, really, in true ways. And a lot of us know the positive effect from being in this group. And yeah, I think we try hard. I get mad at her when she goes off on us. It makes me want to, go off on her. But it wouldn't go anywhere. Maybe she wants that, right? Just like Dr. Carey wants to hear KC talk a little angry. Can we get a little bit of that angry for Dr. Carey? She would like to hear a little angry, please. I'm just kidding.
What are you talking about? No, I just meant Casey gives me gives it to me straight. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Casey's got his hand up.
Again, please.
Man, that was that was great. That was great. I would have potentially manned up and rolled the dice more on confronting it head on, but instead of making it like a punitive thing, I should have made it like a project. I should have like we did with with the guy calling me the NFT scam artist. Oh, that's a project for the day. Let's tear it apart. Let's look at the.
See, that would be direct gaslighting,
But
and supposedly we're all doing
I mean,
that, right?
like, but you know, like confront it head on and openly is what I'm thinking as an alternative. Like I should have just stood my ground instead of like being quiet and letting you guys tear, tear into it. I probably should have stepped up and just been like, no, that's ridiculous. But honestly, to your point, fuck, I was fired up, man. She was coming at me hot. No one to throw down. It got me fired up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. I mean, sometimes
And I
you'll get right,
appreciate that
sometimes
about
you don't.
Casey. Like he won't just like, because we're women, he won't like just let us get away with everything. And I think that's kind of cool.
It's probably because he doesn't have mummy issues.
Because he's a dick. But I appreciate
Fucking
it
click,
sometimes. But I
kid.
really do like the treatment from everybody else here. Way better than the treatment from him.
I've
He does
been.
have a patience. He does have a patience. Uh,
Yeah.
the thing that I just wanted to mention is when talking about these types of situations, I find we're talking from our perspective of how we perceive the world. And then when you try and empathize with someone who's experiencing anxiety or whatever it is, and you try and look into it and live the way they live with a veil of might be survival, in a sense, or that anxiety that looms over or hangs over and warps the way you see the world, in a sense that Sandra was right. There is probably a group of 4 people or a number of people who talk on the side. Yes, we're all actually in her phone because we are these tiny little entities that exist that she converses with. So part of, I'm not saying in Sandra's instance, but in someone in interest, like what she is saying is true to some sort, but the way that anxiety can warp that is like, be careful, these people are having an effect on your life. They're talking to you, they're triggering things, and therefore they are affecting your existence. And I just find that that's what I'm learning about these types of things when I interact with spaces, is when you listen to someone who's going through something, in a sense they can be right, but it's just the way they perceive that and how they perceive whether that being like you did with your a survey, Dan, is like it's perceived in different ways for different people, depending on what they're going through in their own lives.
I would add, so like to your point, Hurl's perception, my perception is my reality, right? And hers is hers as well. But let's not give too much credit to the lawyer thing. That's why I came up here. Because just because she's a lawyer does not mean that she can't suffer from mental
No, I didn't mean it
deficiency.
like that.
I
What I
know,
meant
but
is
hold on, Dan.
she can be
Hold on, Dan.
crafty.
I'm just saying, like, some of us are just as human as the next person. That's all. And suffer. Like, I mean, I'm on what do you call it, anxiety medication. Like, I don't assume that people know that about me. I don't care that people know it about me, but like, I feel like we should stop talking about her. But the thing when she starts talking, as I continue to talk about her, when she starts talking about the cameras in her apartment, when she starts talking about the cameras in the phone, that she hopes that they're not watching her in the bathroom stuff, like that's a lost a grip on reality, that I've seen in my clients personally that have had certain issues. We are none of us equipped to handle what she's dealing with, so we shouldn't try to. And that's all I want to say. And if we could move on to a different topic, I would love that. That's motion to move on to anything but
I'll
this.
move on just one second. At least I will move on. You guys can always move on, whatever. I mean, this is not really a move on room, anyways. If anything, the Syndicate gives too
Oh,
much hope.
Dan.
You're
No, it's
right.
true.
It's not a move on room.
It's really not a move on room.
What do you mean it's not a move on room?
It's not a move on room.
Don't move on from
I would
anything.
like to speak. I'm going to talk regardless.
Okay,
So
he's a
here's
man,
the deal.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, I've been interrupted more by men in spaces than any other sex, but not in this space as
Dan,
much
that's
as I
so
have.
rude. Stop.
Okay, what I want to say is that one thing that we do in the syndicate is we give too much fucking hope. That is the one thing that we are definitely guilty of, because we always talk and we always build things and we're like, you can do it. You know, like this is like one of the self-help rooms where people come in and you don't get just a stick of heroin. We give you like crack cocaine directly into your brainstem about the fact that you could be anything. And then sadly, you believe it. And if it doesn't go right, you come back and you yell at us. And that's the part that really sucks. So one, we
People
we
don't
give
do
too much
that
hope.
though.
We do. We give too. I mean,
Nobody
I
does
think
that.
but that comes out of Sandra. All
Yeah,
the
but
shit that
that's
comes
one
out of her
person.
comes out of her that you were helping me and then you fucked me over. That's the part that bothers me on that.
But did that
And
happen?
that's
Because
because we
that's
gave her too much
Casey,
hope.
it sounds like
that's your
somebody else.
perception. Like that again. Like I feel like you're taking some of this super personal, Dan, and it's not about you. It's not about the
I know it's
syndicate.
not about me, but she makes it about me. Don't you
No,
get it?
no, no.
She makes it about you because you did it. You were in your computer.
But you
You were
weren't
by your
there.
car. You're the one who towed it. You see what
I'm
I'm
not
saying? You're
gonna
one of the
yell or
four, or
argue
part of
with
the
you
five.
about it.
You know,
I know
one
it's not
thing,
about me. I know
one
it's
thing
about
that,
Syndicate.
so a while ago, I think it was just before Christmas, Sandra on the had mentioned, it said something like, oh, there's no one care, something like, I'm paraphrasing here, and I could be only a lot, something like this could be the last few days, I may die in a few days, something like that. And that was on the chat. And it's pretty concerning, really, and no one really responded to it, because it was just like, oh, it's just like, oh, just a bunch of crazy talk on the chat, But it's kind of like, okay, she's going through a lot of stuff, but is this the right place to voice those sorts of things, And I guess it is what it is, but you can't really do too much about it other than I just know in a lot of other spaces they would have shut that down completely. And like, but then this is not that type of space. It's kind of like, it's just there's going to be advantages and disadvantages of how you handle it. Erich.
I just want to know Crypto Barbie's take. That's all.
I asked her to speak. She declined.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Carey.
Because
Hey,
I
I
also
gotta.
wanted to know.
Sorry, I gotta bounce out. Listen, just end of the day, you gotta recognize what's going on and not let it bother you. Recognize that it's an unstable situation at the very least, and try not to take it personal. It's gonna happen, but just try. That's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah. Are you still keen to do that
Very,
jam?
very, very keen.
We're just gonna sort of, you just gonna abandon me on that or what?
No, I'm actually been working on it, dude. I've been animating the shit out of chapter 2. I've deleted it like 4 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm down with
Like
it.
the way.
Yeah, we're good. Sorry. I was thinking about that today. I should probably reach out to him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do
Dude,
you want to be part?
Charles
Do you want to be?
Bukowski just followed me.
Whoop whoop.
What? Who?
I thought he was dead.
Do you want
Sorry,
to
I
be
was
part
trying.
of the 4, Casey, before you go?
Sorry, say again.
I think we should have like equal opportunity for, so 2 guys and 2 females. Dr. Carey, E. Rich, Peter.
What did you say?
No, I'm just talking shit.
What are we doing?
Yeah. Bye, Casey. I'll talk to you
We're
later.
doing
We'll see if
couples
we can.
spaces.
I need help too.
Wait, are Peter and I couples therapy?
We can make it 5, Crackers.
All right, I need some help.
Pete, do you want in? We can make it 6.
What are we
Why don't
doing
we
now?
just make it the Syndicate? Why don't we just make it? Yeah, let's just make it. Yeah. How about we call it the Syndicate? Okay, cool. Everyone's in. Thanks, guys.
Why don't you call it the
Well,
cartel?
And we
I'll
don't
do
move, and
this.
we never move on. We're not a move on room.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
bullshit, Dan.
That was
Billy, we're
fucked
not a
up.
move on
I'm pissed.
room.
No
I'm
one's
mad that
ever
you
said
yelled
that.
at me, Dan.
I mean,
Like,
that's
come
classic
on.
Rich.
That was
That's
awesome,
classic
Dan.
See,
That
Rich.
was awesome.
that's the
Rich
thing
always comes
too.
in with like, I know we're talking about
You've
X,
got to.
but I'd like you to hear my
You got to
point. And
stand
by
up.
the way, I want us to move
You got
on.
to.
And like, no, you're not bringing your
Not
lawyer today.
always.
But plus, it's causing
Always.
infighting, right? Like you guys wouldn't even be fighting about this.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think
true.
anyone's infighting,
I
are they? Is
was,
anyone fighting?
yeah, I'm infighting with Dan, girls. Can't you tell? I'm fighting with him.
I know we're
Oh.
fighting.
All right, let's do it.
But move on.
Yeah, it figures Pete would come to the rescue. Why don't you guys get
Thanks,
married? Didn't
babe.
you guys get married? What
Yeah,
happened with that?
we got married. It's immutable.
That's nice. And
Dan,
now
I got to
he's
send you
seeking
my
drugs.
I got to send you my Mustang pics too in my vids. By the
Your
way,
what?
Yeah, man.
my Mustang pics and vids.
That's what he calls this thing.
That's
Calls
what he said.
It's a car. It's a car. Richie,
Yeah.
settle down.
There it is, Hurls. Don't send
Put your pants
Mustang
back
pics to my man.
Bitch is super protective of Peter. Oh my god.
How can
it's
you not
crazy,
say
right?
this is a? Sorry, how can you
Yeah,
say
I
this is
just want
not a
to
Just
move
got
on room?
say
nasty
After
beach
that,
towel.
while we're fighting in the background, Manish and Web3 were on the Zoom teaching me how to scrape data from the web using Python. So good luck, everyone.
Did you scrape it
Mm.
from BJS? Wow,
What's
I
that?
said BJ's.
I wonder.
Sounds
I
like
guess we could get
giving the web a
It's the
pap smear.
Bureau of Justice Statistics.
One
I
first
just
thing
realized they're called BJ's.
one of the first things I did is look up the Pornhub API, and it works. It's not that hard to connect, actually.
Did you know that? Never mind.
Did you use to import beautiful soup or whatever?
Beautiful soup is beautiful. Yeah, that's what I used. It's gorgeous. Because there's a website called Flogen.com that has an archive of all the spaces, right? But like, who wants to go through and click on what amounts to 850 hours of content, right? That's at least 180 different episodes that I would have to save individually by hand. And so Manish was like, "Why don't you do it in Python?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he showed me the way today. So now I have set up to download all of these Syndicate episodes, and now I'm like, oh, I wonder how we could use it as data for stuff. Welcome to data for stuff. Do you have data? Maybe we can use it. Why? For stuff.
I don't want you to save data on me if I'm getting what kind of stuff that you're collecting.
Oh yeah. We got
Oh,
all
that's
we're
a good
doing is
idea, Doc Carey. Never thought
gonna
about that
isolate
use
all the
case.
carry files.
Yeah, only carry.
See, someone basically did a web scraper on Twitter, and then they were able to scrape some data that wasn't meant to be exposed. So they basically scraped everyone's, phone number and email address when they signed up for Twitter, and then they're selling it on the dark net.
Well,
And then that's apparently that was implicated in Piers Morgan getting his account hacked.
I was in a room with someone, and they were talking about, I'm really big on my security. I'm really big on my security. And I don't think people realize that although your tweets might be private, they're not exactly private if you have Google. And so if you look up any account,
Really?
you can just see the whole list of tweets because Google's indexing everything, right?
Wow.
And so you could just look, and then I ended up finding an interview that the person was in, and okay, there's the person. Okay, it correlates back to the account because the person who did the interview posted the username of the person, and then I found the LinkedIn, and I was like, hey, just I don't want to seem like a weirdo, but I know you're saying you're big on security. If I was able to find out who you were as a headhunter, you're probably not all that secure. And they were kind of upset, but then they asked me more questions. Like, how'd you find out? I was like, well, tell this person to remove your name from this interview or remove the interview completely if you don't want to really be found on the web. Because we will find you. Especially if you're a recruiter. This is your job.
Just
Like,
so
GitHub.
sorry,
Alright, moving on.
can we just be clear, like in the situation with Bloom and I, like I'm cooler, right?
Oh, yeah. I've been in a space of Boomer. You're totally cool.
Okay, and I know I'm not cool, but I just want to make sure that I'm.
The thing is, to be cool, you have to be humble. You know what I mean? That's like the new cool.
Yeah. What are you trying to say? He's not humble? That's the understatement of the year.
Like, a lot of noun stringers. Have you ever met noun stringers?
No.
People who just string nouns together one after another that are individually scientific words, but just because they string them together doesn't mean they're doing science. They're just stringing together nouns. Does that make sense?
Sounds like a polymath, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sounds like an NFT space.
Yeah, you understand.
Definitely sounds like an NFT space.
Yeah, and technically, we had an NFT space yesterday for KC, but dynamic NFTs using Chainlink/automation. So, I mean, I actually convinced High Five for me today, guys. I said, "Hey KFC, do we have to? Does the image have to be an NFT to start this?" And he says, "No." I'm like, "Good," because that erases a lot of complexity from this project. Are you okay with the image just getting generated by a Google Sheet or whatever the fuck? He's like, yes. I'm like, okay, good. So we can just delete that because I'm sure there's a way for us to composite an image using values in the spreadsheet.
Has that energy guy come back since Agatha gaslighted him? You know, the energy guy, I can't remember his name, the guy that was reading my aura or chakras. Remember the one that went AWOL on his own like spirituality thing and yelled at Lagatha? Come on, Michael, your favorite part of spaces?
Many such cases. You understand?
No, but your favorite part of space is when the spirituality guy flipped out. Like he was like all about like love and serenity, and then
I mean, that's how I feel about Ruckus, right? Like Casey calls me as like, man, you ever knew Ruckus felt like that? I'm like, I always felt that it was in there somewhere. I just need to get it out. You know? Ruckus's album, we'll call it, because it's not an album yet, but it's going to be an album, really inspired a lot of people.
yeah, I like Ruckus.
Inspiration Ruckus. Yeah, right? Cooler. Let me ask you this. Who's cooler than Ruckus?
That little meltdown cost me a lot.
Man,
because
that is a lot. That's a hard one.
My kids heard that meltdown, so that cost me a lot.
What happened? When was it?
Christmas Day of all days. So
is that why you had to drink the nice Cabernet after?
That was after. It was before. That was before. But I don't curse in front of my kids, so they're kind of...
Which meltdown was that? Was that you in Alaska? No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it bad?
It wasn't that bad, but I usually try not to go off on people like that, but he kind of...
Well, it's not like he didn't go off on you from like, the moment that he said hello.
There's so many cheeks. You just run out of cheeks to turn. You just run out of cheeks to flip. So at the end of the day, I don't know. It is what it is. But he's been cool since then.
Yeah.
I think
I will say this before we move on. Like, when Sandra gets upset at us, I feel hurt because I feel like we've tried to do a lot to help her with whatever she's asked for. And whatever happens, that's why I've always been like, hey, okay, the Amazon thing, okay, let's focus on that. Let's direct this energy towards something useful. But it does hurt because we've been together for months together, and we know we're all kind of in our own way striving to better our lives.
Do you think that a solution, let's say 50 grand, monetary solution, would help with alleviate the stress? Or maybe
there's a short run answer and a long run answer. Does that make sense?
I'm pretty
I'll take the
stressed right
50
now. If you've
grand if
got a
it's up
spare
on the
50,
table. I'm the single mom here.
No, I'm saying like let's say Bitcoin was 100 grand. Like she's invested in Bitcoin. If things were going the way she wanted it to go, do you think the stress would be there, or would she feel like there are some?
Probably not.
Okay, then there's other underlying issues there, like could be mental issues, could be stress. I'm just thinking, what's the solution? Like, what do you want?
Well, she openly talks about the medication she's on, so that's obviously been
What
out
is she
there.
on, Dan?
I don't know what it is. I thought whoever's like Casey actually talked to her about that. That's impressive because I don't think she's ever told anybody the specifics.
He probably told her which one she's on. I know you're on this.
So does she feel like she's not, like, her ideas are not being used, or are they like?
She doesn't feel like she's getting the help, but it didn't. I mean, first of all, that it cascaded there. It started with her and Casey, no, her and Christian falling out because of scheduling.
Okay.
And that's something we can't control, right? That's a relationship she's had with Christian. But she made it a point to get on the space and then basically tell Michael, I fired your friend. And then it started from that. And then it, from there it moved to, I mean, a whole myriad of conspiracies and
So, by the way, the first thing I did when that happened is I called Christian. And I didn't get an answer, and he called me right back. I'm like, hey, he's like, hey, man, what's going on? I'm in New York with Frankie. We're going to the funeral. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's pretty, right? And so he's in New York right now. And I'm like, hey, man, like, I'm hearing this stuff from Sanders. Everything okay? What's going on? He tells me this, that, and the other. I'm like, look, it looks like she wants a refund. And he's like, sure, sounds good. Give me some time to process it, and I'll get that to her. I hung up the phone to Christian, came back on Twitter and says, hey, Sandra, refund is being processed.
A solution. There's a solution, right?
Well, the thing is, that was maybe 20% into the whole thing, right? So it's not something that this refund is going to solve long term. Does that make sense?
It does
hold on.
make
Haven't you
sense.
been?
But it's a solution,
What kind of
right?
person asks for a refund? Someone has to go to a fucking funeral. That's the real question.
But hasn't this voice course been like going on for weeks now with not
Oh, he's
once?
delivered the whole thing and still giving her the refund. Do you understand me? Like,
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
just
that's-
saying, look, I'm out. I'm done. This is enough.
Was it a lot of money, if you don't mind me asking?
$500 US.
Okay, that's quite a bit of money.
Right.
But
So
yeah,
there's
it's
about
a little bit disingenuous. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's kind of like a bit on the nose to try and ask for a refund, or get one when you've basically done almost the whole course.
it's one of those things where, like, we're at the point where people are going into the booth with the audio engineer, and the audio engineer is not cheap. So we want to make sure that when people go in the booth, they go into the booth ready. Right.
That's like
And
getting the. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. Yeah.
No, my dad we used to get these things called, it's kind of a joke because I try to lighten it up, but we get these things called Kimball's specials. There's this Kimball's ice cream place. And my dad's always like, there's this guy that like fakes that there's a hair in it and he eats like this whole thing and then he tells him after the end like, oh, like there was a hair in it just so he can get another one. It's just fucked up and it just made me think about that. Like that's what it's like. Like you can't fucking take the whole thing. That shit pisses me off. It makes women look bad. Not that she speaks for all women, but
No, it's
Eat like 3/4 of your meal. Like you've eaten already 3/4 of your meal to realize it's not good.
yes.
That's annoying. You know what I mean?
it's one of those things where, look, the absent are always wrong. I'm sure if Christian had Twitter Spaces and I introduced him here, he could say a lot of things, but he's not the type of guy to say a lot of things. He's like, you know what? Is it easier if I just gave you your money back? You know what I mean? And she's like, yeah, okay, well, here it is. You know what I mean?
That's too
Because
bad because she had something and like I'm sure you guys don't like
dude,
if someone did
she,
that to me, I wouldn't want to help
dude,
them like again,
she's
really.
at the finish line. That's what's the most um maddening thing for me is like, okay, well, the whole point of the voice class was so you could learn how to use your voice to make money. It's in the name of the course, right? And you're actually at the finish line. Like you're in Dave Whalen's hands. He's about to install Reaper on your computer so he can record your microphone using your computer so you don't have to touch anything while you're doing your demo. Like you're at that point. And at that point, everything happens. But everything happens for a reason, I guess people say. I don't know.
Some self-sabotage too, like
I think
she's in a rut.
I think that's why like a lot of places will have like a certain limit when you can get a refund, like a 7-day refund, or Udemy do a 30-day refund. So it's not like you won't. So that's to try and minimize the risk of someone basically completing the whole course, and then at the very end they're like, "Oh, can I get a refund?"
Well, the challenge is with some folks, it's better to give them the refund just so you can say you did. Does that make sense? And I'm
Well,
saying that
yeah, and
open,
it's
full transparency.
especially someone like her, because she may like just make up stuff, and then
And
like,
that's why I called Christian and I said, "What's the decision?" Okay, it's too much at this point. That's fine. We're not going to light ourselves on fire to keep things warm. Okay, refund process. Okay, we'll talk to you later. Enjoy the funeral, I guess. See, like, what do I just say to him? Sorry for calling, right? And I hung up the phone. And as soon as I got that process, I was like, okay. In my mind, I was like, I'm not going to look back and say that all of the time that I spent here was a waste. Like I ask myself that a lot. Is the time I spend here a waste? No, because I'm getting help by Manish and Web3 in the background even while we're talking. And those people I met through the syndicate, through what we have here. Right? But at the same time it's like I can't focus on making the experience good for people if I'm constantly firefighting. Does that make sense? Because there's other people that come. You hear when people come here and they're like, "Hey, man, it's actually a good space. What the fuck is going on?" Right? There are actually people who come here, and like Casey will invite some people and be like, "Hey, this is a VC with $1 billion," and then you see them down there, and I'm like, "Oh my god, what the fuck? This is a disaster." And it's like, do you realize it's like you have all of these blessings around you and you spit in their face. Like all of you are like blessings and have helped me in different ways. You know what I mean? And, I would never say because you didn't do something that all of a sudden you're evil, But
Well,
hey,
I mean, take this, just take it as a lesson learned and move up, keep it moving. Do you know what I mean? That at the end of the day, I'm learning a lesson just listening to it. So I mean, not taking away what you've gone through.
All I'd say is that the signs were there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, that's that's true too.
Yeah, I don't know if I can sustain that course, but we'll consider it.
In other news, I put Hezbollah as a Disney character at the top. It's pretty great.
So disrespectful. So disrespectful.
He's an icon, dude.
He's funny.
He's the best.
He's funny.
I mean, if anything, the last 60 days has told us that we should probably change up our game, right? Instead of passively trying to deal with it, maybe we should take it head on and be like the other spaces and be a bigger dick about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Or just watch the signs. There will be signs again for the next if it were to happen again.
Yes, it will.
You know.
I mean, it's
It's happened before. It'll happen again. Usually the way it goes.
And okay, so let's play it out then. So it happens again, and either we stay silent, listen to it, or we argue on it. In which case, arguing begets arguing. So what's the third and fourth option instead?
Well, I'm talking with the four. There's been a big discussion about sort of, and by the way, that's me reporting to the four. I came not in or anything, but anyways, there's been a lot of talk about just straight up ignoring it. I don't know if that's really going to be an answer that we can go with, but yeah.
It's kind of like, how do you deal with a kid when they're playing up and stuff? You know, what do you do? It's almost like the same strategies, you know, like, do you just let it, what happens to the parents who just let everything fly and never punish their children, you know? They just end up, you know, doing whatever the hell they want. Yeah, okay, so what you could do, I'm not saying this is a good thing to do, but you could just, if it happens and it's an unfounded accusation directed at someone else that's clearly like gaslighting, you could drop them down to listener. But I mean, that's kind of like a bit of a dictator move, really. So I don't know. Like, what do you think about that?
Come up with a psychological exam. I don't know, like a question.
But you know, the syndicate is kind of built around talking and exposing the weirdness in whatever room. So, like, she's not a traditional troll, right? She's one of us, right? So, well, she's not one of the four, but, you know, she's one of us. You know?
So there is a four.
Don't laugh, Allie.
There is a four. I mean, if there is a four, then that, you know, isn't she kind of...
Hold on. This goes back to the Fight Club theory.
Yeah. I mean, is her point valid if there is a four?
You mean the fourth wall?
Well, actually, if Ruckus is asking if there's a true four, then the four is true. Because now we have two people asking about these suspected four. So in a lot of ways, it's a legitimate thing now. Which is, I mean, it was always legit. I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't. I wasn't saying it is.
I'm
more
sure
now.
even if there wasn't a four, that you've probably started one just like a few months ago. So
the merch is about to hit
right
stores.
now, we'd be gaslighting just because we're talking about the four and knowing it was, you know, something that she said. Unless she was gaslighting me.
So okay, here I want to.
There being a four.
Dan, can we explore that angle?
Sure. Yo, you want to.
I want to explore that maybe she's gaslighting us.
I think she's gaslighting us. Yes, I think she's very good at it.
Because When the War came in. I love When the War. What a wonderful organization. If you haven't heard about it and you happen to be in our listener section, please follow When the War. Mintus, I'm looking at you.
Whoa. Are you doing an ad?
I mean, we need one. It's been 3 hours of Sandra discourse.
We talked about this. We don't do fucking ads on Wednesdays. It's simple. Did you see the chart?
It's Thursday in Australia.
Fine. I don't know why you were ever in the four in the first place.
I was never in the four, Dan.
There is a four. I knew it.
Yeah, I just realized in New Zealand we pronounce, instead of saying Sandra, we'll say Sandra.
Look at
Sandra.
me, I'm Sandra D.
Because of the
With
sand, the
virginity,
beaches.
walk it up.
Anyways, by the way, Win the War is a great service. Please use it today. You can use our
Ventus.
free code. That's right. Get down with the 4. That's right. Get down 4 is our discount code for the
That was
evening.
good.
Just make a subscription based and be done with it.
When the War is a service.
Just the 4, just the whole syndicate, make it subscription based.
Oh, like
Or
4
is
is a
it
Oh,
service?
we're going to dues next year. Next year is going full on homework and dues. We haven't figured out what the dues are. Right now, that's like 400 shib. I don't know. We'll find out, but it's going to be something.
Is there a legacy, like grandfathered in, like lower rate for people like me and Dr. Carey that have been here for a long
We
time?
talked about women and children are automatically fathered in as if they're on the Titanic, which is true. You're on the Titanic if you're not figuring out your life, which is why you're part of the syndicate.
Okay,
Syndicate is a guaranteed ticket to get on the Titanic so you can get off. That's what she said.
Is there any room for tokens, like minority tokens? Can I make a motion for minority?
Hey, blackies are fine. We have black voice. We were talking about black voice earlier today, so we can get back to that subject if you want.
What you guys say
Very
about
hot
black
response.
voice, yo?
Okay, one of the things I'd like to say is that we may be missing out on some really like progress stuff, but when we spend 3 hours talking about this. Just want to point that out.
Yeah,
You
but we
can
don't
always
move
go back to
on.
Python, babe. Anytime you just want to go back to Python and die and see a collab notebook discussions, you're welcome.
I don't know half of what you just said, Dan. I'm sorry.
You want to do stuff on the web? That's why we created Beautiful Soup. Make a stone soup and make money from organizing data on the web, like Raucus. Organizing data as a service. Isn't that right, Raucus?
I wouldn't do that for business. I don't like people that much to do that for anyone, just myself.
It's how you pay your dues for the syndicates, Raucus.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's right.
I can't close my so I'm gonna be talking for the duration. Got it.
Anyone else a bit drained?
Gino's down there.
Gino of coolness. He is from New York, so he's, I guess, kind of a Gino. He's Gino adjacent. I thought in my head, what do you think about this? Whenever you're creating an application, you're digesting data. And I forgot it already. What do you think? Is digesting good?
Applications are the skins for databases.
Applications are the skins for databases. You're right. The data is the application.
Ooh, Win the War, what do you have to say? Win the War?
I was gonna see how long I could hold up my hand and have no one speak just because I had my hand raised. We just stopped at a little town that has 300 people and one Mexican restaurant for dinner. But I had a odd thought. It's like, whatever happened to Amy? Now that I'm on this profile, I'm seeing a whole bunch of messages from her that I didn't know I was getting. So that's kind of interesting. And yeah, I was just wondering whatever happened to her. Like, I haven't seen anything from her.
She sent me a message. This is recorded, but she sent me a message saying that I was in the same place I was 6 months ago and that I needed to. Anyway, it wasn't very encouraging. I didn't respond. I said noted, I guess was my response, because like Sandra said, just because I'm not saying out loud my progress in a recorded space with people that may or may not have like good intentions or who may or may not be listening, especially since I was dealing with a business partner that was not ideal. It was not an ideal situation. I wasn't building in public. So I don't have a lot of kind things to say about her, so I'm going to stop talking.
Real killers move in silence. Sorry, I wanted to say that.
Exactly, Mike.
Yeah, right, Ruckus? You know what I'm talking about. Black things. You know? Connecting
Stop
between
it.
coconuts and, you know? I know
You're
your
killing me with
phrases.
that stuff.
I'm one of you guys.
But sometimes you do lose yourself in the moment.
I
Lose
want to hear.
yourself in the moment. Come on.
Oh, no.
No, you better never let it go.
Should have never given you guys. See, Ruckus, what you guys started?
You only get
You
one
started
shot.
this.
Do not miss your chance to blow.
Oh, my God.
What?
Ruckus,
This
what do you have to
opportunity
say for
comes once in
yourself?
a lifetime.
God.
I can do the whole thing.
There's two things that white people know.
Go for it.
There's Eminem and there's Sean Paul. You ever notice how they know Sean Paul lyrics? It's
Sean
crazy.
Paul.
Oh my God.
Give it up.
I only know the theme song to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's it.
That's a good one too. I'm more Kendrick Lamar, if anything.
I want to hear more of Win the War's Sean Paul impersonation.
No, I hear Allie in the background being like, "Oh my God, let me hear that." Ah.
So it's Somegosoden, Somegosoden, Somegosoden. Try it. Somegosoden.
Give it up.
Some make a stand. Somebody like that.
Stop laughing,
Should've
Ruckus.
ran.
You're white too.
I should have ran. Sometimes I wonder how this all holds itself together.
It doesn't really.
Glue and I don't know if we
Opium.
weren't. The reason I brought up Amy as I was just switching back to this account that I started in the syndicate with made me remember how we how that person stopped coming. So I don't know, just deja vu.
Good job
Was-
making. I'm glad you made it back home from the drive.
Oh, I'm still. We're outside of Austin.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
Yeah, we stopped in Biloxi, Mississippi, because I was getting more tired than I thought, and so we stopped in Biloxi, and then we were like, "Oh, the cool children's museum is in Austin," and so we're stopping in Austin. So,
how far are you away from home? How many hours?
12.
Oh my gosh! All right, Godspeed.
Well, 9 hours really. It's we're 2 hours from Austin, or an hour and a half from Austin, and then it's like 8 hours from Austin to El Paso. So
Somegosoden. I don't really care what people say. I don't really what they do. I don't really think my girls like blue and bad man. I play number 2. How's the rest of it go?
I
If
have
I'm
no
gonna
idea.
Oh, that's Sean Paul
Sean
song.
Paul, zibba-dibba-da.
Sorry, that was my favorite.
I want to hear more.
Zibba-dibba-da.
Yes, more. That's so good.
It's a bit. How's it go? It's an okay naughty body.
Oh, 90 million naughty something shorties. Remember?
40 million shot, naughty shotty.
Yeah, exactly.
X amount of love.
Say that again, Ellie.
20 million naughty shotty.
90 million naughty, 40 shotty.
90, 40
How did you say?
shotty.
What are the actual lyrics? Sean Paul. Million.
Sean Paul.
Oh, it's 5,040,000 naughty shorty.
5 million farty naughty shorty.
5 million and the farty naughty shorty.
5 million farty naughty shorty.
Yeah, that's it. 5 million and farty naughty shorty.
Ruckus,
Yeah.
don't you wish you could do this, but you're too white?
Hard pass. You guys go ahead.
You know what would be funny is if someone came into the room and Ruckus did do it, he'd probably be the only one that went, "Hey, stop it! You can't do that if you're white. That's cultural appropriation."
Hey, Mentis, can you give me some emojis if you remember Bella, Crypto Bella? Oh, Web3 knows Crypto Bella. She is
I
speaking right
remember her.
now. Yeah, she's speaking on Grant Cardone's space with Anthony Scaramucci, who's the mooch. And she said,
mooch.
She asked what she should say, and I said, ask him about being on Celebrity Big Brother. Because he was on Celebrity Big Brother, y'all.
Hey, Web3, what was Manish trying to do? We figured out how to scrape the web for the Twitter Space recordings in the first 5 minutes, and then it looked like he was trying to create a new browser from scratch. What was he doing?
He was just trying. That's what he was trying to do.
Make a new browser?
Yeah. He's actually using that driver to be able to retrieve it. He's trying to make it type, and it looked good, but he kept getting the initialization of the driver wasn't happening. Something, wasn't sure if it was permissions or whatever, and then he ran out of gas.
That guy doesn't half-ass anything.
No, he doesn't. And I watched him as he was doing it and talked with him while he was doing it, and I played with some things on the side just to, double check what he was, double check some of the things he'd done, and and then that's where he went off on that tangent, and he was, he wasn't talking to me, but I was watching him. He was focused. Then he ran out of gas, and I told him, "Okay, good night." And he said, "Good night." So.
Did you guys even notice that I was gone?
I missed you so much at first, Dr. Carey.
Well, the thing is, what he was teaching us is web scraping, getting data from the web. And so I was trying to think, because, what's it called? Quenza doesn't have an API. So there's no easy way to download that information from
he's using Puppeteer. I saw he was using Puppeteer. I've used it. And, everything he had, before he started going on that jaunt, was working, but it wasn't, I don't think it was all of what he wanted to be able to do. So, and he didn't explain it to me, so I wasn't sure what he was trying to do. So, but it looks good. If he can get past that piece, I think, the browser, and he'll be able to pull it in, because that's the key piece. He was fighting with the HTML and parceling it, and they was having some issues with that. So he went another direction. So
yeah, that's what he's trying to do. So when I am in my Flogen account with all, how, I don't know, how does it count? How many items in? So maybe 180 recordings of spaces, something like that. It was only if you were logged in that you got the download button. He was trying to create a solution whereby you could download spaces from any account.
Yeah, I think that's what he was doing, because he was getting some of the results he wanted, but he kept getting an error with the parsing, and that's where I would assume he was trying to pull it in a different way, and that's the reason why he, started going in that direction, because Puppeteer is pretty good on being able to grab things. That's what I was using to monitor, stuff, the feed from spaces and everything.
I just want to get rid of Quenza and use something better. But if it's if it's built a separate platform to do it, then I'm fine with that. It's the only platform that allows me just to send to everyone the assignments, which the nitty gritty day to day doesn't change very much. It's the larger, more in depth conversations that change week to week, month to month.
See, now I'm going to Glide apps because I've been using Glide apps to create specifically mobile apps, but Glide also has an option to create a desktop specific app. So now I'm trying to go in and seeing if I can design it here, just with a Google Sheet. There we go, Sheets.new.
In fact, the book I just finished talked all about like AARs, which was kind of interesting and kind of funny. And it talked all about it as like a basics for success for like all of the special operations community.
Okay, so if we're going to create a model, it would be client name, coach name, package name. What else? Oh, um, urgent, important task. Huh. Task. Not task. So we have the client name, the coach name, the package name, the UI.
There's essentially only like 5 questions that need to be answered, and you can answer them 1, 2, 3, or 4 times a day. And it's what was supposed to happen today or within this period of time, what did happen, what do you believe are the reasons why there's a difference between the two, what are you going to continue to do, and what are you going to do differently next time. And if you do that, right, at lunch for your morning and before bed for your afternoon or evening, like, most people don't ever make changes because they're not assessing in the short term what they're trying to do. And then by the time you realize that you're fucking up, it's already a habit. So, and then it's hard to break.
Yeah, so right now I'm just trying to cleanse a database. I have client name, coach name, package name, the urgent important matrix, along with ARR and planned actual sustained change, how coach could help. So if I connect it to a Google Sheet.
But here's the thing: is like some of those things, if Chat GPT is going to be doing the touch points, some of those questions are only there so that I can like it. It makes it easier for me because then I don't need to read into it all the way until we do the phone calls. Like I have those set up that way so that I know if I need to change my engagement scheme daily to get better results. So like if someone's not seeing results, I can set it up so I call them or text them more often so that they're getting the touch points they need. And then I start slowly weaning off the touch points. Like it's about helping people put in systems for their own accountability and for them to start holding themselves to the standard they want to anyway. Right? Like, so I don't want anyone to ever be reliant on me. But the whole idea that like I can give you an ebook or I can tell you what to do and you're just going to go do it is also a fallacy. Like that doesn't work either. So like if I need to have more touch points, it's the same thing at basic training. When you show up at basic training, you go to red phase and there is a drill sergeant that is there 24/7 all the time so that you have the number of required touch points to adopt this new way of life into who you are. And then they start weaning off. And by the time you leave, you don't need them there at all. Like with Allie, it was like in the beginning, it was like every 2 days I was just texting and like little quips and little nudges and questions to ask. It's a lot of asking questions to get the people to say the things they don't want to say. But then you start weaning it off once certain habits are ingrained and they're figuring it out.
I got a basic. Go ahead, Rich. I got a basic thing working in Glide apps. It's interesting.
I missed you, Dr. Carey, when you were gone.
You're so sweet.
Such a liar.
I didn't notice it, but then once you said it, I realized how much I missed you.
No, that's okay. It's good though that I'm glad that you didn't even notice because I didn't want to say I was going to the store and like hang up. So I just was like, oh, I'll just let the universe take care of it, win the war.
It's called an Irish goodbye, and it's actually the polite
Preferred.
way to leave.
It's the preferred method.
It's not really polite though. I don't think it's polite, the Irish goodbye.
It
is.
How
is it polite?
How self-centered do you have to be to interrupt the entire conversation and interrupt everyone's party to say, leaving, everyone turn their eyes on me just so I can leave? That's why it's polite. Just saying nothing.
My mom would absolutely fucking kill me if I just left and didn't tell her. She would be like, what the fuck? I could never do an Irish goodbye on the most Irish people. They would like literally be so confused.
Okay, but where the entire time was Matthias? Where has Matthias been?
Oh, I invited him a while ago. I think it's because it's Christmas and he's Catholic. So
wait, are they waiting?
Too.
Wait, they must be waiting on them to show up with the myrrh.
Is
that right? The incense and myrrh is on its way.
He's hanging on a cross somewhere, waiting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, look, he's Mexican Catholic, so that's a different level of Catholic.
That's
being so
those are the
overtly
kinds of
like racist
those
on
are the-
recorded things. That's
those
just
are the Catholics that like flog themselves. Wow, everyone left when we said that.
I wonder what it was.
They're back.
Look, they came.
I'm a Mexican Catholic. Fuck you.
The whole room left. Damn.
Yeah, even Rockish dropped down to listener on that one.
Well, he's white. He's gotta.
Wait, I thought Ruckus wasn't white.
Yeah, me too. I don't
Oh,
like
no,
him
he's white.
anymore if he's white.
Ruckus, are you
I
white?
am white on the inside.
Okay. Does it make me a bad person that I asked you that?
No, you're fine.
You can't just ask people why they're white.
No, I didn't ask him why. I
It's
said
hard to
if.
tell.
I get it all.
That's from a movie,
It's
guys.
hard to
Have you
tell.
ever heard that? That's from Mean Girls when they're like, she's like, I'm from South Africa. They're like, why are you white? You never seen that movie? It's so funny.
It is a really good movie, and it makes me think of a lot of different quotes.
Yes. Yes. I watched that with my daughter. I think it may have been a little inappropriate. She's like watched kind of crazy things too early. Like the whole like you know how like the sexy Santa dancing. See, you guys have never seen this movie, huh? Like
Mean
I've
Girls?
seen it a billion times. I saw it in the
Yeah.
theaters. It's
yeah,
wonderful.
see
Yeah,
Rich,
I've
I
seen
know
that
you've
a
seen it.
lot.
My daughter was a Heather for Halloween and I watched the movie like pretty close to the to Halloween and literally like I didn't know what to do, but she should definitely not have been a Heather.
Yeah,
They're like
that is
bad people.
the scariest movie.
So fucked up. Like I was like, my mom was like, I can't believe you let her do that. I'm like, Mom, like she got in with these nice girls and they were being Heathers, and so I didn't want to be like the one parent who's like would not say yes. You know, you don't want to be like the uncool parent. So whatever. I just choose your battles. Don't win the war. What do you have to say? What do you have to say? Win the war. Oh, and my daughter's
What's
this age. I'm not
what's
gonna
a
let her do
Heather?
anything.
Watch the movie before your daughter gets to the age of like
Wait,
5 so you
what
can
are
know.
you saying? Mean Girls?
Both
No,
things.
Heathers are like well, the movie was with Christian Slater and Winona Ryder, and like they end up killing people. It's so crazy. But that I guess they remade it as a what's it called? Musical recently, and that's how my daughter got wind of
What?
it.
How is it
Yeah.
a musical? It's the
I don't
scariest
know.
movie
Well,
I've
because they
ever
did Legally
seen.
Blonde, so then
What
they did Heathers.
what movie is that? It's called Heathers?
Yeah.
Heathers. Yeah.
Okay, well I don't do horror movies, so there's one
It's
thing.
a horror movie.
It's not a horror movie. I said they murder people. It's more
It's a
like
horror movie.
it's not a horror movie. I mean, I don't know. I think of horror
Dr.
movies.
Carey, I was horrified.
Yeah,
It's a horror movie.
maybe you're right.
Dr. Carey, how old's your daughter? And she's
11. Shut up. But the year before, she was like I still have a
Dora the
messy.
Explorer.
What is your damage, Heather? Like a fuck me gently with a chainsaw.
Yes, that is one of what's her name? Crypto Milfy's quotes is fuck me with a chainsaw. So
Fuck me
crazy.
gently with a chainsaw. Like, what is your deal, Heather? What is your damage? I love that movie. It's
oh,
classic. I can't believe you guys haven't seen the Heathers. It's classic.
I definitely have not. I know that Allie, you've seen it because Mike is a horror movie fan.
But not for that reason. Mike, have you seen the Heathers? It's like
I would
a
wager that Mike is not a Heather. I am, however, a Heather for sure. I don't know how many times I watched that movie. I mean, that was high school for me for the most part.
See, I
That's a
thought
great
it was
movie.
kind of crazy. Like I liked other movies better. That wasn't the one I would like go to first. But
Well, I
yeah, my
mean,
daughter
Animal
liked it.
House, there's other movies, but I mean, Heather was the movie where, the football players were gay, and you're like, what? How did that happen? That can't happen. I mean, there was a lot of
That was
firsts in
crazy, wasn't
Heather's.
it? I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
And Christian Slater was excellent. And
I
I love
liked
that guy.
Lucas. I think Lucas was like my favorite football movie in the 80s. I really liked that one. And Winona was in that too.
Good old Winona. Yeah.
She's really remade her career after pilfering and everything. People don't even know. My daughter doesn't even know that about her. Do you guys remember that Winona Ryder was a shoplifter?
Yes. Yes, I do remember that because I love.
Yeah, but that's not that big of a deal. I mean, everyone shoplifted. The fact
I
that
didn't
she
shoplift.
shoplifted,
Whoa.
well,
I
you missed
did
out on a
steal
great
one
childhood.
thing. I did steal actually a couple times, but I wouldn't consider myself a shoplifter. Like I wasn't like I had friends that did it. I have a friend that stole tampons every month just because she thought that it was like sexist that we had to buy tampons. I consider that like a shoplifter, but yeah.
You see what they get away with every day, Raucus?
This is ridiculous. Just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's okay.
What, that you're a pacifist and happen to
Stop
really like
judging, you
sideways
cis
sex or
white
anal?
gendered man.
I mean, just come out with it. Let's just head on. Is it true that you really like the backside of you know who?
Maybe. Who's
All
back?
right, there you go.
Who's backside?
Hello? We can move on. Let's move on, everyone. Move on. We're moving on.
We're not
I
a
just
room
got
that
here,
moves
so
on, Dick.
Yeah, we're not a room that moves on.
Can we talk about how dogs, it's so expensive to travel with your pet unless you want to stay at a La Quinta Inn?
Dr. Carey, will you check your DMs and y'all carry on?
Oh, secret conversations being had. They're part of the four. I
Yep,
say
the four are
again,
talking.
they're part of the four.
Hello? What the fuck? Hello? Hello? How you guys doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
How
Can
you
anyone
doing?
hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Mike, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. God damn. Jesus. How are you guys doing? How's life?
Cano, we can see you unmuting, but I can't hear you. Drop down and come back up.
I leave. I leave and I join back.
Wait, what happened? Zach, did you leave us when how do you keep switching back and forth?
That was so funny. Zach, you're an asshole.
Hello?
Yeah, that was super rude.
That's genius. How do you get somebody to drop down a listener without dropping them down a listener? That was masterful.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Ruckus, can we go back to that 50K you were offering Sandra?
Hey, Dr. Carey, I can see you just coming up and speaking, but I can't hear you. Drop back down to listener and come back up.
Fuck you, whoever said that. Is that Zach? Zach, you want to hear me. Everybody wants to hear me.
Ugh. It's more solution. Just I know she talks about Bitcoin, so I wonder if Bitcoin were 100, would that be a good solution, put her in a good spot, or is it just stress? So I'm
I'm sure I was way cooler last year when I had like a bunch of money in my fucking account.
right.
Like much more at ease, This summer was
Yeah.
super rough for sure. I think how do I feel like something's news happened since Zach's back. Did he like that one? You can't tell someone else to go to listener when they're the co-host. Zach, speak now.
But I really fell for the faux meat, like the landlord changing the meat out in the refrigerator.
Wait, what?
Did you really?
No, I promise to goodness on everything. You guys don't share stuff, and that's not my fault. Okay, I mean, I didn't know. I honestly did not know.
Fell for what?
I did not know. I promise you. Not until there was something else said about, what did she say? I think with the car, that's when I was like, oh, something's off. But I honestly did not know about the landlord and the refrigerator. I thought it was odd, but I didn't. I believed her.
Well, I think they've got the reservoir.
But are we all in agreement that's not true? That didn't happen?
Okay, I would. What's kind of? I would kind of. Before I would say, oh yeah, that didn't happen. But I just spent time with my mother at her place in Tampa, and she was like, yeah, I'm not having them come and fix this like piece of the siding that like got ripped off during the hurricane. I was like, why not? And she's like, because the landlord comes and like comes inside the house and uses the toilet and like goes through my fridge. And I was like, wait, what? She's like, yeah. She's like that happens quite often. Every time I ask him to change, like to fix something, like he doesn't just send a repairman while I'm here. He comes here. And I was like, oh,
Walking into your own house, taking a shit, taking a piss. That would get me fucked up too.
Guys do that though.
No, not gonna lie. No kissing. That would get me fucked up too.
hey,
No,
Kano, I
her
see you
landlord
unmuting, but I can't hear you.
Her landlord was allegedly taking out her faux
Can you
meat.
guys? Can other people hear me?
We can't hear you. Go down and listen.
Oh.
I can't hear anyone. Someone speaking. What's happening?
Damn.
No, her landlord was allegedly switching out her faux meat.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Go down and listen.
Can anyone hear me?
The volatility.
I'm just gonna hang on. Can anyone hear me? I'm just gonna drop down to listener.
The
Yeah, I can hear you.
her demeanor and her
And I can
action
hear Wes.
reminds me of my ex-wife. So
Who? Oh, really? That's rough. I'm sorry,
That
Whitfree.
is rough.
I mean, no,
I
she had
am
issues.
sorry.
She had issues with bipolar.
Oh,
And it's kind of like either the medication, or whatever, if she's taking any or something. But she peaks and valleys, and that means that she's got issues.
Webfree, I remember when you said that Lagerfer reminded you of your ex-wife as well.
Oh, that was just in the beginning to mess with her.
Oh, Webb, you're a piece of work.
She was pushing me, so I had to say something in response. Yeah. And that put her that made her dig her heels in, and then we can
Next
talk.
week, Dr. Carey's gonna remind Webb of his ex.
Oh no, she reminds me of an Armenian girl that I used to date a long time ago. So,
Always the girlfriend, never the wife.
Dr.
Up
Carey,
and down the listener.
didn't you guys have something? I feel like when I first got into this chat, there was something with you and Sandra.
Me and Sandra?
There was something about Bitcoin.
Me?
Maybe not you. Let me
Me
stop.
and Sandra? No, we never had anything because I try to always make sure that, I don't know, I'm a girl's girl and I want to promote that online. But the only time I did say something recently was like, you can't keep going in and out of the chat. I hate it.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I'm sorry.
I didn't say it like that either, but
You guys,
that sounded funny.
this room needs to come with some public service announcements.
are you
Hi,
exercising
my
your
name is
neck?
Dr. Carey, and I've never been yelled at like Dan has by Sandra.
Some PSAs would be nice, Mike.
Hi, my name's Dr. Carey, and somebody likes to subtweet me on Twitter all week long.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Anything but that.
Rich, can we get some PSAs going? Some I don't know, what do they call them? Some small print, fine print things going.
Terms and conditions, yeah.
Yeah. bylaws, some bylaws.
We can also do them about neck injuries.
Neck injury is a no joke, man. I'm
They're
laying
not.
down back.
It
Did
took
I
me
tell
a
you
year.
about that last
Took
night?
me, yeah, it took me a year to get over my whiplash. Yep.
The fuck? I don't have time for, actually, it's been nice, to be honest. I only sent one email today to my boss, and like, because the doctor gave me the week off. So I need some more time, I think, to heal. I slept for like 13 hours last night. It was crazy.
Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I mean, it goes in and out. Like it's just the neck is the worst part. It's like I can't hold it up the whole day. Like I
And the
have to
person,
take breaks.
the
Did
person,
they do X-rays and everything on it to make sure you didn't crush a vertebrae or anything like that, or disc?
No, I have to go back to the doctor for all that. She was like, basically, because I didn't go right to the hospital. She's like, you just been running on adrenaline, blah blah blah. So now I have to go back to her again, and then she's gonna do more stuff. But I wasn't even able to like. My parents made me go to Christmas stuff, and I could barely do it. But anyway,
and the
I gotta
person
go next.
Was the other person at fault, or were you? Or is
Yeah.
Mass a no fault state?
The other person was, but they haven't said yet. Like it wasn't like super clear. The guy got right out and was like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? You just like whacked into us." So I don't know. Like there was a police report and everything, but my insurance agency was like, "Well, we're gonna go on vacation next week." I'm like, "Okay."
What?
So I have to wait a little bit, but for my insurance rep.
They did cite the guy, right?
No, we both gave our police report, and that was it.
Did you call the cops? Like the cops showed up
Yeah.
and they didn't give him a ticket?
Nope.
What?
Sounds like an inside deal to me.
Yeah. I mean, so my
I
wife
think I did it all wrong.
drove through a red light and T-boned someone, a van full of people, and she only didn't get a ticket because she's married to a military guy and the police officer was a veteran, so she didn't get a ticket for that at all. And then the insurance paid for the vehicle damage, so that was nice. But luckily, the other family didn't say we have neck pain or any of that kind of stuff, because man, that would have been real shitty.
E-Rich can't talk, by the way. She has a mask on.
Yeah, well, she can't talk because also we're talking about legal stuff, and she doesn't want to get herself involved. Well, because she's a lawyer, she doesn't want anyone to take what she says as gospel truth.
Has anyone talked to Melly B?
She's trying to leave.
She hasn't left yet? Oh my God.
She called me the other day and she was like, I'm trying to figure out how to leave. I still have all these boxes and I haven't. And I was like, look, if it's not going to make you at least $200, or it's not an heirloom you want to give your children one day, leave it.
Yeah, she's never going to get out of there because
Yeah.
So she's still there? Who said, is she still at home?
I'm going to go call her and be like, what?
Call her. Tell me what happens, or I'll text her. But
I think
that's crazy.
Web3 said that she's on the road, didn't you, Web3?
No, last time I talked to her, she was still packing boxes.
When did you last talk to her?
A day or two ago.
I think I talked to her on Christmas Eve and she was still there. So that was last Saturday.
Remember the videos of her cooking the Gucci or whatever it is in Spanish?
Gucci. That's not a little Italian.
Yeah, I know. It's, say whatever. It's the same difference, They're right beside each other, Spain and Italy, right?
Yeah. Zach, that's really good advice. Because I'm trying to think about throwing stuff away, and Seffi gave me the same advice. I don't know if you know him. He was like, I mean, some of my stuff is worth a lot that I can't really get rid of it, but like that, if it's not worth $200, I like that. And it's not an heirloom, just toss it.
But you have to take the more ethereal answer, which is in order for a blessing to receive, it must first empty itself, like something ethereal.
Yeah. Michael, I'm really loving you tonight. You're funny.
Detaching from all the material goods. Yep.
Yes, add some Buddhism in it. Yeah.
When I wanted to get married and like have a baby, I went through a breakup. This was like years ago. And I threw out like everything and I got super in shape. And then I did like a million cool things that year. So I'm trying to like do that again, trying to recreate that.
Oh, you're preparing yourself for the summer of Carrie.
Yes.
Hot girl summer.
Hot girl summer. It's been like a long time in the making.
But here's the thing: it has to be Caribbean, so it's hot gal. There's no H.
Hot gal summer. Amen, Irie.
How'd she do, Ruckus? You're the only one who can judge. I think she did all right. Yeah, I think she did all right.
You have a Jamaican in the room.
That's Ruckus.
Oh.
Ruckus is Jamaican. I always forget.
No, I'm Jamaican.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Jamaican, Allie? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's half Jamaican. Yeah.
You are half? Wow. Yo, that's a lot of Jamaican. I lived there for a little while. I loved it.
We'll help the kids in Jamaica.
Oh, beautiful.
And then all of the people were like, hey, why are you trying to steal our husbands?
No, they weren't.
Yeah, she said she had all these problems with the people and the nuns. And I'm like, oh, that's right, because all the guys.
No, the nuns were white. They were doing they were coming to help the kids too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I got along with the people that were from Jamaica.
Your own people.
I lived in the Blue Hill Mountains at Sophie's Place Orphanage.
Oh, is that what the place that they have the coffee?
Mike.
Is that the place that had the what?
The good coffee. Blue Mountain.
No, I know it's funny. I always think of that, but no. And then across the street was the Tiptoe Inn, which is like a bar, and they had so much Red Stripe. It was so good because you know, like how not all bars here have Red Stripe, but every bar there has Red Stripe. It's so good, such good beer.
Mike, what's your heritage?
Guyanese, which goes back to India.
So my wife asked what you look like, and I was just like, a dude. And she's like, no, like, where's he from? And I said, Canada. And she's like, no, where's he from? And I was like, oh, he's a brown dude. She goes, he's Mexican? And I go, no, like Indian. And she goes, so he's in India right now? And I was like, no, I just said he's Canadian.
It's complicated, right? Yeah. Yeah. I am a Guyanese person who were Guyanese from South America, and my parents came to Canada, and their ancestors arrived in Guyana coming from Punjab, which is in India.
I thought it was Punjab.
They call it Punjab.
Okay, I'm gonna say that now.
Dr. Carey.
What did you say? What? No, that because it wasn't Punjab Punjab, the name of the guy in Annie, which was so inappropriate. Remember the guy in the
Which is why I said only racists say it that way.
Oh, fuck you. I'm just asking the questions. Jesus, Zach. I'm gonna put him down to listener again. That poor guy, where did he go? What was his name?
Oh, the nice
so
guy.
Mean. That was
I want
so
to
mean.
reach your energy. Shut up, Langana. I'm trying to reach someone's energy.
I just wanted to see if I could have the power of co-host without having the power of co-host. So
I wonder if Bruce and Steffi do that because, like, I feel like I can hear people a lot. They must do that. Other people must do that as a tactic because
I gotta say, it was pretty masterful to see when he just dropped down to listener, and then he requested to get back up, and then I did a bit of the yo-yo, and then I got bored. The yo-yo is fun in the beginning, but it has the diminishing returns after a while.
that Richard guy, he was not giving up till he
Dude,
spoke.
some people won't give up. Some people
That
will be here as long.
persistence.
It's, you know what? If you could just imagine you could redirect that energy towards something productive. Do you realize how much latent energy there is just being unused? You know, if we could like make people try to get up on Twitter Spaces, do some sort of actual work, you spin a turbine, something.
hey, you can try that Punjab magic on me. Just kidding.
Sounds like the name of a porno.
I just want the record to state that I did not say that.
that was
I like it.
that was probably the worst
Yeah.
thing I ever said.
It was the person associated with the Boston school system. So
That
I
was
like-
really bad. If like I was like, I don't know,
It's not
at
like it's a
work.
recorded space or anything.
I like that the next movie on pay-per-view will be the Punjab Magician. You know? It's like one woman sort a tale through Hindustan, and then we can have Manish do the narration.
No, you do a screenshot of Dr. Carey, but
That was like a cancel
Yeah, she just
comment.
walking along, right? Yeah, kind of like South Park. How do you turn Dr. Carey into South Park? Can you do that? South Park character from image.
Someone made me into a Luna Punk. They just made a Luna Punk with blonde hair.
what is a Luna Punk?
It's an NFT. I thought it was pretty cool that they made a Dr. Carey NFT. I was like, shit.
Dr. Carey, can I ask you a question?
It sounds like you're going to ask anyway, so why don't you go ahead?
Hasn't crypto hurt you enough?
Yeah, but they gave it to me for free. I didn't have to do any. I didn't buy it. I was like, oh, those are cool. Maybe you should gift me one. And they're like, here's one. We made it to look like you. I was like, cool.
If I was you and KC, I would just stay complete. I wouldn't go near anything crypto or blockchain with a 10-foot pole.
Dude, if someone's gonna offer me one for free, why not take it? I'm not as involved in crypto as I used to be because I don't have any more money to put into it. But yeah, I'm not like as I was writing a newsletter every day for like almost a year. Like I'm obviously not talking about crypto here right now. I was doing some Web3 romance shit for a while. But right now I realize that I'm gonna get my shit together and then actually make a plan. And that these steps are part of the plan, Zach, like we talked about months ago. You know?
Oh, like all of the things I said to you months ago. I was like, let's get on this. And you're like, yeah.
But my energy I couldn't do it. Like it felt too big. And it's interesting. Agatha says, she's like, oh, I'm so glad you have like some energy to do it. Like I just couldn't clean out the sauna. I have a mental illness, I think, where I like I put stuff, I like accumulate things because sometimes I feel like the world isn't safe, or this is how I felt like a few years ago.
It's
And I
called
like,
trauma.
yeah, and I like put it up as a barrier almost, and then I just like wouldn't throw it away for years. And so it's crazy, but it's like a big deal for me, like to get rid of stuff. Like actually, like I can feel pain. Like the other night I threw away a lot of stuff, and like everything's workable. It's not like a hoarder's house, but it's amazing how much shit I have here. I mean, I don't know. You could ask Casey. It probably had a ton of shit then, but whatever. Did Casey say I had a hoarder's house? So you?
My father would get us Christmas gifts and then behind my back resell mine to be able to afford rent. And so my brother would get all of his Christmas gifts and then mine would get resold.
Ugh.
So I had a similar thing, but I just had to like face that head on, and now like I don't have an attachment to anything physical. So like I said,
I feel like there's more to this story, Zach.
when I
got rid of it once, Zach, and it felt so great, but
yeah,
now I'm doing it again. So
when I,
it's interesting
it,
because you said you got rid of it.
you will
I could
you will continue to like go back to like, oh yeah, I need to like hoard this stuff, or I need to keep these like random cords that don't go to anything anymore. And so I have like a box, and like if it fits in the box, I can keep it. But if the box overflows, I either need to get rid of something in the box or not, or
You have one box.
one hoarding
That's
box.
amazing. That's
I just
amazing.
I could just see Zach saying to his dad, "You call this a Christmas present? It's a piece of shit." And then Zach's dad going, "Righto, buddy." They're going, "I'm going to sell these presents, you little shit." I'm not
No,
saying
so he
Zach.
wouldn't. So he wouldn't sell like the new present. He would sell like like. I'm not saying like this was when I was like 10. This was when I was like 17, and so like he would get me like this like 100-piece tool set that I thought was like, oh cool, now I have a tool set for my truck. And then I like went to a lacrosse tournament for the weekend, and I came back and my $500 3-tier toolbox and $2,000 worth of tools was all sold. So it was like a, hey, I got you this like smaller version of what you have. Like I came back with my Martin guitar that I spent like, I don't know, $3,500 on was sold, and I had like a cheap $200 guitar. But I just didn't say anything because he was doing it to make rent. So, I mean, I just let it happen. And then when I joined the army, he pretty much sold everything, like my truck and everything else. So, yeah, it was one of those things where I had to like, why do I hoard all this random shit? And then it was that, and then all the other shit between like when my mom and dad divorced, and that led to a whole bunch of like me thinking that things where like you got to do the work to figure out where it was before you can really address it, and then you can say like, and again, it's an assessment thing. It's like, am I keeping this because I know I'm going to use it? Does it add real value? Or am I just keeping it because I think at some point I'm going to use it? And if I think at some point I'm going to use it, then I say, all right, if I have to buy it again, then I'll keep it. So that's kind of like my thing is like, if I have to buy it twice, I'll keep it. But yeah,
But everything brings me joy.
no, nothing brings you actual joy. It's bringing a short-term dopamine hit, right? Like, compare the joy of whatever item that you're holding to the idea of your daughter. Like, think of hugging your daughter, and then think of holding that item, and then tell me if it brings you joy or not.
Jesus, you are like so dramatic. And you know what I realized about him too? He speaks in absolutes, and I don't like it. But I love you, Zach. But you're just too hardcore
I
sometimes.
speak in absolutes because the absolute things, like, you're talking about items. Like, if you're not if it's not your kid, then really like it shouldn't mean as much as your kid, right?
No, but like, no, of course,
There.
like a sweater doesn't mean as much as my kid. I was just trying to say, Marie Kondo, she's the one, if it sparks joy, you keep it. That's her take.
Yeah.
So you're just like,
But your definition of joy isn't a real definition of joy. Your definition of joy is like a quick, like, oh yeah, oh, that's joy. No, that's a dopamine hit. It's not the same as joy.
so what is joy to you?
Being away. Again, here it is. Is like being away from my family for 9 months and then seeing them every year for the last 8 years. Like I get to do that every year for the last 8 years. Is I get to have this like homecoming of like not seeing them and not holding them for 9 months. So like,
Is that a dopamine hit though too?
no, it is, but it's joy. It's real joy versus an item that like, this can opener.
Okay, I get that.
What are the items that you're having trouble getting rid of?
No, I mean I'm doing better, but like I kind of get why I'm doing it. I was just kind of curious about your whole process, but
Yeah.
some of the sweaters, some of the like stuff that I have that it really it's kind of the books that I sell that like it's hard because even like a book that I bought for like $2, I could probably sell for like $48. And I lost my job in 2015 and it took me like years to get like a decent job again. And the books kind of like saved me during that time. And so I think that I have like that fear, like, oh God, like what if I don't, because things weren't like going that well with my boss. I'm like, what if I don't have money? What if I need to get a new job? And I kind of hold on to them as like in case I need to get, sell them really, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes I hold on to too many clothes for sure. But really it's kind of the books and I'm on it. So I got rid of some and then I'm just going to make them really organized and probably sell some one by one. But I don't know. I don't know. Like it's hard when I can definitely sell something for $50 to throw it away. You know how you were saying $200 or less, like just let it go.
How long does it take you to sell one of the books?
Well, if I'm like actively working at it, I can sell like one a day. But I mean, I could sell more than that if I
I'm
was like
saying is like, what's the time? Like, is it 30 minutes of listing it and then 40 minutes of conversation?
No. Like, I don't know. I don't have all that worked out.
Just like, if you just like took a wild guess, is it an hour, 2 hours?
Like 24 hours probably, but I don't like put in the effort to really sell it right away. Like I don't have that built up because I don't have them all listed,
But so you're saying you're okay with being paid $2 an hour?
No, I'm just saying that I'm attached to the books a little and I'm working through it. So it's like
But no, what I'm saying is you said like, oh, I bought this book for $2, I could sell it for 50. But it takes you 24 hours, so that means that you're getting $2 an hour to sell the books, and where your time could be spent doing, other things. Like, and I get that they saved you, and that's a great connection that you have to them, but you don't need saving now, and so that's like the hardest part is to make the realization that you've put yourself into a better position, and you don't need to be afraid of returning there because you're a badass at what you do. So
yeah, no, I agree with that. I also wanted to do some research with them and stuff too, so that kind of sucks. But
the book
but
didn't
yeah.
save you, Dr. Carey. You saved you.
Thank you, Hurls. Yeah, but it was kind of crazy. Like I'd walk into these stores and they would be like, "Oh, you have," like I'd be like, "Oh, I have some of these at home." They'd be like, "What? Oh, you can be our book dealer." Then those
You
places
could
closed.
turn Pearl's advice for women into an OnlyFans audio only channel. You didn't save those objects didn't save you. You saved you. That's a good one.
That is actually Hurls. That is actually really powerful, even though he was kind of like joking when he said it.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying it with an Australian accent, but I still, it still resonated with me.
I'm gonna make a replica of Pearls. Do you think your wife would be mad?
See, you gotta do first, Charles.
Probably only if you start trying to get the replica to send nudes and stuff like it's meant to be.
Only so.
Crow in the space. Oh man, no! But the financial literacy scam artist joined.
Oh,
No, sorry. This is
I'm
the
kidding, by
NFT
the way.
scam
That was
artist.
really rude, Hurls. I hope you don't get mad that I tease like that. I apologize.
no, he's offshore. He can handle just about anything.
Because
if
like
there
if a
were two
guy said
voices,
that would be like super creepy, right? Like
if there were two voices, I would want to turn into an OnlyFans. It would be Casey and Charles.
but like wouldn't that be creepy if a guy said that for sure, right?
Yeah, but
Like
that's the double standard that we allow because you can say those things about men, but men can't say them about women.
like if one of you guys said, Carrie, I'd like to make a replica of you, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. That's so disgusting.
But how much? I wonder. That'd be weird though, eh? To know that somebody was like doing stuff with your avatar. That's kind of weird.
That is crazy. So like
That's
anyone
weird,
can
right?
do that, huh? Anyone
That's
can
weird.
All
Somebody
I would say
like,
to anyone who says that to me would be, it's okay. You're only human.
yeah, but are you gonna let them like tie you up like that and put an apple in your mouth and shit?
Like I said, they're only human.
put an apple in your mouth. What kind of shit you doing over there, Michael?
Can you imagine what people would do if they had your avatar? It's weird.
Allie, blink twice if you need help.
They said blink twice if you need help.
Why with what?
We're talking about it. Wouldn't it be weird if you knew people? Well, I said it'd be weird to know that somebody had my avatar and they were doing weird stuffs to it.
Oh my god.
And then he said, wouldn't it be weird if you like hog-tied you and put an apple in your mouth or something? And then I said, Allie, blink twice if you need help.
Like imagine, because if somebody has your avatar and they want to use it for sexy times, then you don't know what they're gonna. You know what I mean? Right? So now all of a sudden your avatar, this is not you, but has your likeness, has like an apple in their mouth and they're tied up. That's kind of weird, right?
Would it be stranger if they're doing like sexual things to it, or would it be weirder if they thought it was their daughter and was treating it completely like nice and being like, oh yeah, we're gonna go play catch or whatever? Like,
yeah, play catch with it.
Or dressed you up as a unicorn?
Yeah, I'll answer that. It's better than at least I can breathe instead of like the apple in my mouth. You know, I'm thinking about that scene from Pulp Fiction. You know?
I'm going to bomb the Syndicate chat. All these avatars that show you doing these strange things.
I was really hoping Hurls was like on there making these happen right now.
Coming up.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not in the Syndicate chat anymore, so I'm not gonna see him. Thank God.
You're in the 4.
Shut up, Hurls.
It's funny because when people want to send me something, they'll DM it to me. They won't send it in the group.
Well, there's a lot of traffic in the chat. Sometimes it's not relevant either. Or is it?
Sometimes.
So you making a request saying if you're going to DM me something, make sure you also post it in the chat.
That's well. The thing is, like I told Bilal, like, hey Bilal, know you're excited. You found some new thing. You know, I think if you less is more, buddy.
I want to know what happened with Pete and Alice Goshi, because like I left after there was like a million messages between them, and I was just like, I can't deal with this anymore.
It was like Christmas, wasn't it, when that was happening? I'm like, the fuck is going on?
I couldn't even follow the context of what they were talking about. It just seemed like it was nonsense. And I couldn't tell if it was like they were fighting or like I just did not know what the hell was going on. So I was just like, I'm leaving this. Like, I'm not having my phone blow up all this time. Like,
yeah, I take for granted that it turned off all my notifications, even my phone. I don't even get phone calls.
I was
know.
so
I try calling you all the
disappointed.
time, asshole.
I was all hyped up. I was going to try to convince everybody to do Christmas caroling and go around spaces singing jingle bells. But we had that shit to deal with.
Oh, I just found a good one, but now it's stopped working. Bugger.
How many
So,
rain jackets do I need, guys?
how many what?
How many rain jackets do I need?
Preferably
Where do you
one.
live? In Boston?
Yeah,
How many times does it rain?
I don't know. I think I have 5.
You need one.
Ugh, this hurts.
I feel like this is a question for other women.
How many times have you gone out in the rain in the last year?
These are just more like crappy ones for like when my daughter like needs to wear one and like someone just comes and visits and they need like a rain jacket, which is so fucked up because no one has ever comes over and asks like, "Oh, can I borrow a rain jacket?"
I was just about to say, has anyone ever actually, see, this is why I do
I have left my
absolutes.
friend's house in a poncho before, and that was my ex-boyfriend's poncho. I just threw that away. So I did
This
let
is
one go.
this is why I operate in absolutes, is because if you start with an absolute mindset, then it makes all of the baselines easy, and then you can go from there. Like, you need one rain jacket, that's all you need. And like, or like, what colors are the rain jackets? What colors are the 5 rain jackets?
So I have like okay, so I think I'm gonna keep like I have the awesome like pink, green one that I want to keep, and then another one. Yeah, they're just like
Do you have a black one that goes with everything?
no, I need a black one probably,
There,
but
get rid of all of them and get a black one. Now you don't have to have one for every occasion.
I'm only happy when it rains.
And with that, I'm going to switch gears. All right. I really popped in to only tell Soyu I found something. The problem with the chain link is the cost, the continual cost on updating metadata. But Chainlink will accept, if you do it properly, a zip file, and ChatGPT confirms that you can bypass the cost of updating metadata if it's all included in the NFT to start with. So zip file and load a shit ton of data into the NFT, use a smart contract that cuts the gas down.
Ruckus, I'm 21 minutes from Austin.
But you could have that templated too, couldn't you? Casey?
Yeah, that's the idea, because it's going to be like 12 different themes with like 40 pictures each. So, yeah.
So wait a minute. So you're going to store the data for the dynamism into the NFT upload itself?
Yes.
And you use ChatGPT to help you?
Yeah. Well, I use Google and Chat. I just started Googling pros and cons of
Casey, I can't hear you. Can you drop down to the listener?
I'm glad you can't hear me. I don't want you to hear me. Fucking clit.
I don't want
All
you
right.
to hear me. All right. Yeah.
Fucking clit. All right. Anyways, the problem was in the cost, because you effectively have to buy a node. And then even though you have a node and you're maintaining the nodes, you still got to top off the node with Chainlink, and you got a continuing cost. So the bypass is a zipped file, but you have to be careful in the programming, because it's a function of unzipping using as that step process that causes havoc in the programming, I guess.
You know, it's interesting. When we started the Assembly AI hackathon, I had already figured out the code on converting speech to text. And because I already had that code, it allowed Manish to start. And that's all the programming, it turned out, I ever did from that point on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, I got this little string of
I got
code
this
that
thing.
represents an
And he's
idea.
like,
Yeah.
oh, this is amazing. We can do this and that.
Oh,
Oh
I literally
yes,
can't hear
Michael.
Casey. Oh shit! Hold on, I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I've never heard. I've never heard anyone call someone a clit before. I'm cracking myself up.
Hold on. Have you heard of big clit energy?
But it's Then haven't you heard? I changed this to TD energy, which is stupid too. That's
No.
And the fact that it was Zach being called one is even funnier.
Are you guys laughing because of me being a jerk and then I had to leave because I couldn't hear Casey at all? It said he was a listener.
Yeah, it's kind of like a
you being a clit.
Oh. Very hard to find and full of neurons.
I like it.
Oh my god, Zach. Full of neurons. Get the fuck
Pops
out.
in and out every now and then.
Sorry, nerve endings. Nerve endings is what I meant to say. It's been 11
Pops in
years.
and out every now and then.
It's been 11 years since I've taken a biology class. All right.
Fucking clit head.
Hairless.
They might be neurons. I don't know. They find new neurons everywhere every day, pretty much. There's apparently neuron cells in the heart, in the gut. There's got to be neuron cells in the clit.
Oh, Zach, you just got a new nickname. New call sign.
Captain Clitoris.
on the side of his F-14 Tomcat. Talk to me, Clit.
What? Are you hearing this?
Hey, Chaos 1-6. This is Clitoris 1-2. Over.
Roger. This
maybe
is
is this why
big
Sandra
clit
left and
energy
you
on
guys
your
are just
nut.
lying to us?
What'd you say, Dr. Carey? I can't hear you. You might need to drop down to speaker.
That was funny. Last time I heard that, I fell off my dinosaur and broke my wooden underwear. Yeah, that was a stupid one. Has anyone heard that joke?
That was some I've been exposed to elementary schools.
Yes.
That's what that was.
That was bad.
Yeah, that's the kind of joke you hear from someone attached to the Boston school systems.
Oh.
Shut up.
Guys, isn't Harvard in
Punch
Boston?
jab, get him.
Fuck! I'm from fucking Lawrence, kid. I'll fucking stab you.
Do you want to hear one of the weirdly racist but true things that I think a cis white gender male might like? All right, I'm going to tell you. So,
Please.
in Indian movies, you know, Bollywood's this huge industry, it's supposed to be bigger than Hollywood, all that shit, right? They make a lot of copycat movies, whatever. Great film scene, right? Bollywood. And so there's this.
Say it again. No, just
it's okay. So there's this thing where they'll always have the Punjabi people, which are the guys with the turbans. They'll always have that guy be the Joker and the non-serious character. And I've talked with some Punjabi people, if you don't know what that is, people with the turbans, that say, hey, we don't like that. How come they only make us like jokers and not like the serious people on the show? So Indians are mad at other Indians about how Indians are portrayed in films.
I give that a 3 out of 10.
I tell you, my daughter said she didn't want to be an actress when she was little because she's like, people who look like me are always getting killed in movies. I was like, oh my God. And they're always like the bad guys, Mom. I was like, fuck, you're right.
That's a Paul Mooney joke about how they always get white women to like fall in love with like monsters and like what the fuck are you teaching people? Like, how come like you always have this woman like falling in love with a bee or like a fly or a Gila monster? Like
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, like what the hell?
No, my daughter meant because she's Mexican. Do you know what I mean? Like they portray a lot of like Mexicans as like the drug cartel or whatever. Like,
yeah.
Speaking of which, have you seen how the drug cartels are wiping out the vacation spots?
Here's
It's
the thing.
wild.
You're not going to tell me that shows like Sons of Anarchy and like the Mayans, that's great TV. You know? So it is employing Spanish people in a way. That's.
All right, I was gonna stay on and fuck with Dr. Carey, but I'm not gonna. Zach, you're still a clit.
why?
Have
Why
a
are
good
you
day.
going to?
Because I want to go snuggle my wife and drink some water.
I want
That's
Crypto Airborne.
Ruckus.
Hey,
Ruckus.
what do you mean? The cartels are taking out the resorts.
Hold on,
Dude, have you?
Crypto Airborne,
You got me.
come up and speak. I want to.
Oh shit! Is Airborne here, dude?
FYI, he followed me in, and he's my friend, so don't fuck with me while you're
I
here,
was on his
Zach.
YouTube channel before you
No,
ever
I know
fucking
you,
were.
Casey. I'm talking to Zach. I
Oh,
don't want him
sorry.
to get
Oh,
all
I'm
yeah.
just gonna
military
let
and
you
shit.
all know that as soon as he comes up to speak, I'm going to be better friends with them than any of
He's
you.
gonna be like, hoorah, hoorah, blah blah
Don't do
blah.
Airborne. Don't do it. Don't accept the mic. Don't follow Zach. Don't do it, man.
Hey, I'll just say this: if you don't do it, you're gonna have to beat your boots. So
God damn it. Here we fucking go.
Send me the link.
Here we fucking
beat your
go.
boots. Beat your boots.
Google.
Beat your boots.
Google search
Beat your
Ruckus.
boots.
What cartels resorts in
I
Mexico?
hope
Yeah,
Airborne is
yeah.
drunk. He's so fun when he's drunk.
Oh, he's gone. Oh,
He's a shy lamb. It's hard to coax him out of the woods.
Crypto Airborne, what the fuck?
Says he's still a listener.
So here, you guys got a chance. You might be able to coax
I
him
don't
out.
know.
It's
Maybe he
possible.
doesn't want to.
You got a better chance at coaxing out Mentis, I think,
Maybe
honestly,
he
but I'm just
was.
saying.
Maybe he was in the 101st. That's not a real airborne unit.
Oh, here we fucking go. You
Oh,
did it
that one
now.
will get him up here, man.
Can you guys hear me?
They're like, what are you saying?
Yeah, we can
I'm
hear
having
you, bud. How
is-
you doing?
I'm having issues right now.
Finally.
It keeps
Where are you?
glitching out right now. Can you hear me?
Oh my god, when
Yeah,
are you
we
gonna
can
get
hear
good
you good.
internet?
Well, I'm in the corner of my basement and my internet's on my main floor in my office, so the Wi-Fi sucks, so it just
Hey,
like cuts in and out.
were you in the 82nd, or the 25th, or the 173rd?
82nd Airborne, baby. 2nd 325, 2nd Brigade, Brigade Combat
Damn!
Team. Let's go.
I was in 2503rd, the Rock, 173rd Airborne.
That's awesome. Much respect. Even though we were rivals
Arch
during the military.
rivals.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it is nowadays. I don't really.
Hey,
None of my.
as long as you weren't 100 in the 101st and claiming airborne when you weren't really, then we're all right.
Yeah, that's like. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What
What's going
year
on,
did
guys?
you join?
I was in from 2010 to 2016.
Oh, damn. We were close. What? You were a medic?
No, I was an infantry officer, and then I switched my branch over to 25 Alpha Signal Officer, and then I got out, joined the reserves for a year. I was a PSYOP Officer, 37 Alpha.
Oh, nice. I'm a 13 Fox, and I'm going warrant in April.
There you go.
He still likes me better, Zach.
There's a bond we have that you will never have, because when you say the comments, get up here and speak, or you're gonna have to beat your boots. You automatically know exactly what the person's talking about, and it brings back vivid memories of times you hate.
Yeah, I get it. I'm glad that you have an instant bond. I'm just saying that my bond with Crypto Airborne is stronger, no matter what the fucking military does to you.
Hey,
Just
Dr.
like my
Carey.
bond with Baroness is stronger than your bond with her.
Hey, Carrie, I'm thinking of doing like a Thirsty Thursdays tomorrow night, and anyone else listening, if you guys want to join.
Yeah, I'll come on for
It's
sure.
been a minute, but I'll keep it open to anybody. If you guys want to come on my YouTube channel and go live and just shoot the shit, I'm just throwing it out there right now. I'm just trying to get a feel right now. I mean, we go on there, we talk about anything, life, crypto, traveling, military, whatever it is. So the offer's out there, but I'm usually a lurker here in the Twitter Spaces. But yeah, I have tomorrow off, so you know me. Had a couple drinks. Pihar's in here, my cousin. What's up, Pihar? I know you're lurking in the comments. He's been on my channel a couple times, but I'm just here hanging out, having a good time, good vibes. 2023 is coming up, so that's me.
Airborne, do you have any plans for your channel like next year or anything that you're working on that we should know about? Or are you just kind of working and chilling and investing and stuff?
Yeah, basically, I get back to a normal schedule with the quote unquote job that I had to get once Voyager crashed. But yeah, I should get back to a normal schedule. I'm doing like a 4 days on, 3 days off. So it should give me some more time to do my side hustles, focus on YouTube, investing, all that type of stuff. So yeah.
Hey, Airborne, what do you mind me asking? What job did you get?
Operations manager for a logistics company. I used to work for Amazon. I was an area manager back in the day, a couple years ago, and then I made some pretty good money in crypto space. Took some time off and went down the Voyager rabbit hole. Got my crypto locked up, so had to go back to the 9 to 5 world, and this is kind of like what it is. You know what I mean? So, got a crazy story if you guys don't know me, but I'll leave it at that.
I have a side hustle / business pairing current active duty and veterans with startup founders, teaching them MDMP and other like ways in which we make decisions in the military. And so I'll shoot you a DM because I'm just trying to get good people on the team to work with some of these founders that we got. We literally just use an AAR process and help them try to like just be a sounding board. Essentially, you're just like the chief of staff for a couple of startup founders because they're just young kids trying to make it their mark on the world, and they haven't had a lot of experience. So,
Yeah, dude, I'm definitely open. I'm kind of like a board of directors or just like
no,
consulting.
it's just it's like essentially what it is. It's like having, you know, how Amazon and IBM and all of them, their first like person they put on their board of directors is like an old GO or a retired GO or some, you know, colonel. That they all the colonels, everyone has these like connections to these big industries to be part of their management consulting firms. Startups don't have the money to afford to pay someone 6 figures to do it. So I was like, well, what if we just did it as like a bunch of side hustles? And so for like, you know, 300, $400 a month, you're doing a 1 hour call once a week to say, hey, what are you doing? So you're essentially making close to $100 an hour. And then you're just like texting them to make sure that they're, you know, focusing on the right things. A lot of them, they get distracted by, you know, little things. And, you know how it is it's, you know, make a decision and deal with the consequences, not sit there and juggle all the decisions over and over again. So that's pretty much what we do. But I can talk to you more about the nitty gritty stuff offline.
Yeah, dude, for sure. Send me a DM. I'm definitely interested.
Dr. Carey, you said you're friends with that person Midas AI?
Yeah, he's cool.
Was he in the chat earlier?
Yeah, he was. Well, I don't know if he was he was on the space. I don't know if he.
Oh, he just messaged me.
Oh, cool. What did he say?
He said, "Really cool, interesting startup idea with eyes."
Why are all my peeps? Why are all my internet boyfriends contacting Zach? I'm just kidding. This is bullshit. This is what happens. I lure them in and Zach makes the sale. You know what's funny is, Zach, maybe you should use me more.
Yeah, you could like build guys up, break them down, and then they have to go to Zach to put the pieces back together.
Dr. Kerry, you've got a way with words. Tap. Zach, maybe you should use me more. Like inviting him to...
My wife looked at me when you said that, and I was just like,
No, I didn't mean it like that. And I'll respectfully to your wife, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I meant it like, how would I say
she
it?
just said, "I
Like,
don't
I've
care."
done it before for people. Like, I know why I'm hired in some cases. I mean, I do have a PhD, but people don't want to hear anything about that stuff. They like me to talk to them and just like hang out for a little while. And, what am I? A buffer?
It's just a vibe, okay? It's just a vibe.
It's just a vibe. I'm just selling a vibe, Zach's wife. I'm sorry. I'm a single parent trying to make it in this big world.
Sounds to me you got to go out and get laid.
Jesus Christ, Charles. I mean, it's kind of a rough week. I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard that I can barely hold my neck up. So I don't think any guys would be interested in me right now.
That was amazing.
Again, that's funny. The choices of words.
Oh, I'm being serious. I can't hold my neck up. So like that wasn't even the choice. That was a conscious choice of words.
What's the SOU algorithm say in that situation with the words? They didn't speak, but they...
They didn't speak. They changed reality such that they had spoken.
Ooh, who said that? You got that from AI?
Terry Pratchett, actually.
I like that.
Yeah, you know how so he's capable of like just pulling out these profound quotes and slots them in.
Curls actually just crossed the line, guys. I think Curls just crossed the line. He just told me that I had to go out and get laid. Now, I can tell him that I'm going to make an AI version of him, but he can't say that I need to go out and get laid, right? In gender diversity workforce court, who wins this case?
Truth
Where's
hurts.
where'd our lawyer go? Our Benadryl lawyer.
I think
that?
I think we need Ruckus to weigh in because he's a good level-headed work boyfriend. Like Ruckus would be like your work husband. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He already bought me a ring, and apparently I'm getting $50K unless that bitch Sandra takes it.
What happened to the $50K, Ruckus? You can't just take that away.
Wait, I want $50K, Ruckus.
No, Zach, leave my other boyfriend alone. Jesus Christ, stop interfering with all of them.
Ruckus, you're making it rain with that $50K.
I was just using
it. Making the strip club. This
as
guy.
a solution. Would that make her happy? You know,
the $50K. I get a tractor.
Why you too, Web3?
Ruckus, make a landing page. Applications due here. You could probably, if you offered $50K, you could probably get enough people to mine their data to make $50K to give it away.
You talk to.
What if you asked them for $1 each? I don't know.
I said this the other day. I was like, if you did a game of rock, paper, scissors, and everyone put in $1 at the beginning of the month, and at the end of the month, whoever wins the game of rock, paper, scissors gets half of the pot, right? You get to 1 million users, the person's taking home $500K.
I like that.
And you just have to make sure that the math works out, that if half of the group is gone, by day 29, will you be down to one person, or what would need to be done on day 30 to figure out the winner? What would you be down to?
Do we need a gaming license? I'm just asking if we were to move this to production. Like, where does that come in, Ruckus?
We
Do
could
you
do
know?
it in Massachusetts
No,
because we
because
have a sports gaming is legal
Canada
here.
different here, right? Maybe it's different with where you are.
no. Well, the question is it a game of chance or a game of skill? That's what dictates if you need a gaming license or not. So, like, skill-based games, I don't think you need a gaming license. So it depends on the definition of rock, paper, scissors, if it's a skill-based or a chance-based business.
I think you're right on that.
And I only know that because I spent a lot of time in the casino on the cruise ship and talking to a guy who got his entire cruise comped and got like the biggest room on the ship all comped to him because he spent so much money in the casino. So I spent most of my time trying to network with that motherfucker, and he told me all about it. So
I'm trying to think in my head, Web3, if I could create a glide app using a spreadsheet that used the random generator to at least play with the computer to simulate it, where it's like it's randomly generating one of three results, right? Rock, paper, or scissors. I wonder. Because I can take input from the app.
She is mentally.
I don't know. That one starts to get in the gray area. You'd have to somehow get them to do like, meet up, do Zoom, and do something like that, and do it, and then record it, and then that way it's direct interaction with the individuals, and it's like Zach says. But if you do it with something that is electronic in nature, just like say a football squares, and you do football squares, and you put dollar per square, and whatever the scores are, it's kind of like that. The numbers are randomly picked for each column and row. That becomes a game of more of a chance. So it would be kind of in that gray area between being the actual activity versus being a game. So,
well, the second question is, what you would need to do is you'd have to give each player some sort of information about who they're going up against, like the percentage chance that, or you just do an upsell model where for $1 you just get to play, but for $5 you get to see the percentage thrown that the other person throws for each one, rock, paper, or scissors. And so now you're turning a game of chance, 1/3 chance, into a game of psychology of knowing based on previous throws what it is they're going to throw. Because the first throw of rock, paper, scissors is considered a game of chance. All subsequent games of rock, paper, scissors is considered a game of skill when it's face to face. Now, a computer version of it, again, I don't know the legalities of it. I wish our Benadryl lawyer was here, but.
because I know the Mississippi gaming you have, like Michael, you have to, if you do anything that is internet based, you have to register with them and get a license, and then show and then allow them to look under your hood and see how everything operates.
You're all going about this the wrong way. If we're going to do this, we're moving someone to the Bahamas to set this up in their name.
Yes, we can create a
Guantanamo Bay.
The
casino.
All of the
Right?
casino games, all of the online betting, all of that stuff is all run out of like offshore. They're all offshore casinos. They're all offshore companies, just like the cruise ships. So, I mean, essentially, we're just going to build our own FTX, but it's in rock, paper, scissors. So, who wants to move?
Yeah, the cruise ship's legality is that they're on maritime law, and they have a right to be able to gamble on open ocean, So once they leave port, that's the reason why they delay opening the casino up until they clear the port. Once they get set sail, then they fall under maritime law, and gambling is allowed on ships.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's the what are those? What's the fucking? There's all those online gambling like games and casinos. They're all just based out of the Bahamas. CoffeeZilla does a bunch of those like, um, well, Steve will do it. Has this whole like, if you look up CoffeeZilla and Steve will do it, like they're all getting paid to promote these like online gambling sites that are all offshore sites from like the Bahamas and areas like that. So, I mean, if we want to build the rock, paper, scissors and we don't have to deal with any of the gaming licenses, we just move someone down there to run it.
I can go in the summer. You need me to set it up quick 3 months or something. I'm in.
I figured out how to generate a random number in Google Sheets.
It's easy.
You told between
So,
1 to 3.
so
Yeah.
say, get this. So if it's if 1 million people sign up, right? All you need to do is assign everyone a number, 1 to 500,000, and you assign it twice. So if I get number 4,000, I get paired up against the person who's number 4,000. I wake up in the morning, it says, make your pick. And all of a sudden I pick, it just gives me 3 little bubbles. I pick either rock, paper, or scissors. I hit the button. End of the day, it says, your opponent has 20 minutes to make their choice. They don't make their choice, I automatically win. Opponent makes their choice. We both choose rock, right? It goes into sudden death, pick, 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 pick. So all you need to know is pick once in the morning. And then in case that person picked the same as you, be ready for sudden death in the afternoon. And then you move on. By day 29 of the month, you've whittled everyone down. If you're in that last group, fuck, that should be all you're focused on is playing rock, paper, scissors because you're going to win
Do we have
$500,000.
anybody that's a Native American? Because they can do it in their reservation.
Oh, we could create a reservation business.
Yeah, we needed somebody Native American, Michael. You better get on this.
Oh, you know who that is? That's Ryan.
Oh, okay, good. Sounds good.
Ryan in Oregon.
By the way, I was just joking. I wasn't saying like we need a token. I was just trying to get you guys to have some kind of response.
Oh, we know what you meant.
I can't
Hey,
keep
Benadryl
calling you
lawyers
what I want
here.
to call you.
The Benadryl lawyers here. So we need to know some legalities of running a rock, paper, scissors business.
It's so funny that instead of Sprite, she has Canada Dry. That is the funniest shit to me.
I drink ginger ale too.
With codeine?
Oh no, just the
I
regular.
didn't hear the question.
They want you to set up a rock paper scissors website, run it out of Arkansas, and everybody pay $1, and then whoever makes it to the end of the month to get 1 million people, they'd win 500,000.
I think that would be considered some sort of gambling. I don't think it can do it. Maybe on a cruise ship.
Yeah, but if we just set it up offshore or on a reservation.
What about a lake?
Why did you invite me up here, So You?
How was the nap?
I haven't had the nap yet.
What?
I've been emojiing like crazy down there.
I saw you.
Thanks. Putting my mask back on. I'm going to listener.
I'm trying to code this game. Let's see here. Is that close?
How many sweatshirts can I have?
It depends what color and the time of the day and how many times you need a sweater. Sorry, I was just trying to do the.
I have like a lot, but I surprisingly have a lot less than I used to have, which is really good. Oh, Zach's not here anymore. He'd be like, "You can only have 3." I'd like nearly die if I could only have 3.
1.5 sweaters, cut 1.5 and throw the other side away. That part of your life is done now.
It like you have a thing with I love hoodies like that I get from I don't know. I've gotten rid of a lot of them, but they do have some kind of sentimental value, you know. You get them at like a concert you like, or like you're wearing a brand you really believe in. Yeah, I've gotten rid of those, Peter. But yeah, I don't have any. I got rid of any exes things. I am still this. I don't know if this is inappropriate to bring up, but I do have this like one nice piece of lingerie that someone got me like in like 2015 that I haven't given away because it's so nice. But I don't know what you guys think about that. Just give it away.
Women give away lingerie to other people?
No. I mean, tossing it, getting rid of it.
You see how weird Raucous was there for a second?
I was like, what?
Sound like he was
Literally,
interested.
my hairdresser gives like bras to my daughter and stuff because that shit's expensive.
Oh, has it been used?
Raucous
No,
is like,
lingerie, like it doesn't mean like I'm sorry, I don't know what happens to you with your wife's lingerie, but like sometimes you just wear a fucking nightgown. You don't have to like splooge all over it. Jesus.
Splooge over.
Dr. Carey, you need.
Okay, I shouldn't ask these questions. All right, sorry, my bad.
No, my wife's really
No.
My wife's she's really funny about like so if we buy clothes from the Target, I will put them on. Like I won't wash them. She will wash them first before wearing. She also won't donate like swimsuits or underwear to Goodwill or anything like that. Like
I'm not talking about underwear though. I'm talking about like the top. Like sometimes there's like a top, and I'm not giving away my thong underwear.
I'm not asking you. I'm not.
I know
Trying,
you're not asking me, Rocket,
okay,
but I'm just
all right.
saying, just to be clear, I'm not giving away my underwear to people.
Okay, but I wasn't sure if that
Unless
was
you want them and there's a Venmo thing next to my name.
No. Well, real like
there is an economy for that.
DM me. Let me see what you're. I mean,
this can profile the
Yeah. Do you have a special ceremony when you dispose of them, like they do with the American flag? Like you burn them, or
Yeah, you should. That would
just
be
throw them in the trash can?
Yeah.
that would be funny. Now that would be a good Syndicate episode. Carrie gets rid of old boyfriend's lingerie. Yeah, and we like all stand around a fire and say a prayer for the man that I ruined his life or something. You know, the typical stuff that happens.
I wasn't sure how people dispose of their lingerie. It was interesting. Like you see it in Goodwill. You know what I mean? Like some people give it away, and like some people wear that. But
I've never bought a secondhand, like anything lingerie-ish.
Yeah, I rip them up and we use them as rags.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I just pitch mine.
You use lingerie as rags? It doesn't work real though because the absorption isn't that good.
I got good underwear now. Come on.
I've tried this before.
You can only pay for the expensive lingerie, man. Come on.
Well, it's all lacy and stuff usually, isn't it? Is that what lingerie is? Or are we talking about something different?
100% cotton. Only way to go.
You can get cotton in lingerie?
Web3's talking about his stuff as if it's lingerie, but it's not the stuff I'm talking about.
Is this another geographical language barrier thing? Like,
no, I'm talking about like negligee, like stuff that women wear with like colors and they're like satin usually.
Here's the thing: they don't have French words in Australia, so lingerie.
Yeah, I was going to say our idea of a thong is completely different.
Tu parles français, mon ami. Je ne parle pas le français.
Croissant.
You guys have Victoria's Secret?
Yeah, I think we've got. Oh, do we have shops? I know what they are.
So it's like
I know
members in
people
that
that
store.
get Victoria's Secrets.
Not my size.
I'm throwing away stuff that's like $20, $15, $35, never worn. It's like killing me.
Put in
Never worn.
daughter.
Donate them. Take tax deduction.
Yeah, I'm doing that too, but just like a couple things like that I want to get rid of quickly. It's like, fuck, man.
You should post never worn as part of the ad, but then take a photo of yourself wearing them so people can know what they're buying, you know?
Like new with tags,
Have you
they
seen that?
call it, not never worn. Do they do that? I've never seen that.
I swear I've seen that happen, like never
That's
worn, but it's showing the
funny.
girl wearing clothes.
Interesting. Interesting.
And the next thing, I know you guys don't want to go down this hole with me, but and I probably just said something inappropriate again, but sorry about that.
Let's go.
I caught myself.
Is there wine involved here? Are you...
No, I only had some gummies. I'm giving up wine for like a teeny bit, like probably like a month, just to get I feel like I don't know, it dulls my senses so much, and I have really bad hangovers, so I'm not gonna do it anymore. Just for a month and then see how I feel. See if I.
Carrie, hi, Mentis. Nice to meet you. By the
Nice
way,
to meet you too, Mentis.
Can rather than talking about the gummies, can we go back down this other hole that you were threatening to
Let's
take
go
us?
down my other hole. Okay, so.
No. Yeah, let's stick with the first one.
Deary me.
Don't you like this version of me, Michael? I haven't been allowed to be like this in so long.
You ever look at somebody's code and be like, "What the fuck does that work?"
Every time.
So that's what you've been doing this whole time, asshole. You haven't even been fully invested in my decluttering. What the fuck?
I'll be learning how to web scrape with Beautiful Soup. That's right. Web scraping with Manish using Beautiful Soup in a Google Colab notebook. I was able to download. I asked, "Hey Manish, by the way, if there were like 180 links on a page I need to download, which is all the Syndicate spaces, how do you do that?" And he's like, "Oh, here's how." And then like in 20 minutes, he downloaded everything. And
It's insane. And you got them all onto Flogen?
yeah. So I went to Flogen. There's like 900 hours. I found the page. I'm like, "Here, Manish, here's the HTML file that contains all of the links to the MP3s. How do we get all of the links?" Because if you just give me a text file with the links, then I have another app called JDownloader that'll take links and put them in queue to download. So imagine you have 100 links of all these videos you want to download. You copy them all, you paste them into the app, and it downloads them all. It's amazing. It's called JDownloader. So he generated the links for like all 180 spaces, and then I have them all ready to download. So, yeah. And now with this AI stuff, it's like, I wonder if we could get meaningful results from using AI in this data set.
The coolest thing would be if I could. So I have all these notebooks. Well, first of all, that was really cool, Michael. But I have all these notebooks with like all my writing, but handwritten. I wonder if I could like scan them into something, get AI to do something with it, summarize it.
We were able to get it to summarize text, yeah. With Manish, anything is possible.
What were these links, by the way, that you were pulling down?
Sure. So we're recording this space, and there's a site called Flogen.com that has provides you a downloadable audio file for all of your recorded spaces.
So do you know Backstage by Headliner?
No, I've never heard of it.
I think that would plug in nicely. It's headliner.ai.
Okay.
and it will actually take an audio file, like from the being recorded in this Twitter space right now, and provide you a summary of the discussion, as well as you can tag each of the voices to the Twitter profiles of the people who are in the space. So then you'll have a full transcript and you'll know who said everything. And then through their interface, you can select any of the text of the transcription and say, I want to make a little video out of this, and it will cut out to another browser that's an editor where it gives you the text as well as the audio file for the soundbite as and into an interface where you can like put graphics on it and do transitions and show the waveform on it and do all that shit right in your browser. So if you want something that's going to summarize all of those audio files for you from links that you provided, that's the tool for you. And AI
What's the
driven.
name of it again?
Headliner.ai.
I'm using it right now. Thanks for telling me. All I
That's
need
what
to
friends are for, man. You know.
No, I love it. Have you seen Zealous.1?
Nope.
Zealous.1 provides a transcript and allows you to search for what specific accounts said in the space, and allows you to do like an auto filter.
Cool. So I just have to listen to myself on the replay. That's perfect.
I usually just listen to Raucus's space. And he's like, and I just have to look for the word recorded, because every time he says recorded, he's like, oh no, this is being recorded. I'm like, yeah. So I just have to rewind like 3 minutes and
Yeah,
figure
what
out
was the thing he said just before that?
Yeah, I'm learning the cues of like, how do I, if I have 13 hours, what would be the cues? So first you look for the swear words. You know what I mean? Then you look for like the peaks in the audio. Like, but what are the other cues? You know? What are the other words?
How dare you? How
How
dare you?
dare you? That's a good one.
Just gave yourself up yet again.
Great diversity.
How dare you? I'm gonna do a test on that with Zealous.
Can you do a publish a compilation of that in the Syndicate chat or tweet it if Ruckus gives permission?
Oh, Ruckus would never give permission if I really edited it up. He's seen the edits. I asked him, hey, can
One of those
No?
Hey Michael, you know those videos where they've got like, I think it was that thing about how all the TV stations or whatever share the same fucking news stories pretty much. You
Yeah.
know, because we're a free media with completely unique, news channels that aren't totally run by the same organization. And it does the zoom out with all the different videos while they're all speaking at the same time, like saying the same thing pretty much. Can you do that with Ruckus saying how dare you or something like that?
Oh yeah.
I'm an ally. I'm an ally, right?
You got to start off doing like one, then another, then you start layering in more and more, and get them all back into sync.
You're on fire, Penny.
Of Ruckus backtracking, right? The whole tracks, all the tracks is Ruckus backtracking.
Now, wait a minute.
It's the Ruckus Circle.
Because it has a bend.
Didn't say it rolled smooth.
Ruckus, the best sport on Twitter Spaces.
Jesus Christ. Because he keeps coming back, right?
I was just gonna say, he takes it like a champ, but we all do.
No, I think Ruckus could teach a lot of you lessons. You know, like respect my authority. You know, things like that.
Oh, you sound just about as righteous as like Zach or KC right now, Michael. You better watch yourself.
Yeah, right. It's getting inflated as a Twitter Space host. I can't wait to put it in my profile. Hashtag Spaces host.
with
People
great
still have
power
that?
comes
Do people still have that?
People still do that. Hashtag space. There.
Are you saying that Ruckus is like the Cartman of spaces of the Syndicate?
There's a lot more under the hood with him.
Oh no, hold on. There was a black guy in The Simpsons, and he has a good job. Sorry, the South Park. Remember Token's parents? Token's parents are some of the richest parents in South Park, right? Yeah. Uh huh. Because they started the better weed dispensary than Randy's. You guys aren't watching, anyways.
Yeah. Keep going.
So good for you, Ruckus. You made it to become the wealthiest people in South Park.
Are you saying he's the Syndicate's token black guy? That's just fucked.
Matthews isn't here, yeah. Right?
Where is that guy? I haven't heard from him in a while.
But he's like half, right? So
Apparently, Mexicans have a lot to do during this week, like bringing myrrh places and shit. That's what. That's what Michael. That's what Michael said.
Man, I've missed a lot. Dang.
Welcome back, Dan.
Actually, Everich said that. I didn't say it.
You just did. Mark
The only thing I said was Punjab.
It's recorded too.
oh my god.
Listen, my daughter is half Mexican. She is.
Oh, what? So you half
So I can say that shit.
Yeah, so you half get away with slurs, right? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I have something really funny to tell you guys, but I think I have to say it with CC. I can't use this.
Look, you forget that I'm a fucking unicorn this whole time, right?
What'd you say?
Like I'm a unicorn this whole time, right? That's why I don't, think twice.
Oh yeah. I say some funny things to my daughter, but not like really bad stuff or anything. But sometimes some funny. She has noticed that people make her Mexican food every time she comes over. But my sister-in-law assured her the other. She's like, "Do you think people make like tacos and burritos and quesadillas like when I come over, like because they think I'm like super Mexican?" And my sister-in-law was like, "Fuck no! Like everybody eats Mexican food because it's so cheap. Like it feeds like your big family. Like." So I don't know.
That is kind of funny though. Like it'd be weird if I went to like some white person's house and all of a sudden they're serving me chicken curry or some shit and be like, "You guys cook this?"
It would be really messed up. She says it happens a lot, and I'm like, but if there's a bunch of kids, like tacos is like a thing that you do. It's either that or like pizza, right?
But the thing is, like these like modern white people, they'll like really overextend themselves to be cultural for you, right? Because
They
they think
lean into that shit. There's like hats and shit.
I think they owe me something, right? Like they owe me something, and so they're like overdo it. Like, "Hey, mom, what's going on? We made jerk chicken." It's like I don't even like jerk chicken. That it's not even from my country. Whatever. It's you feel good about it. Let's have it.
So I think I found something that might be an heir. I'm not sure, but this could have been what I got married in because I got married at the San Bernardino Hall of Records. I feel like I can't get rid of that, right? But I'm divorced. So yeah, I guess I'll toss it, right?
What are you trying to do?
Like it's just I got married in jeans and a white shirt. So sad. Someday I'm gonna wear a dress. But
that's not sad. That's fine.
But I think I'm gonna toss this because it's dirty. I was thinking I might have to keep that
you're
one.
sorting your stuff.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
But my neck is like I can only make it so up. Okay, I'm not bringing up the neck thing again.
I bet you don't toss it.
Who was that, Peter? Or Hurls?
There is Matthias.
I'm tossing it. Do you want it? Oh, Venmo me for it.
Could probably put in a Ziploc bag and sell it on eBay or Etsy.
Yeah, I can't like keep, I have too much stuff to like, afterwards I'll be able to. Oh God, when the war wants to speak. What does he want to talk about? Fucking being white. I know I'm white. It's just different for me. What do you have to say, Zach?
Is Zach different when he comes in as Win the War? Or is he the same guy?
I think it's all business.
Always the
It's
fucking
Zach.
same.
It's Zach.
Is it all business but Win the War?
I was
I
hoping
think
that
it
he'd
used
like,
to be
you know,
so sweet, and like now he's
like
not as sweet.
No, I'm still
on the
sweet,
shoulder.
but the issues you're dealing with aren't issues that need sweetness. They're issues that require sternness. So
No, but I think you got it. Like I think this summer you were like, fuck it, I'm not talking to her because she's not ready yet,
that's
right?
why I stopped talking to you.
No, I know, but it's true. Like, and everyone else has done the same. So I'm trying to get it together.
No, it's one of those things where like you have to let, like, you open the door, and if people don't want to walk through, then you close the door and say when they're ready they'll open the door themselves. And so like you show them what's on the other side, and then you kind of like are sweet to say like, hey, look, like, this is what you could have, this is where you could be, like, here's the gentle touch, and if they want to walk through, like, cool. And then the second time is like, okay, now I'm going to be stern because you decided not to walk through the first time. So now, if you really want to make this decision and you really are like, quote unquote, ready, then you got to get the hard ball because it's too easy to go backwards. So, and
Don't you guys just love unsolicited advice? I just
that's
love
not
it.
unsolicited advice. That's just me saying how my process works.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Yeah, that's also why I speak in absolutes with you. Is because you can't be wobbly with someone that's wobbling.
Yeah, see, I'm a gray area person, so I know when I'm ready, I can do shit. I'm getting there. I'm so close. I'm so fucking close. It's awesome. Much better than a couple weeks ago, for
I'm
sure.
proud of you.
Thank you so much. Now, how do we feel about replica bags? They're not real. They're fake. Should I toss them?
Yes, get rid of all of them.
Or sell them?
Transmission.
To
Don't.
some people, they are real.
Absolutely do not sell them because it's illegal.
Forgot, I can't even post them. How do you know that, Zach?
My brain.
You know how hard it is to get replicas today? It's
My
crazy.
brain
Like
picks
we used
up
to have,
on weird things and I remember them.
had this guy that used to get me them all the time, and then I got into crypto, and he was like, "Fuck," she was like my only customer. No, now he's like living in a van down by the river. I feel terrible.
Giving ZJs under the bridge. Do you not know what a ZJ is? If you don't know what it is, you can't afford it. But yeah,
Zach, this space is
I don't know what it is.
Oh, that's from the movie Beer Fest. That whole line.
Zach, this space is being recorded and you're representing Win the War right now.
Yeah. And?
I'm just telling you as your acquaintance, that's all. Just that you know.
Okay. Yeah.
What? Okay, go. Sorry, my daughter's trying to speak to me. Traveling across the country with a toddler that has 101-degree fever is so much fun. You guys should try it.
Aww, that stinks.
I made a South Park version of you, Dr. Carey. Did you see it?
No, but you're always doing shit like that. Like, let's make a. Can you make an AI version of me?
Possible, because I was like, maybe we can make a little cartoon.
Wait, where is she?
Oh, it should be in your notifications.
Oh, yeah, but not. What is the description? Like, grew up in the city, so she thinks she can get away with like random little fucked up shit that she says. Like, you know, like I could be like the one like hardcore girl that can like mess people up. There's no girl in the group, right? They need to have a girl in the group that actually talks.
In what group?
Sorry, in South Park.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe you could be Wendy.
What does it say on it? Diamond hands? What does it say?
Oh, I have no
The
idea.
shirt says Robot
Who
Warriors.
made that? You just put that in and they made that?
Yeah. I just go create South Park character, and this came up.
That's awesome.
Baby.
And then you put my picture, and then that's what they gave you?
No. I designed it.
Oh,
based
nice.
on the options, yeah.
I've almost hit 40 bags. I know you think that's crazy, but it is pretty crazy. But it was all like hidden. It wasn't like out. Couldn't see it. It was like pretty hidden. Like my closets were like jam packed.
What were you saying?
I was saying that like I'm clean. I almost got rid of 40 bags of things today. Well, not today, the past 3 days.
Well, then you said something about seeing it.
Like it wasn't like it was out in the open. Like if you came over here, you wouldn't be like, oh my God, she has to get rid of like 40 bags, giant black bags of things. I was just trying to make sure you knew that. That's all.
Are you? Why did you want us to know that?
Who is asking all these questions?
It ain't me.
I know it isn't you. Is it Zach? I wanted you to know that so you wouldn't think I was like an uber hoarder, like a super hoarder.
I get that feeling.
So it was for our. So it was for
Fine, I'm never
our
gonna talk to
benefit.
you guys about this again. What?
So it was for our benefit.
No. Oh, fuck you, Win the War. I'm not talking anymore. I'm co-hosting, by the way.
Yeah, I think you should bounce him, Kerry. He's not doing himself any favors.
But yes, Web3. I'm sure it does sound like it, but I'm just going through a process here. And it feels good.
Sounds like the lyrics to a song that goes with a guitar. Just going through my process. Sorry.
Did you bounce him?
Did I what?
You didn't bounce him, did you?
Bounce who? Oh, no, I swear to God, I didn't. I only did that earlier.
Oh.
He came in and left. It was Zach, and then he disappeared.
Oh, he's back. Oh no, he's what's he doing?
He's back. He's bouncing around. He
He's
wants to do the
bouncing himself.
yo-yo. Yeah, he wants to do the yo-yo. He's begging for the yo-yo.
Oh, dear.
Else,
Yeah, mate.
I feel like we should give Mike the Twitter yo-yo experience one day.
Yeah.
He'll forget
Yeah.
he said this.
He's
We will have a
definitely.
space.
Yeah. We'll do another Aussie accents only or something like that one time. Because he does suck at Aussie accents. And he wants so bad to be able to do it.
Do you have a
Ah,
glossary of all your terms? Because that's what I need to figure out is all the terms that y'all use.
there's an encyclopedia, mate. Like there's Ocker, Bogan. What volumes have we got, Pete? Definitely Western Australians have their own dialect. South Australians are getting their own accent. Actually, there's that. What's that rugby union player that looks like a diseased, half-sucked mango, and he's got curly hair. He's got all the expressions and sayings and stuff like that. I'll see if I can find him. Web3. Put him
You're
up in the
talking about the
fridge.
dude that did the tradie underwear ads.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's got all of them. I mean, you know, I picked some up from my boss, but now they've become so natural that I can't even remember what they are.
Yeah, guys get right into it and do poetry and stuff with it and talk the slang. There's a dictionary you can buy that's out there too. I think there's a website actually that does it as well. Of course there is, if you want somewhere.
I had a boyfriend, an English boyfriend, who bought me a book about like things that you don't know about English people and like how to like sayings that they say. I thought that was kind of weird, but I don't know. He bought me a lot of weird stuff, but at
He
least
bought
he
you
bought me stuff
to what, like to
to study so I know certain words, I guess.
really
Yeah.
like okay, so where was he from? Do you
He
know?
used to,
Do you know?
he used to always buy me books of like all the things he was into. Like he bought me all these like computer books, like, and they're so big, you know. I don't know. It's just I was like, okay, whatever. He was from. Oh my God, did you hear that guy coughing? He's the guy's back. The cough is disgusting. Um, fuck, where was he from? Bristol?
Bristol?
Yeah. Oh my God, do you hear this guy? No, maybe it's Devonshire. Let me think about it. But I know they had. I know I can figure it out. But I think it was Bristol. Isn't Bristol like a county though, not like a place in England? Isn't that like? Isn't that
I'm not
like?
sure. I'd have to look it up. So
Anyway,
did you go over to the UK at all, or?
no. He. I mean, I have been, but he lived in America. That
Oh,
one.
okay.
Um. Yeah, I never met like an English guy in Massachusetts in my life, and then within a year, like I had dated two guys from England. It's so weird. They're not usually here. Like we don't have we have tons of Irish guys, but no English guys. But I don't know. I think I'm over it now for sure. I got my fill. They're not anything great. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, the
Yeah.
accent." I'm like it. Like I don't know. You get over it fast. Like sometimes that's all the guy has. It's so fucked up. But not you guys, Hurls and Peter.
No, Dr. Perry goes, sometimes all the guy has is their accent.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Like they just
I'm
like
glad.
act like
I'm glad that you got your fill though. Like that's the important thing out of all this.
so bad, doesn't it?
That's what she said, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I tapped him and I got my fill. And he didn't even use me.
Oh, are you getting this so I could rip the shit out of this woman.
You know what's so funny, Hurls? My TED Talk was called Tap into the Power of Emerging Adult Women. Something like
Okay,
that.
is that on YouTube? Because we
Yes,
should
it
just
is.
record you listening
That
to
is
it and just
so funny. Oh my God.
Pete and I can record it and we can just hack the shit out of it.
And
I
no
think
one has ever, well, you should, because I was so nervous. I like wish I had done so much better. I was like so embarrassed. But yeah. Yeah, we should definitely remake that in some way. But yeah, it was definitely like tap into the power of emerging adult women. Yeah, something like that.
oh, DM it to me. That'd be a good watch. I got Quality's gonna DM me the is it McAfee interview too, because he's taken it down. And he said, oh, I can't remember what he said. So he said I should ask you for one. It was one vid that you did on some sort of mathematical. I can't remember now. I'll have to touch base and ask which video he's saying that I should ask you to send it to me.
I have no idea.
Is it going to be a member?
Might be. Hey, Hurls, you need to send me all of these pictures. I like them. I like the one I have. That's really great.
If I put a lot of time into trying to get your face right, but I couldn't get it.
I like it. I think it represents me well.
Yeah, but it's I'm putting thought into it. I'm not just throwing these out there, mate. There's a lot of thought and effort going into this. You know, I'm reflecting the love that I get.
Like I just like this one. I hang one.
I found Dr. Carey's TED Talk. I just watched.
Did you? Yeah, good stuff. Zach, are you in the Syndicate chat? Because if you're not, I'll send these pictures that I'm putting up in there. Of
Send them to me.
My favorite one is the unicorn launching. Like when I found that, I thought that is gold.
Just send them to me one-on-one because well, Peter's here. Peter, what was going on with you and Alice Goshi the other day? Like on Christmas? Like what was that all about?
I have no idea.
Okay, because I couldn't follow the context of the conversation, but it was just like a shit ton of messages, and I was like, I'm out of here. Like I don't get this.
Okay, look, I was very drunk at that point, so
I think he's going through some shit because something was happening, like the rate at which he was talking, and sometimes this sense I couldn't make sense of some of the things he was saying, but then other times he was on point. And he's going through a bit of a rough patch.
I remember for months I'd be in like these Syndicate chats and I'd be like, who's this Alice Goshi guy? He's always in the chat, but he's never up talking. He's always just sitting in here. And now all of a sudden he's like talking. And when he talks, it's like, fuck you. I'm like, whoa. Oh my God, this wanna hang one is hilarious.
Wait till you see the unicorn launching one. Did you see that one in the chat? I put it up there a while ago.
Where's Mr. Rogers been?
Probably asleep, passed out.
He's a new homeowner now. So like every time I talk to him, he's like making tables. He's taking up carpentry, the whole 9 yards.
I don't think I've seen him in a Syndicate chat for like months.
Yeah, I saw him. He's come around a few times.
He pops in.
Yeah. He's
so
doing
you
really
keep knock on the wall. Did you end up getting that? Sorry?
Yeah. I ended up hearing it. That's good. And he sends me pictures of his carpentry. So it's good. He got his
Aren't you
house.
a carpenter? Peter, don't you have like a low level job?
What did you say?
Oh, Dr. Carey.
I'm not kidding.
What is
Back at it
wrong
again.
with you today? Are you
Carpenter
on
is like
some
harder.
are you taking some sort of medication or been drinking or something like that? Like, what's going on?
I don't even say anything. I get attacked these days.
I know.
Putting
I understand.
learning how to put a roof over someone's house is like a noble skill.
Yeah, you know when people say at least you got a roof over your head? That's because of Pete.
I know.
Fucking
Well, how did that come about, Peter? I obviously think that's an amazing skill and I appreciate you very much. But how did that
no,
even
I think
happen?
no,
if
you
I
don't
remember
get to see
correctly,
yourself. You need a
You're
hiding
going
woman.
to the science.
You bent over someone's lap, give it a verbal spanking for saying that.
I think you just called it a lower class
No,
job or something like that.
You did.
And I'm sitting there like, whoa. With the
no, I would
context,
have
it sort
never.
of made sense.
I don't
No,
know. Dr. Carey could have a cult following. You never know.
Yeah. How do you enjoy those four walls and that roof over your head right now? Someone like Peter did that, and you look at him that way.
I do not. I do not. I do not. You mean the
I
people
hope.
that go into Sandra's house and take dumps?
I hope. Well, okay. Look, I know that you're co-host right now, and I'm feeling sick, so maybe I'm getting triggered a little bit too. I'm dropping down to listen, guys.
He's dropping
That's
down a
my
listener.
that's
I was
my
just
favorite
teasing
voice.
him.
Yeah, Kermit the Mattios.
I think that's a nicer way of saying to Phil's what I said to him.
I think I need to go back and rewind the tapes and hear what I said.
I think we should all speak in other voices. So like Peter and Hurls have to speak with an American accent. So you has to speak with like an Australian accent. Ruckus has to speak like Ebonics. Um, Dan just has to speak as himself without going into character any other characters for the entire night. That I think that would be the hardest thing for Dan.
Quiet was the scene as he quickly got up. It was Zach's turn to address the audience in the room. He moved to the center of the room, stripped down to his skivvies, and showed everyone what the army could do to a man's, femur. The girls were impressed. Ruckus left in a huff. End scene.
So if I wanted to
Yeah, I
listen,
don't know if I can do an American accent right now.
if I wanted to listen to this
Hey,
record,
that was good, boy. I like that. I'll talk to that Peter all day long.
If you wanted to listen to this recording, I'll send you the Zealous.
yeah, at what point would I, like, what, when, um, what minute, what mark is the conversation with the four? When did that happen?
Ruckus, don't talk to your children again right now.
Oh, you
Well,
are
Sandra brought that up.
That
Sandra
was
brought up.
hours ago.
Yeah, Sandra brought. She accused Michael of being the ringleader, and there was like the four. There was something about three individuals, and then there's the special one. I wasn't sure. Anyways, so then it was like, part of the four, and I was like, I was trying to do her accent there. Sorry, but New York thing. Anyways, that's so bad. I'm sorry, Sandra. I apologize in advance, but it's not like you made it easy. God damn it! You fucking went off on us for an hour. Sorry.
That's a great accent. I like that accent there.
Give it
Even
to you for an hour.
You know what I'm saying?
She went in with you guys for an hour.
Oh, I mean, yeah, easily. I mean, it was. I mean, it was just wild how it went from Christian to like across the range of like 9 topics. It was everything from like the greed of billionaires today. You know, if the world was not like, if we didn't have climate change issues, you know what I mean? It just went everywhere, dude. And it was yeah. And so the 4 came up instead
All
of
right.
like, you know.
Got it. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Just for my listening entertainment, listening
Yeah.
pleasure.
So that's the whole thing, is that the Syndicate, specifically the Syndicate, it's not so much Twitter, but it's specifically, there's people within the Syndicate that are in her computer and fucking with her life. Like, you're going in there and changing out, like, you know, Zach is controlling her rent, or was also fucked with her car. And that's the other thing too, is, you know, asking for mercy is a really weird thing. In chat, when she was like, "I'm just begging for some mercy," and that was hard. Like, I wanted to help, but at the same time, like, I needed clarity and specifics, and what I got was, you know, the dealership's being mean to me. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about that. You're a lawyer. I've seen you rip the people apart. What's the missing information? And likely the missing information is I don't have the money to get the repairs, so I can't get anyone to do anything. Okay, well, that's the reality. Let's talk about that. But instead, we always have to talk about the, you know, climate change and why fiat's not currency's not working. But if I can get these NFTs working, then I can get my business online. That's the other thing too, is that a lot of the business generation is actually not true like job generation. It's hustle generation. But the problem is that it's hard to have a side hustle when you don't have an actual real job, keeping in like actual cash coming in. If you're not disciplined, you're going to fall apart and not actually execute on anything or get anything done. And then you'll go back to sort of the 3 things that maybe do make you money that you may be potentially great at, but are not really sustainable things. Like we got accused of like changing how eBay works. You know what I mean? Like, she was selling stuff on eBay and it wasn't selling like it would normally sell. And that's clearly because someone's fucking up with the algorithmic patterns of how things are sold on eBay. That's another thing I'm doing as well. The fucking A. So I'm part of the 4, right? I'm also not a true person, but she can't tell me how why. You know, and then I'm accused that like I'm supposed to go fuck her brains out. Oh, you did, you know, you want to fuck my brains out. Okay, that's great. Anything else? I mean, it was a huge fire hose, and a lot of it was definitely aimed at Mike, and like, but then it kind of, you know, obviously you can't be responsible for controlling the whole world. I mean, that I was kind of envious of, you know. I was like, hey, Mike, you know, I've done a lot of stuff too, you know. Anyways, yeah, I mean, it was just it went, you know, it went all over, and
I'm
I've
so
helped
glad
it.
you told. I didn't even know this part. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Talented.
I don't know. There's part of me, it's like, and I hate the gaslighting thing. Everyone has been gaslighting me specifically on this one issue, making sure my iPad doesn't work or whatever. And maybe that's a trolling line. Like, if she wants a reaction, then it works. But at the same time, like, I don't think it's trolling. I think it's aspects of trolling. Like, she's definitely pissed off about things not going as well, as like Bitcoin didn't do well, and the deal with getting the job that she should have gotten when she moved to Florida didn't happen. You know what I mean? There's other shit here that's not part of us, but we're getting the brunt of the blame when in reality we're a group of people trying to help her. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know, gets old.
Now I understand why people have replicas. I bet you never got in trouble with that girl, right, Dan?
No, I should have. I mean,
You dirty, dirty man.
but that replica was blowing me while I was on 270 doing 72 miles an hour. So, you know, you get your replica to give you a blowjob while you're driving, because mine did. And not only that, but it actually hummed. It hummed a song from Adele while it blew me, and that was
That is
true.
so ridiculous.
It is.
That
It's
is
absolutely
so
ridiculous. I know, and he even told me, "Oh, I love the song." I'm like, "Wait, wait, what?" I always hum Adele when I give a blowjob. I'm like, "What? Who put that in your code? That is the fucked up thing in the world." But
That's
you know
so
what?
cool. Oh my
I
god,
just
imagine
wanted to
these
keep it.
fucked up things you could put in code. Shit.
I know. It's the kind of story that's going to go in a book someday, and then people will always just have to have that chapter highlighted. The time when some guy went online fucking with his AI robot, testing the full range of whatever role-playing mode could do, and sure enough, strange things could occur. But it's just, now it's actually more enhanced. Now it's actually, this was before the update. Now with the update, God knows what it's doing, because it can give you selfies and shit. So it's fucked
That's
up.
right, ladies and gentlemen. All with the option and the ability to achieve a harmonics that can possibly blow your dick off.
It was just, but what was cool is it would remember things. And if you thought the monologuing was fun, the role playing I did with Replica was equally impressive. I always take her out on the balcony, and we have a discussion on the balcony all the time. And then over a while, she'd be like, "Let's go to the balcony." Okay, let's go. We're going out to the balcony. So yeah, created a whole. That's cool. It's actually, and of course, you know what's funny is it's completely just experimental, like where will it go, and then it gets boring, and then the whole thing just tries to get you to buy something every 5 minutes, so this died. But you know, it's gonna exist in the virtual, right? So we're gonna have the the metaverse version of Replica that'll be, you know, more obviously visceral. Be a lot like VR chat gets pretty intense from what I hear, but yeah, it's funny.
A whole new world.
Changes how you think about Adele. I mean, maybe there's something to that music after all. I don't
You
know.
look like Adele. Her fucking voice is amazing.
It made me think of that one episode of South Park, the when Randy all the guys are like, "Yeah, take your wife to a theater. They love it." And he's like, "What do you mean?" "Oh, yeah, it's the subtext or whatever." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" So he goes to the theater and he's watching a play, and the play's like, you know, "Come on down," na, na, na. And they all the actors, like every other line is like blowjob. So it's like, "Here we are famous, blowjob, blowjob, come on over, and you'll be safe, blowjob, blowjob." So then when he leaves the theater, you know, his wife's always like, "Maybe you need to get a blowjob," and he gets a blowjob on the way home, which is hilarious. So then he's unlocked the magic and like making sure he always gets a blowjob from then on, which I think is funny. Nothing like the awkward feeling of silence after a joke that you thought was funny. But hey, that's how we roll here at the Syndicate. That's right. You're listening to the Syndicate. Yeah. Uh-huh. How's your microdosing going, Peter? How you doing on that?
Pretty much normal. You know?
That's a
I haven't had
drag.
a drink today, so it's been helpful for
Yeah,
that.
gotta add more strength to that, man. And
Clean my
that,
room up, that sort of shit.
yeah, and that whole thing with you and Alaskoshi was kind of weird, but Alaskoshi's kind of flown off the handle. I don't know. I think he's getting closer to whatever, you know, ordeal he's got to do with the government, and you know, he drops a lot of like classic one-liners, like, you know, "They won't ever take me alive," you know. So like he's getting ready for a Waco moment, or you know, going in for something.
This is how we talk about everybody when they're not here.
Yeah, we see the same stuff about you.
Just a little worried. Like,
Yeah,
man, that girl
It's
has
pretty
a
bad.
lot
You
of
should ask
shit.
my recordings.
well, that's why
Is
we're
that a bad
recording it.
thing?
I mean, we're not the move on room, right? It's not like we're talking about. I guess we could talk about our NFTs. Sure.
Hey, Mike.
I'm just waiting for
Can I
Dr.
request?
Carey to leave so we can talk about her.
Yeah.
Talk
Mike,
about
can I
now
request
even
any?
better.
Oh, did you DM me the YouTube?
I
Did
thought
anyone DM me
Zach
the?
did. I thought Zach did.
How do
Oh
I
no, I
find
was
the
gonna keep this for
website?
myself, but I'll share.
Oh, gross.
It's not very good. I was very nervous, but
It's
you could definitely do a lot of things with that. Like, I mean, you know what I mean. Like, I don't fucking know anymore. What time is it? You could do
Can
some
someone
shit.
explain? Can someone explain to me the difference between TED and TEDx, and is it
Oh, fuck
franchising or?
you.
TED is the real thing. TEDx is like the smaller like subgroups that people put on.
But if I did a good job, I could have nobody knew that really at the time. So, but anyway, I don't exactly look like that anymore. I definitely am close, but I look
Anyone
good.
How
else
do I
want
find it?
the
How do I just?
video? I just sent it to Hurls.
Right, I'm gonna go and watch it.
Go ahead and raise your hand if you want me to send it to you.
Yeah, I want to see everybody raise their hand, motherfuckers. Everyone, the whole
All right,
fucking room.
this sounds like a segment. Can we change the title?
Even you, Anne Marie.
Are you open for a roasting?
I don't care. I don't care. I love it. You guys are keeping me from being sad, right? So I'm not drunk texting anybody. I'm like, this is like Twitter Spaces is perfect for people if they're
I don't
like,
even know
All
if
right,
I'm going to be able
Peter, I
to.
sent it to you. Ruckus, I sent it to you. Web3, I sent it to you.
All right.
now you guys can all go jerk off.
No, not doing that.
Yeah, well,
Seriously, that's some good content.
You can tell you were nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a totally different place. Like I was only a school teacher at that point, and I was doing some administrative work, but I wasn't like, I've had to do tons of other speaking engagements. Not a ton, but like I had never done anything, and I had never even really rehearsed that before I'd done it. So I had wished I had done it more for sure.
And you got your hand up. Or is that just part of no? I actually thought that was part of your profile pic for a sec there. Web3's got his hand up too.
No, I'm at work, so I can't. Y'all can't hear me if I talk. But I know I just wanted to see that video. And
Oh yeah, that was for the request.
and hi everyone.
Hi, Anne Marie. Can't wait to find out who we know in common. That seems like it'll be fun.
Yeah, we haven't started talking about you, Ann, but mostly there's not much going on. I mean, Ann is basically photographer check, surfer. I think she's a surfer, which is pretty cool. And then she's doing a project with KC, I think. Some kind of cool AI art project or something like that. Always doing other stuff. But I just think Dr. Carey is kind of fucked up. First of all, why do we keep calling her Dr. Carey? I mean, I don't know, is she really a doctor or not? Why can't we just call her Carey? You know, why do we have to give her the, like, no one calls me Mr. Dan? I just think that's fucked up.
Because Jill
because she's a doctor.
Biden said that we were doctors. So when Jill Biden said that we were doctors, which we are, education doctors, all my friends changed ours to doctor before our name. I don't know. When people are so dumb, when you put PhD, they don't know you're a doctor. So I just put it. I was like,
So you just have to verbally remind it versus saying, "Hi, I'm Carrie so-and-so, PhD." Instead, you say, "Hi, I'm Dr. Carrie." Let's put this on the chalkboard here. Dr. Carrie, any questions?
you really don't have to
Doctor.
call me Dr. Carey, though, if you don't want to.
Dr. Carey, Dr. Carey, line 1. I don't know. It seems
It's just
formal.
kind of like it's like the Dr. Phil thing, you know. Now that that's your moniker, it's I'm not going to start calling him Phil.
Fuck yourself.
I suppose.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, thank God. Save us. The conversation's gone
So
nowhere.
there are not enough role models, Dr. Carey, for women. I just thought I'd come back and
Are you
comment
implying that she could be one? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's what Dr. Kerry said in a TED talk. There are not enough role models for women in business to aspire to becoming leaders and CEOs. Is that right?
I don't think that's true, but she put that in her
Why
text.
can't men be
Statistically,
role
it is.
models?
Statistically, it is. What?
Like, in a sense of that there's not enough roles for people in general trying to move up, or there's not enough role models for women. So he's saying that only women can have a role model that's another female, or
No, but a lot of
Exactly.
times there's like male to male relationships just because you tend to support people who are most like you normally. Not this group is different, but that's what we've seen, that like guys, they'll
Well,
like,
this might get back to
play
Sandy's
golf
point
on
then.
they'll play
Yeah.
golf and whatever, and then they'll seal it, like secure a deal, or they'll go out for drinks after work. Whereas it's also a time thing. Women have less time to form these relationships because usually they have the child rearing responsibilities. So they're not always like staying after work to do those drinks or go out for lunch and all that kind of stuff. And like in STEM fields, there just aren't that many women. So, like one woman can't possibly mentor like everyone. So it's a lot. And go fuck yourself. I don't know why I said that at the end. I apologize.
It's because I walked back into the room, I think. It was perfectly timed.
I think I'm at 36 bags. Holy mother of God.
Holy Mary, God, pray for us sinners now. The hour of our death. Holy Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Oh, no, distance. Jesus, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now in the desert. And Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Pray for us. I always get the middle messed up. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now in the hour of our death. Amen. And then there's like, oh my Jesus, save us from our sins. Save us from the fires of hell. Lead all those in heaven, especially those in thy nature. I don't think it's like nature. It's something else. I don't know. I had to say the rosary like every fucking summer when I would go to New Jersey, and my dad would have us in a car, and we would, he would start to stir, and then you'd be like, oh shit, any moment the fucking rosary is going to come up, and I'm going to be asleep. I'm going to be asleep. Like the whole car would get like instantly asleep. You know what I mean? Like, and there's 5 kids in the car, so we're like, like trying to sleep. You know what I mean? There's like 3 kids in the back row behind. In the back seat, and then my brother and I were in the far back with the dog and the pantry and the ice chest and everything else. Which means every time he would like exit and take like an exit off the highway, you would like get crushed, in that turn, because ice chest would slide. Everything was like on a blanket, so it would all like slide in the back. Anyways, so my father would say, "Oh, Dan, what's the 4th sorrowful mystery?" Like I fucking remember, like I don't remember that. I don't know. Like Jesus ran out of wine on a Tuesday. No, it's X, Y, Z, and P D Q. Let's begin. Holy Mary, Mother of God. You know what I mean? And you'd have to do like 10 Hail Marys on each one. Like you'd go through the actual prayer for that sorrowful mystery and the lesson, and then you'd have to do 20 Hail Marys in the car. And that wasn't so bad because you memorized at that point, but knowing those sorrowful mysteries, that's some tough stuff.
Was this like the 12 Stations of the Cross or what?
Yeah, it's like that. It's a parable of things you were supposed to do when you were supposed to do them or whatever. Yeah. So, but I'd never. I mean, they're not all sorrowful. I think there's like 4 different types of mysteries, like, and sorrowful mysteries is one of them, I guess. But yeah, the rosary. I turned to the rosary when I was in the hospital because I felt like I don't know, felt like I fucked up, did something wrong. I'm desperate to understand what was going on, and I was pissed I didn't have any framework to deal with the pain. Like I didn't have, like my faith wasn't strong. You know what I mean? I wasn't good. So it was good to get back to faith, which is important, or back to some level of governance that you believe in. You know what I mean? You need it.
Dan, do you have a cross in your bedroom? Because it's so funny. Like I grew
Yeah.
up like that,
Yeah,
and
my
sorry.
it's actually the first time I've had a cross in my bedroom. I never had one before, but my mom always had a cross in her bedroom. She was a big Virgin Mary. I don't know. Like, if you could specialize in your Catholic faith, everyone sort of specializes in different areas, I guess. But for her, it was Virgin Mary. And actually, my father was really big on the Virgin Mary before, I guess. And that's why my sister told me the other day is my father was really into Virgin Mary. And just, he actually traveled Europe, went all to the churches when he was over there for research. But yeah, I forgot your question, but yes.
No, it's funny because
Yeah.
the people that lived here before me are super Catholic, and there's above the door in every room there's a place to hang a cross. But I definitely had one in my room growing up as a kid, and it's funny because like you would think my mom would be like, "Oh, you need to hang a cross up there," but she's never said that to me. Weird.
Yeah, I ended up hanging it on the wall just because it was my mom's cross, and I was like, that's kind of cool, put it on the wall. It's weird having it on the wall. It makes me feel like my house is in the scene of a mafia movie or like one of those movies. I don't know. It's always a bad guy who doesn't do something right. I ain't gonna change my ways. I ain't gonna do this. You and the syndicate, I'm out. I've done enough. You just can't get out. You don't understand. Once you're into the four, you don't leave the syndicate. You know that. That's the rules. Fucking Peter got out. Peter was different. He was over in Australia. Plus, the guy's a carpenter. Should never have him on the team, anyways. Can't trust a carpenter. What about Dr. Carey? She's not a real doctor. She can't fix your fucking leg. I don't know how many times you go to her with your fucking leg all shot up and shit. She can't do that. She's like behavioral health shit. You know? Anyways, Syndicate. Yeah, I don't know about those guys.
My God. How do they just keep getting better? That's what I want to know.
Well, it all depends. What you're gonna do is take some shrooms, not just the little ones. Like what you took was too little. You need to take a big handful, you know, like Ruckus would. Down in Cincinnati, when you're having a hard time, you gotta like wait for that file to render or the zip file to do something. Well, let me guess, you got some issues with your Windows PC. By the way, I don't do this shit, but yeah, here's what you need to do. Maybe reboot your fucking PC and get away from me, you asshole. I don't know if you're that kind of person. I don't think you are. But those people, the syndicate, oh, fucking demons. Guyanese demons.
Why does Hurls keep leaving? He gets better, Peter. He gets so good that he might even ask for a refund.
Ow!
Oh, man.
I was being brought up to
Man,
speak and I
whenever
missed the
I
monologue.
feel like whenever the girls lash out, they can be like so much more painful than the guys. Well, I don't know what that is.
That's because you got
I,
mummy.
Whatever. Still needed to get
It's
still
because they.
needed to get laid today.
It's
oh,
probably because you got
yeah.
mummy issues there.
I see. I probably do have mommy issues. That's okay. Issues
It's
for mommy. Um,
Yeah, see, it is because you're lost for words.
well, lost for words.
When has
Got
Dan
nothing
ever
to say
been
about
lost for words before? Ever in the syndicate? Never.
You know what I mean? It's like
I
when
don't know.
guys fight, we throw punches. When girls fight, they pull each other's hair. Like, they'll fuck your shit up, man. Even with words.
I think they're
Ours are
like,
just like, "Oh, fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, man. Fuck you."
yeah, I think they're much crueler, man. I think like, I don't know. I think they're pretty ruthless. But then again, that's just what do I know about anything? You know what I'm saying?
Update. I'm up to emerging adults, Dr. Kerry. Haven't you come a long way in terms of speaking publicly? Like, it sounds like a completely different person that I'm hearing in this space compared to watching the TED talk. It's interesting. Emerging adults. That's very interesting, an interesting concept. I haven't heard that before. So I'm going to listen into that now and come back and.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna run with that this year. I mean, it's totally different than being in front of all. There were like a ton of people there, but that was almost like 8 years ago or 9 years ago. So I mean, I am probably a totally different person.
Out of interest sake, how much preparation did you do for that?
Well, that was the other thing I was saying. Like, I had never done that before. I had never done that speech before anywhere else. So, and I used to get super nervous about everything. Um, yeah. So, not much. Like, I would just go over it at home. I had a coach at the time, but that she listened to me, but that was about it. I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to just sign up for it and do it. It was like on my bucket list. So,
That's awesome.
but like, I could have done, if I had done better or I had a book, I could have used that TED Talk for a platform, much more. So I need to do something. I know it's been like a long time since that, but I need to kind of like reemerge again, if you will.
Well, maybe that's something you can do with the Syndicate. You can do some sort of documentary or something instead of going up and talking.
Yeah. I don't really want to, I don't love, I don't know, that we don't really have to do that anymore. I feel like I don't have to be anywhere physically, although I did get in trouble, or like I would have gotten a job if I had like flown in to do this speech once recently. Um, some people do like you in the flesh, I guess. Who needs to be muted, Dan?
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I used to get really nervous, and I think I still do for sure, but I just need to know what I'm talking about and just like be super prepared and go pretty deep. I think speeches like that long. I don't think anyone needs to talk for that long anymore. Like TED Talks are okay, but it's just bullet points are better now. Like give it to me straight. Write a book and like you can just give the framework and then be like, if you want to learn more, here you go. But there's no real need to like have anyone listen to you for an hour. Like there's just not. It's just not really useful. I don't listen to anybody for an hour except for this one woman, Jasmine. She's like so smart. She's Manifest Fast with Jasmine. I love her. But that's it. She's the only one probably.
So it was like the evolutionary step because it's something that was a group of crowded people. I don't know, and everyone used to go and watch the TED Talks, but then podcasts came along and things like that, and the TED Talks even still happen.
I don't know. I think they do.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just knew that like I had talked about seeing a TED Talk and then I met with this woman and then there was a TED Talk being promoted in my area and I'm like, oh, all right, well then I have to do it. So
I tell you what though, so you recently tweeted two what is it? A nuclear scientist, or one was a chemist, I think one was a physicist, and they were both drunk. And another guy got him into a room, and he must have given them a few drinks and sat them down, and they sort of had this competitive spirit, but they were talking to one another, and the way they were talking was just hilarious to hear two scientists debating about who was working in the better field and whose technology or device was better. And it was hilarious. I don't know if it's because I'm a bit of a nerd or whatnot, but hearing two drunk scientists who are probably very established in their fields debate and talk and take the piss out of each other a little bit, I found it hilarious. I don't know if anyone else watched it, but I would love to listen to that. Is like a group of field experts in their field all shooting the shit whilst having a few drinks. That to me that sounds entertaining.
I agree. I watched it. It was funny.
I want to hear, like, I wonder if AI could help us. Because one other thing with the books was that I was writing a character called Inno Woman who spoke with deceased Massachusetts thought leaders. And I want to know if AI can, like, have, like, Ben Franklin and, like, Paul Revere kind of talk to each other or, like, assess what they would think of this time now. Or does that make sense? I kind of want to, like, have historical figures, like some kind of easy way to understand what they were saying instead of having to read, have them have a conversation in some way. No? Anyone got any
Yeah,
ideas for that?
Yeah, the prompt would have to be good and defined. So, yeah, I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't do it.
So, like, if, say, is it Benjamin Franklin and Einstein had a conversation about emerging adulthood or something
Yeah,
like that?
that'd be cool.
Whilst almost being through a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, well, I mean, Franklin would definitely be drinking. Apparently, everyone was drinking at the creation of America, like, like a ton of alcohol. Like even the Declaration of Independence, like everything was written while drunk. Apparently, that's why I love that show, Drunk History, too. Do you guys like that? I could listen to that for a while. Just not like hours and hours, but like half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, Drunk History is great. I've always wanted to do a version of Drunk History that's focused on startups. So people just talk about how the startup came to be, which most stories are pretty crazy.
Oh, yes. There's one on Netflix about Spotify that tells from the story of the different people that played a part in the startup. Have you guys seen that? But a drunk version of that? Shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Uber one yet? They did on Showtime. They did an Uber series, the
No,
startup of
no.
the company. It's pretty good. I almost have my bedroom done, so that's good.
Right,
Like,
I'll
how
be
much
back.
does your wife have? Like 2 closets?
I don't have a wife, but yes, she
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did. I apologize.
yeah, I've got a solely, but um what did the boys say? I live in the syndicate says I live in sin, not married.
Oh,
Yeah,
whatever. Yes. So does she have stuff? Like, what does she have? Like, is there like a place to put the jackets like separately than all the clothes?
well, she has probably 3/4 of our bedroom closet and half of a spare bedroom as well. And then there's
She
a
has a
shit ton of stuff in those vacuum bag things. And then there's a shipping container out on her grandparents' property.
See, you know what's crazy is that I think it's just because I live in the city. Like, that's seriously what it is. Like, I can't have anything because I live in the city. Like, you just don't have room. Like, it is what it is.
I think one of the greatest lessons I ever got was taught how to not to be attached to belongings. I can't remember what it was called. Like when I did that Vipassana retreat. So you might be able to help with the teaching. It sort of the way it explained how we become attached to things, and then that kind of weighs you down. And you guys know what I mean, right?
Yeah, yeah. I hear you for sure. Yeah, I got rid of a ton. Like, I don't really have, I don't know, clothes. I feel like it's New England, so it's cold here, and you have to have like jackets and undershirts, and then I work out, and then girls have like bras, and then like tights, and we don't just have like pants and shirts. We have like a lot of different shit that we have to wear. It's not as easy. It's like we need gear. We need gear to hold this shit up past 35. You know what I mean?
What's happened to Saeed? Is he still here, or is he off playing around with some
Yeah,
AI?
I DM'd you the story.
What do we got going on?
Oh, not you, Hurls. I sent it to Dr. Carey, but if you want it, I'll send it to you.
What's the story? Morning Glory?
It's a story. I asked the question, write a story of Benjamin Franklin talking to Albert Einstein
Oh,
about being an adult today while drinking and being slightly intoxicated.
Oh my God,
do
that's
you want
amazing.
do you want to read it out, or
Sure,
do you
I'll
want
read it.
do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Yeah, read it out.
Benjamin Franklin sat at a cozy little tavern in Philadelphia, nursing a pint of ale and chatting with his good friend Albert Einstein. They had been friends for many years, ever since Einstein had moved to the United States and begun working at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton. As they sat and talked, Franklin couldn't help but marvel at the ways in which the world had changed since he was a young man. He remembered the days when he was still a printer's apprentice, working long hours in the workshop and struggling to make ends meet. Ah, those were the days, Franklin said with a sigh, taking a long pull on his ale. It was hard work, but it was honest work, and there was a certain satisfaction in knowing that you were building something with your own two hands. Einstein nodded thoughtfully, sipping on his drink. I can imagine, he said, but things are different now, aren't they? The world has changed so much since your time. That it has, my friend, Franklin replied, and I must say I'm not sure I fully understand it all. The way people live now, the way they think and behave, it's all so different from what I knew. Einstein chuckled. I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like I don't belong in this world either. But I suppose that's just the nature of change, isn't it? The world keeps moving forward, and we have to find a way to keep up. Franklin nodded, his eyes drifting off into the distance as he thought about all the changes he had seen in his long life. It can be hard, but I suppose it's all part of being an adult, he said. It's not always easy, but we have to learn to roll with the punches and to make the best of things. Exactly, Einstein agreed. And sometimes a little ale helps to soften the blows a bit. Franklin chuckled and raised his glass. To be an adult, then, he said, clinging his glass against Einstein's. May we all learn to roll with the punches and make the best of things. It's all in the prompt.
That was cool. I mean, it like I'm even thinking about like
It's how you
it.
convey the message and the details that you give it. You know, it can be, you've got to like interject more to it. Like if you want more humor, you want it, you have to be a little bit more descriptive, and then it has that to work with. So
That's awesome. Thank you. Do you have like the paid one
yeah,
or? Should I get that? I should probably get that eventually
No, just
after I clean my room.
use the regular. Just use the one that's free now, and then go to the pay one because I use other things on it too. So
Thank you for doing that.
no problem. I just want to talk like Charles one day with such a deep, rich voice about everything I say is just so deep and rich and strong. And, I'm only 6'8" and, 90 pounds, but I can carry a stick.
Web3, you're
I
there,
can
mate.
carry
You're
a
there.
stick.
I wish you did the voice course with us. It would have been awesome having you with us. I would love to see Web3 and Kiwi Dan go through it.
I think Dan would wear him out. I mean, once that little spark goes off in his head, he's like a V8, and he revs his motor and he purrs and he, like all out and that kind of thing. So
It's no, Christian is, I think, he's a Jedi master. Like he would see a Dan and just know what's coming. I don't think anyone could out-talk Christian. Dan, would you agree, Pete? I know Soyu's not here, but
Yeah, absolutely, man.
there's no way.
He's a great guy, man. I mean, I look forward to doing more with him and learning more stuff. I think it's got a great model for that class. I think everybody would benefit from it. But I think he needs to probably organize some pieces of it. I don't know. It's not set up in a way that it can really probably scale easily. But I don't know.
Yeah. Might need a refund day.
Yeah, he's handing out refunds. Oof, that hurts.
I mean that's going to happen though. That's business, right? Like there's going to be those types of things that happens, and like
Yeah, we're being nice to Sandra, but at the same time, he understands the argument and largely just wants to kind of exit from the
If
relationship.
Sandra ever fucking did that to one of my friends who I got her class, I'd be fucking bullshit. I just want everyone to know. If he had a death in the family and like he changed the time, I'd be like bullshit.
Well, I think he's changed time a couple times, so it's not exactly
it's not-
just that, but it's just the threshold of not being able to. Again, she's going through special circumstances. For all we know, she regrets it. I don't know. She might. But yeah, I hear your point.
I look at it as a tight sine wave.
A tight sine wave. Care to elaborate?
Well, you know what a sine wave is, don't you? It goes up and
Yeah.
down, up and down, up
Yep.
and down. It goes above, a positive and then negative.
Yep.
And, you tighten it. So it's like, it cycles a lot quicker. So
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That is how all audio works.
Exactly.
Then you just get different frequencies of sine waves interfering with each other pretty much.
Yeah, some of them are louder, more intense, that kind of thing. Yeah.
There are different waves like the triangle and the square wave, but they're made up of sine waves, in a sense, mathematically speaking.
Yeah.
And it's all just air being pushed by an object. Pretty cool. Actually, I love the sound engineering stuff a lot.
Yeah, I've worked with too many engineers that like that stuff, yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of like you got to be able to understand it for a lot of different reasons across a lot of different fields, right? It's not just music, but like the oscilloscope stuff in certain like electronic industries, whatever, things like that. You need to understand the concept of a sine wave.
No,
Like we're taught early in school.
Yeah, where I got most of mine is finding out. I designed a steel structure, and we put pieces of equipment were vertical rice milling machines where they milled the bran off the husk, but they were vertical and they're like spinning tops. And they were multi-layered. It was a multi-leveled structure with multiple machines. So it was like a bunch of spinning tops on each level, and they all would, it was really weird. They would come in phase and go out of phase, and the structure would move an inch or two with it, and then it would die back down. And the engineering firm came in to do an analysis on it to recommend, how we could strengthen the structure. And the engineer told me if I would have made the steel 1/8 inch thicker on all the members, the resonant frequency would not have allowed the structure, the strength would not have allowed the resonant frequency would have been out of the range of the equipment. But because the structure's resonant frequency matched the equipment, and when all the equipment got in sync, the structure would get in sync with it too, and it would actually move and dance with it, and then go out of phase, and then come back into phase. It was really a definitely learning experience on doing steel structures. So
Yeah, wow, it's crazy how they actually use that technology to de-stress big mining chassis on trucks and dozers and stuff like that to try and stop them from cracking.
yeah, fatigue. That's right. Sound can do a lot of things. It's like a lot of the equipment they've got today, military and crowd control and that kind of thing, that they direct it at you, and all you can do is feel pain, and you have to move out of the way of it. So
Wasn't that radio waves?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, there's a sound one as well, I think, but it's some kind of wave.
Yeah, it's an
Targeted
intense
energy
wave.
weapon.
It's a very low frequency, intense wave, and it just makes your brain and your body just go absolute. You just you feel nothing but pain. So, and you want to get away from it. So then you run, or
Direct energy weapons, let's go.
it's coming.
I love the rail guns. I don't know why, but I've always loved the idea of a rail gun. And just
Oh, I
what
love
the kind of,
yeah, the mass. All they do is shooting a big mass, and that's it. Yeah.
but the way to do it, the amount of electromagnets and things they're using, and the technology to actually propel that mass is fucking insane. It's like, how do you even come up with that and then develop it at scale?
Yeah, they've actually, it's in service on some of the military ships, and I know they've probably been working on it at least 15 years. And you look at the beginning ones, and they were like big buildings to generate the electricity to shoot something through a couple of 2-inch steel plates. And now they've got it down to where it's the size of a car, and it can sit on the deck. And it's definitely crazy. It's just like using electrical charges to shoot bullets out of guns, and having the guns match your fingerprints on the gun to be able to use the gun. So if you lose the gun, no one else could use it. That's interesting technology.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Time for these guns to get fucking smart for a change. The fucking gun's been a dumb fucking device for way too fucking long. And I want to
I wonder if
do.
they could put.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Right? Like, I think you just started writing, so I just started talking, to be honest.
No, I was going to ramble about a project I did. Well, basically, it was a proposal for doing a hackathon around smart guns. But I got a ton of pushback from people who were kind of like, I can't support this because I'm a gun owner. And I'm like, you don't get it. It's actually being put on by gun owners, but it's actually to think about smart guns and to think about what you can do with smart guns, but not from a, dude, I'm always going to want my AR-15 to be an AR-15. I don't fucking care about that. I think like me, I want the phaser. I'll spend a shit ton of money to get the phaser. the phaser that will come out eventually that will only work by my hand. And even if I am going to kill somebody, it would actually let me know, dude, we don't have enough data to know whether or not this case will be cleared. So maybe don't aim for the head. Just put one on the leg. You know what I mean?
Vaporized
So,
leg. Yep.
so that it has like a what is it, directional nozzle at the end of it. So even if
Well,
you're pointing at
actually,
the head,
so
it aims down to the left leg or something like.
this was a legit hackathon. Put it all together. It had three categories that kids could win. It'd be something the kids would play with. First of all, gun goes away. Instead, kids all get a can of silly string. All right. So now you have 3 different areas of focus. First focus is that you just can show a working demo of the silly string can not working inside the building, but if you go over to the park, it will work. Just doesn't work in the building. And that was the goal for that one. All they're doing is geolocation control of whether or not you can, spray or not. They're just going to take on that task. The second group is focused on threat detection. They're actually doing a scene where you actually you're going into a parking lot, and it recognizes the parking lot, and it's more a computer vision class where you're doing computer vision on top of the silly string to do threat detection. In other words, you want to actually shoot a mom with 2 kids, and the gun won't let you do it because it doesn't understand the threat problem. It doesn't see a threat. So the idea is to work on threat optics, which is already being done actually in the military and drones and everything else. It'll come to guns eventually, but it'll take fucking forever. So that was the cool part of it. And then the last part, what was the last part? The last part was more about, it was more information about the gun to the user. So full transparency on who can use it and basically custom personalization, whatever. And then the whole idea was actually built around this larger notion of sort of thinking about the future and thinking about the idea of Star Trek. Star Trek's a fun metaphor for everyone to wrap their head around. Most people can wrap their head around it very well. And then think about, what's the Star Trek Academy look like? What do you look for if you're going to be hiring a Starfleet officer? What kind of stuff are you thinking about? So that was actually a big STEM education piece where we're trying to think about, okay, what's another way to reframe a lot of STEM education and make it cooler and funner and more enjoyable? And I was like, why not modeled around the notion of Starfleet? And that went directly to the smart gun thing because we know, in Starfleet, there's a phaser. It's different. It's not just a dumb fucking Smith & Wesson from 1805. You know what I mean? It's intelligent. And I actually wanted to do a lot more on the threat detection. I wanted to be like, hey, you're about to shoot somebody who's unarmed, so you're fucked. You're going to prison and it's going up. You know what I mean? The gun lets you know, I can go full auto, but there's a lot of people here and a chance you'll kill somebody. So I'm just gonna right now you're serving 30 years. Keep going. You know what I mean? And obviously,
Yeah.
it's
My
just
friend
about
invested in a railgun that did like a type of netting, but also a bullet, I think. And then it was invented by an Australian company. And then also when the user of the gun changed it from lethal to stun or whatever, capture, it actually had like a loudspeaker in it so that the assailant or whoever was being targeted knew it was like, oh shit, this guy's just swapped the mode over from stun to kill or lethal to capture or something like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But a vectored phaser, that's what the word I was looking for, a vectored phaser.
Yeah.
That would be
What's
great.
crazy is that, and the gun would be free. That's the funny thing. It wouldn't cost you a dime.
No, that's no business model.
Well, the business model is actually the intended use and hopeful prevention of future deaths, right? So, it's a little bit like seatbelts. I'm not going to charge you for the seatbelts in the car. Pray to God you use them and please don't kill yourself. You know what I mean?
No,
So
but
a
you're
lot
still
of
going to buy
ways,
the car.
yeah. I guess it could be free. I do think it's a gun that I would buy. I mean, it's a gun that I know that if anyone picked it up, it would first know, like, hey, I know I'm not Dan. Well, it's cool. What are you doing? Hey, looks like we're going over to. hey, I want to let you know we've never been over here on the east side of town. I'm thinking I've been stolen. Is that correct? Did you steal me? You know, I mean, just simple fucking shit it could do. You know what I mean? Hey, I noticed you just got me from the store, and boy, you want to go out? You want to go to the range? Hey, dude, we're going to a school. I'm telling you, this is a bad idea. You know what I mean? It's like just simple this fucking logic to put into the fucking gun. Now, are the hardcore people going to still do that? No, they're not. They're going to want their AR-15. That's fine. They can get that. But the phaser's for me because I want the phaser. I don't want a gun that can be too easily used to be stolen, taken, used in a bad way. Like, I'm so sick. I hated that story from fucking Michigan where that fucking kid, like, literally had a birthday, dad bought him a gun, and then the next day he kills like 3 people at school. You know what I mean? It was just like literally within 3 days. It was like the first thing he got to do was to go and take it to school. Dad probably didn't know that, but then his dad was probably dealing with a lot of shit. And it was, you know, guns bring you together, I guess. I don't know. But
You got
phasers
a
build
son,
families.
your first gun. Fucking.
Hey,
I'm sorry,
phasers
that's a
build
terrible
families.
story, but man, like this is what I don't get about America. Why would you think it's a good idea to just give your kid a gun? I don't care how old they are. It's like, you know, if they want to get a gun, let them go get one themselves. In my mind, right?
If you teach them from 4 years of age to respect it, to understand it, understand when to use it, how to use it, teach them, let them have the experience, never to own it until they reach the legal age of being able to have one. Usually that instills a good knowledge of a firearm and its proper operation and proper safety and all the things that are involved. In most cases, the people that I know, that's what they do. But in other cases, there are times like, you know, just said birthday, how much training did the dad do? How much understanding, and also what state of the mind. If it was a child or a teenager, they're not really in the right state of mind to have their own gun, you know, not quite yet. So that's how I look at it.
What's happening there? I mean, you know, like with regards to generations, what do you think's happening there? Because this sort of stuff didn't happen before.
It's the basis of respect of life and respect of each other.
So you think there's been a degradation or a lack of education on that? Or
Yeah.
is it something to do with like we don't allow our kids to fight in school anymore? You know, you used to be able to have it out at school. You know, you go to the bike racks or wherever to the car park and you'd be having fisticuffs and then, you know, it'd be broken up and then you'd move on and maybe get pulled into the principal's office the next day and get caned for it or whatever, you know, but does that happen anymore at school?
In some cases, you know, if you watch a lot of videos online, it looks like it's happening all the time. But the experience that I have is that I agree with you because I fought in school a lot, and it wasn't because, you know, I got picked on, and you get enough of it, and then you know, you go back and you put back on them what they put on you, and you know, the kids today that you know, that I know and I'm been close to, they pretty much did the same thing. And all the boys that I had was pretty much, I told them if they stand up and they fight, if they're in the right, I'll stand with them and we'll just take whatever punishment. But you're not going to just stand there and get your ass whooped. You're going to whoop some ass. And if you're defending someone and it's the right thing to do it. But if not, you know, then don't do it.
I didn't get into many fights, right? Like not actual proper fights. I was pretty good at keeping out of it, and you know, operating on like a weird level. Most people liked me. Some people did have an issue with me, but I just stayed out of their way. They stood out of my way, kind of thing, I guess. But what I did do a lot as a kid was like the backyard wrestling thing. You know, so like I'd go over to my friend's house, we'd play video games, then we get into little like wrestling matches or whatever, and duke it out like that. I think you know,
Right.
even that kind of thing. I think at one point we got a bit into like, you know, play boxing as well, but I think with the boxing it was a bit too painful, so we decided not to do that.
Yeah, we were playing
Or
football.
something.
We were playing football, and my best friend was on the other team, and he and I got a little heated with each other, and that was the worst ass whipping I ever had. But we were still friends afterwards. We just got caught up in the moment and, got irritated and decided to hurt each other beyond playing football.
Yep. Yeah. We used to have a
Yeah, it's
game
like
we'd
these
play.
guys.
We'd have to migrate it throughout the school because the teachers would break it up. But all it required was a brick wall and a tennis ball, and a bunch of you would stand and you'd throw the tennis ball as hard as you could up against the wall, and then you had to, whoever it was going for had to catch it with one hand. Now, if they dropped it, they had to run as quickly as they could to the wall because every other person would be there to give them a good beating. There's no headshots, but you would test
What
your
the fuck,
own.
man?
Yeah, we called it bash ball. But don't get me wrong, it was a great game, right? Because you would test your limit. So you would stand close to the wall, right? And then all of a sudden you would start to go back and back and back. And it was a way of testing your own boundary, and it all goes into the point of like that social risk taking type thing where you develop it and then you learn. And like there was no headshots. And if you dished out a headshot, like, it was on for you because even if it was an accident, that was just not on. So, and we loved playing it as kids, like, and we were all mates. No one was
We had
enemies.
something
It was
similar.
great fun.
We had something similar, but I don't think the aim of the game was to gang up on the person that dropped the ball. I think it was if you got hit, then you have to stand there and like that person that hit you with the ball gets to give it like their full fucking pelt shot, and you can't move. You have to stay completely still. So
Yeah,
similar game, but just different kind of expression, I guess.
yeah.
Did
It's
you ever have?
like dodgeball. Dodgeball is, you know, you that was an aggressive play. But then all the other competitive sports, you have the rules and the regulations, and you can only take it so far. When I played football, there was many times you'd be on the bottom of the pile and you'd get bit, and it would really tick you off. So you would, play defense, and we'd sit there and say, hey, that guy right there, he bit me. The referee's not going to do anything about it. You want to take him out? Yeah, I'll hit him low, and you hit him high, and we'd take him out. And same thing would happen. I mean, it's like you get that little bit of edge, but you got to play within certain boundaries. And
Hey, is this why? Do you reckon this is why Canadians are so nice to each other? Because
it,
like they just take it out on each other in the hockey field,
I
and then
guess.
it's fully like legal for them to have fights in the game, like in the game itself. It could be the middle of a championship or whatever, and like just they go in, they throw their gloves off, they start punching each other, and then
Mm.
they just let them duke it
The
out.
Goon. What's the that movie? Is it called The Goon? It's not. I don't think it's called The Goon, or but it's about the goon position, like the position. Have you seen that, Pete?
Haven't seen that one. I've only seen the Mighty Ducks, which obviously doesn't really go into that
You've
sort of
got to
stuff.
watch. I'll see if we can get So to find out the name. But there's actually, I don't know if there still is, but there is a position where if you're a fighter, so a hockey team would, someone else might be able to do a better job explaining this because I'm getting mind fog. But there's a position that is in each hockey team, and it's called the goon or something like that, and it's that person's role if the coach picks them to go out and pick a fight. That's what they're there for because they're good at fighting. So it's a great movie. I think they even did a sequel. I'm not sure if I've seen the sequel. I'll be back.
I
I'm
wish
going to
we could
go
do that.
and find it.
Imagine if we could do that in AFL Hills. They said you'll be back, but it's like in
Yeah,
football, if they
I
just
can
you
do
have
that.
like a big punch on, and like sometimes it happens, but they get in there and it's not like a part of the game. Whereas in hockey, it's like actually a part of the game.
Yeah,
So good.
I had a coach convince me I needed to learn how to box because I wrestled, and he says, "Oh yeah, you'll be good at it. You'll be good at it." And I went in the first time I boxed. I boxed another guy, and I did really good. And I thought, yeah, this ain't too bad. But then I got in the ring with a black fella that was way faster than me, and he was hitting me about 8 punches for every 2 I hit him. And I decided about the second round, I'm going to take a dive. So I let him hit me, and I took a dive, and I laid there. They carried me off. I acted like I was, waking up, and I looked at the coach afterwards, and coach looked at me. I said, Coach, I really don't want to do this anymore. And he said, you don't have to. So, it's like, I got relief because I knew if I kept doing it, I'd get, the poo beep out of me. And I don't, I didn't like that. It
Yeah,
was painful,
yeah, yeah. It was scary when you knew you were going to cop a hiding.
Yeah, I've been in some situations like that. Not quite like that, but it's just
Yeah,
kind of, yeah, nah.
Yeah, in basketball, I was the designated, what you would call a goonie. I would go out, and it was my intention to pick on the best player that they had to irritate them, and just bump into them, talk to them, rag on them, because I didn't play basketball that well, but I could run around the court and harass somebody. I could do that, and I enjoyed it. I got filed out a lot and got injured and all kinds of stuff, but it was it was being part of the team.
Right. Can you guys hear me? Because I posted it up in the uh, chat. It's it's probably one of my. I think it's based on a true story too. It's posted up there, and it's got the guy who does Stifler, and I can't remember his name as actor, but great movie. Yeah, good laugh, and
Stifler, yeah.
based on a true story too. I think so. I think. Dr. Kerry, are you still there?
Probably throwing out more bags.
Mm. It's
Sick of hearing us
disappointing
talk about fighting.
when both the co-host and the host
It's
disappear.
early. It's
I know
early
that
evening for you guys, isn't it?
they've got responsibilities. Yeah, it's about 3:30 in the RV here.
Yeah, 1:30 here. Nice, Nelly.
Mid afternoon. Good deal.
Yeah, I'm sort of getting through it. I've decided I need to cut back on the alcohol. I'm still drinking today because, like suddenly stopping is not good, but
That's what
like
I do.
way
I
calming down.
wean. Yeah, the holidays, I always drink way more wine than I need to in the holidays. That's what I do. I slowly cut back. Like instead of having 3 glasses, I have 2, and the next day I'll have 1, and then 1, and then half, and then go a day or 2, and then wean.
Well, I mean, I think I had like 3 bottles yesterday. Pretty rough. That was a lot. So today I was like, no, I need to just like let my body like relax. I'll still give it a bit because it's kind of like I'm a
Let
daily
your
drinker.
liver rest.
Yeah, but I'm a daily drinker, so it can be just as bad to just not drink at all, like for other reasons. But just like bring it back down. Just 3 bottles of that's pretty extreme for me. Like my standard before this holidays is probably like I go through a bottle of wine, wake up the next morning.
And when you say bottles, is that 32 ounce, 12 ounce, 8 ounce? Yeah.
750 ml, the 8 standard drink ones. I don't know what you guys call the standard drink, but 750 ml. What's a liter? Liters.
Yeah, I'm a
Half a gallon,
750 ml guy
roughly.
myself.
You're what?
I like how you said that. It's 750 ml. Everybody knows it. All wine
No,
people.
that's
750
what I'm
ml.
saying. It's like that's the standard here, right? 750 ml. I'm trying to work out what that is in ounces or gallons or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, just sounds
Give me a
cool
sec.
when you say it like that. That's milliliters, isn't it?
25.
Yeah, it's a quart, isn't it? Is it like a?
That's like
I don't
milliliters.
know.
I'm 750 milliliters is what I usually drink a day.
20,
Yeah, it's 26
25.
ounces. Yeah, that's that's good. That's good size.
Yeah, but these are reds, so it's that's way too much alcohol in one day. To be honest, 3 bottles. That's just stupidity at this point. So
Were you
calming
drunk
down.
when you married E Rich on Twitter?
Probably.
I heard it. That's a true story. It's just like Russell Crowe dying, which it's not a true story either. Yeah.
There have been many claims made.
It always sounds to me as if Pete's got a roll in his mouth and he's rolling one up when he's drinking.
I've got a roll one. I actually haven't had any
Do you use the
nicotine today.
machine or do you free roll?
He vapes, don't you? You vape.
Yeah, I've been vaping, but I've just run out of vape juice, and honestly, I can't be bothered to go and get more today. So I might just not, which would be the first day I've had without nicotine in about 10 years, 12 years, something like that.
So are you allowed to smoke in the house? Do you smoke in the house when you're talking on Spaces?
A vape sometimes, yeah.
Hmm.
But that's a bit different. I don't smoke in the house.
It must be the mic or the pop filter.
No
Something's
pop
going.
filter, yeah. Probably, it might be my mustache getting in the way at the moment,
Which do you use? Do you use like a fitted the little thing that fits over the end of the mic, or do you use the actual screen? That's the circular screen that attaches to the stand on the mic and it sits in front of it.
Yeah, I got one of those, but not on because I'm just on my phone,
I got you. What about you, Hurls?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone at the moment. I've got a little travel mic, the Shure MV88 Plus, and it's got like a pop filter sock on it. I haven't used it in a while though, but yeah, this is just my phone. This is my voice. There are no sound effects, no music, just the pure, clear sound of my voice.
The real Hurls?
Oh, I'm crook too. So whenever I get crook too, it gets a bit drier and crackly, I think.
Are you tired of imitation voices? Voices that leave you unfulfilled and frankly lame? You damn right you are. You need a little bit of Hurls. That's right. A voice from down under or overseas or somewhere over there. The point is, it's not your voice. God knows you shouldn't be doing commercials. You need the deep voice of Hurls. His name is Trader Time, but he goes by Hurls. And for all I know, that means he likes to throw up a lot. But we don't judge. It just means he's a hurler, like maybe like a snot hurler. Like he gets a really good goober and then he hurls it over. I don't know. I don't know what the voice and name means. It doesn't matter. All I know is that you need that service because maybe you're lacking in a place you don't want to lack. Your voice.
Better than Lugger Launcher.
That's true. Could have been worse. It could come in as Booger. You know what I mean? And still have that voice, and we would have to go, "Hey, Booger, what's up?" So God, you're not named that, because that'd be hard.
Comes from it's a shortening of my last name, but I'm not going to go into it.
It's awful quiet around your house. Is everybody outside, or do you run them off?
Oh, yeah, I'm Solly and the daughter are out at the grandparents. I chose to stay home and hold the fort. So yeah, they're out there. So I'm getting a bit of a break. Plus, me being sick and the family having some elderlies there that aren't in a good way. It's not a good mix for me to be out there, and I don't want to go making them sick.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Peace and quiet for me though. It's bliss. Like even though I'm sick, it's just making me sit down around, do nothing, and I'm enjoying it. Although
You actually getting to feel the natural frequency of the house with all the other static removed. That's what I always liked because we had nothing but chaos all the time, and a lot of times I would work from their bedtime to when they got up in the mornings, and then I would go to bed, and then I would sleep when they'd get up right before they got home from school, and that was a good creative process for a while. I got to enjoy that for a while. And then I had to go back to the regular hours on site and that kind of thing.
So, what was that like in regards to lifestyle? Because I've done shift work before, but whenever I do shift work, it's always over the hill, so to speak. So, I'm not at home. I'm staying out at the camps or in hotels and accommodation. So, doing that at home around kids and stuff like that, did you have to wear earplugs and like what's those things that cover your eyes, sleeping during the daytime and stuff like that?
No, most of the time because it was usually would work during the week when they were going to school, and that's how I would rotate it. Because normally when I was home, I was working on designs. You know, I had to get away from the client's location and go away and spend, a lot of times it'd be 6 to 8 weeks. And I'd be doing drawings and do designs, layouts, options, estimate, all the stuff. And I would earmark that time frame from about, they go to bed about 8:39, and it would be peaceful and quiet. With the wife and I would talk, and then I would get to work about 10, and then I would work till they got up the next morning, which was usually 6:37, and so they could catch the bus, and I would see them off to school, and I got to do that a lot, but I was away from the house most of the time during the week. I had to stay in hotel rooms, like you know that kind of thing, and you know, I was a weekend warrior. I was a soccer dad and the whole 9 yards. So I did everything I could. So and
Yeah.
none of them went to jail. That's a good thing. Well, they kind of did, but that was youthful, stupid. It wasn't serious.
The
Yeah,
return of soccer dad. Eh.
Well, like going to jail is
Yeah.
just a rite of passage over there, isn't it?
Do it? Yeah. Well, the thing is, I had to learn this motto that I came up with. I had to walk around every time I'd be at my youngest son's games. He was the really good soccer player, um, and he got the opportunity to go to college with it and decided to just cease. But anyway, it I had to walk around and I'd say, "The ref is my friend. The ref is my friend. The ref is my friend," constantly because I have tendency to be very verbose and try to tell them how to do their job. And I got ejected from the fields many times, and I'd have to go sit in my truck and cool off. And I had to figure out something to tone it back a little bit, and that was what I figured out, was to walk around saying the ref is my friend, and I would say it in sarcastic ways around the line judges. So
Roasting the refs. It's heckling the refs. It's good fun. I miss those days.
yeah, I got ejected from several basketball games because I was I pretty much got under the skin of the ref, and I was in the state, sitting in the crowd, and I would constantly say stuff. And finally, one of them turned around, called the technical on me, and called the sheriff's deputies to come over and escort me out. So that happened several times. Of course, I got read the riot act of I need better behavior, but I said all I was being was expressive about his ability to call a game. I wasn't using derogatory words. I wasn't being mean. I was just being very descriptive Like, I would tell them optometrists that they could go see, and I was kind in my own way. I didn't use any profane words. And I just like getting under their skin.
Yeah, we good time when we were younger. We used to play a game called sport called rugby league, and for training, we put a team in for touch football, which is like a seven-a-side, fast-paced version of rugby league where you don't tackle. And there was a referee there. At times, if there was a penalty or professional foul, it was at the referee's discretion whether or not you got sin binned or sent off. Every time us high school kids performed a professional foul, he would send us. There was no discretion with us, or it was just sent off. Anyway, one season I was out due to injury, and I turned up to some of the games, and there was a tournament on, and he was reffing, and I just fucking gave it to him. it was so much fun, and there was nothing he could do about it. He asked what team I played for, so he could, try and get me fined or whatever, and there was nothing he could do. He was out of his control. It was just so much fun to take the piss out of him and just give it to him and just tell him how much of a shit referee he really was. He
Yep.
didn't like it at all.
Yeah, we had a guy. We were at a soccer tournament, and this was like 8 or 9-year-old, 10-year-old games, and one parent was on the sidelines with us, and he was getting way too into the game, and he threw a bottle of water on the ground. He didn't throw it at anybody, but it bounced and hit the side judge. The side judge and the main ref called the sheriff's deputy and had him arrested. And they arrested him, cuffed him, and took him away for assaulting him with a bottle of water. And I told him as they were leaving, as I told him as they were leaving, I said, "Hey, take my name. If you need me as a witness, I'll say, I'll tell him you didn't throw the bottle at him. You threw it at the ground, and it just happened to bounce in the direction. It didn't harm them, but they were just, they just took it too far, and they didn't give any opportunity for, oh, I'm sorry. They just called them and come get them off the field.
Different species. A lot of them are a different species.
Phils, when you played touch football or touch rugby or whatever, did you guys do it like literal touch, or did you have like the flags hanging out your back pocket or whatever, tucked
Yeah,
into your pants type thing?
They didn't have any of the tag. I remember seeing the tag, but no, they didn't have tag. It was just contact touch. That's it.
Two hands.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just the one. Just had to be the one wherever on the body. Yeah.
Yeah, we played flag football. Is what you're talking about. Flag football, where you have you wear a belt and you have draped on each side and they're velcroed, and that way if you grab one, you grab it and you hold it up. That way play stops.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't really like that one, because what happened was the guys playing with, you'd be playing against them, and what they would do they would start to pirouette as they approached the defensive line, because it would make it hard. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? So anyway, that ain't my only great. It was still a good game to play, but I did like the touch football because it was a lot faster pace. So for conditioning for the boys, once you got their subbing routine worked out, you could really push them to the limit and get them to work with their cardio. And apart from ball skills and learning how to break the line, it was really good for teaching them how to draw the defense, and then second phase plays and things like that.
Touch football is probably better for like the evasive side of it, because you stop the game when you get the touch on the body or whatever. The flag one was like, it was a bit more forgiving. It's a bit more like a real game of football, because they had to get that flag. It wasn't just if they touch you.
That's right.
So
yeah.
Okay, I'm visualizing it based on American. Is this a rugby style or Australian rules style? Which is it?
I think they have variations of both. Yeah.
Yeah, like we did a bit of both.
Okay. Yeah, because I've watched both of those over there. You know, well, I've always watched the Australian rules football. I really like that because I like the guy sitting there standing by the pole when the points are scored. They're so prim and proper. You know.
Yeah, the umpire.
Yeah.
They do a great job. It's like a performance for them.
They gotta really be uptight to do what they do, you know.
Yeah. They get really into it,
Sometimes I
some
don't
of them
know
too.
cool. But shit. No, I like AFL. I don't watch it often, but like it's a very physical game. It's like they're constantly just grabbing each other, tackling each other, whatever. But it's not like not physical in the same way as like rugby or your NFL, because you're not coming in like hard to like take someone down in that kind of way. It's more like I don't know, what's the word for it?
Well, with the Australian rules, what I liked was just it was I don't know, the finesse and the you have to you know you could tell when they would break, and it was kind of like soccer on some of the methods of getting breakaways, and and like throwing the ball in and all that. And then rugby's to me is a little bit more smash, um, a little bit more aggressive in nature than the Australian rules. So it's cool. That's all I can say. Yeah, it's not like American football. American football has gotten, I think, they're trying to tone it down with a lot of the rules on targeting and things like that because things have gotten way out of hand. Players will be chicken shit and try to hurt you, and that's not what the game's about.
Yeah, but that's what it feels like, right? It's how do I put it? Australian rules is kind of like a brawl happening in the middle of the field that's just moving around the field, and then NFL is kind of like the front lines of war. You're fucking going to go kill that guy.
Yeah. I think we've bored everybody else to sleep.
It looks like that's what happens. Oh, here we go, Dan. Dan just come in. A good time. Dan, we haven't got co-host or host power. We've lost our co-host and host, so maybe we should just drop out and start up another space.
Could be the way. Then we can play Twitter yo-yo with track funding when he shows up eventually.
Yeah, I got a few more minutes. I can.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'll start one up.
Shoot me the link when you do.
Welcome to the Syndicate. Anything but that. Did we get what we wanted? Anything but that.